Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Book 2 Chapter 76 Closing the City Gates, Vin An's Path to Life Cut Off. 2. Open the gates. Let us in. The soldiers retreated into the city, and the massive gate weighing 1,000 can closed. Those who had been expelled outside the gates by the soldiers surged back like a dark tide, pounding loudly on the gates. The generals and soldiers on the city gates shouted loudly, "Retreat! Retreat! Anyone who has received travel expenses can depart now. Go towards the east, do not stop along the way." However, these Vin people had left their homeland, fleeing as refugees all the way, arriving at the imperial city closest to them. The main gate of the imperial city closed before their faces. If they wanted to live, they had to circle around the imperial city, traveling a longer distance to reach a city further to the east. Yet, having traveled the entire journey to here, they had endured countless hardships and countless casualties. How could they still have the strength to continue moving forward? Even if each person was given a small amount of travel expenses, water and dried provisions, how many days could they last on the road? Everyone's faces were ashen and weary. Some dragged pots, pans and woks, some carried children on their backs, some carried stretchers. Some supported others, some lay down, unable to walk any further, sitting in groups before the city wall. The young men still had the strength to be angry, pounding on the city gates and shouting loudly, "You cannot do this. Do you want us to die? We are all Xianlu people. Do you need to pursue and exterminate us so thoroughly?" A man yelled until his throat was hoarse. "If you expel us, then so be it. I won't enter, but can my wife and children stay?" Like ants trying to shake a tree, the city gates did not budge in the slightest. Xie Lian stood on the city gate tower. His white robes fluttered as he glided past the parapet, looking down below. Outside the imperial city, it was entirely a slow, teeming mass of human heads, densely packed and crowded, extremely similar to the ant colony he had seen as a child playing in the imperial garden. At that time, out of curiosity, he looked a few more times, and just as he stretched out a finger, intending to poke secretly, a palace servant immediately cried out, "Your Highness, this thing is disgustingly dirty. Do not touch, do not touch." Then she lifted her skirt and rushed over, stomping a few times, crushing that ant colony to death. When the ants were alive, other than being densely packed and swarming, there was nothing pleasing to the eye. Once crushed to death, they turned into a mess worse than muddy dregs, even less beautiful to behold. Meanwhile, inside the imperial city, tens of thousands of homes were brightly lit with lamps and torches, and songs and dances were joyous. A city wall separated two vastly different worlds. It was one thing for the later arriving Vin people not to be allowed in, but even those who had been earlier were also expelled. Though truly heartless, Xie Lian could understand that this was because in recent months, conflicts and troubles between the imperial city residents and the Vin people had grown increasingly frequent. Keeping such a large group of men inside the city, it was feared that they might secretly collude with outsiders to cause disturbance. However, there was one thing Xie Lian believed could still be negotiated. He said seriously, "Why must women and children also withdraw? Among them, some can no longer walk much further." Fong Tin and Mu Tin stood attending behind him. Mu Tin replied, "If they are to withdraw, they must all withdraw together. It's not a concern of scarcity, but of unequal distribution. We cannot discriminate, otherwise it's hard to avoid provoking others. On what basis can they stay while I cannot?" Fong Tin said, "You think too much." Mu Tin indifferently spoke, "Someone will think that way. Furthermore, if their wives and children all remain, those men will not be willing to go too far, and sooner or later they will return. Keeping them in the city is no different than leaving behind future trouble." This group of Vin people refused to leave, and the generals and soldiers inside the city gates also couldn't leave, saying, "Humph, just keep procrastinating like that. His Majesty the King had issued a decree. Could they possibly think that sitting here and making a scene would have any effect? They can procrastinate for a day or two, but could they possibly procrastinate for a month or two, a year or two?" The common people and generals and soldiers in the imperial city all thought so. Some Vin people, due to despair, accepted their fate, decided to take a gamble, and continued to go towards the east, but that number was not large. The majority still longed to sit before the city gates, hoping the imperial city would open its gates to let them in, at least to give them a place to rest and make preliminary arrangements before continuing their journey. More newly arrived Vinan people also felt utterly disappointed seeing the tightly closed city gates. But seeing so many people waiting, they too held on to hope and expectation, joining the large contingent. And so, 3 or 4 days later, the people gathered at the city gates grew increasingly numerous. Tens of thousands of people had almost set up camp here, creating a magnificent scene. They reluctantly sustained themselves with the water and dried provisions distributed by the king, but were nearing their limit. This limit occurred on the 5th day. Over the past 5 days, every day Ta Lin divided his day into 3 parts: 1 part for the believers of the Crown Prince's temple, 1 part for arranging water transfer and rainmaking, and 1 part for caring for the Vinan people outside the city. Although Fong Tin and Mu Tin assisted him, sometimes he still felt unable to bear the burden, having the will but not enough strength. On that day, precisely during the watch when he was not guarding outside the city, under the scorching sun, before the city gates, a tragic cry suddenly rang out. The desperate cry belonged to a married couple holding a baby. People vied with each other to surround them, asking what's wrong with this child. Hungry or thirsty? A moment later, they cried out in horror, "Everyone bring some water here. This child's complexion is not good." That woman tearfully fed water to the baby, who choked until his face was crimson, but all the water was vomited out. Its father said, "I don't know what's happening anymore. He's sick, doctor. We need a doctor." Carrying his son, he rushed to the city gate. Pounding on the gate loudly, "Open the gate. Open the gate to save a life. Someone is about to die. My son is about to die." Of course, the soldiers inside dared not open the gate. Regardless of whether someone was truly about to die or not, outside the gate were tens of thousands of people. If the gate were opened, there would be no hope of closing it again. Therefore, they only dared to report to their superior officers. The weather was sultry, and the officers who had been guarding for many days were also somewhat irritable, saying perfunctorily, "Give him water and food." And so, they used a rope to lower some water and food. The child's father said, thank you, honorable officers, but we don't need water and food. Could you possibly find us a doctor?" This truly put them in a difficult position. They see. Al didn't let him enter the gate to find a doctor, nor could they lower a doctor down to him. Only heaven knew what those starving commoners, hungry for 4 or 5 days, would do if a doctor were to go out beyond the gate. Therefore several generals said, "Forget it, don't bother, just ignore him, he won't die. If he asks again, tell him it has been reported and we are going to seek instructions from His Majesty the King." For several consecutive days, vexed by the affairs of Yong'an, the king had lost his temper many times. Of course, no one dared to disturb His Majesty over such a trivial matter. The soldiers replied as instructed, and only then did the child's father feel at ease, constantly expressing his gratitude, thanking the king, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. But hour after hour passed. The dazzling sunlight shifted from one side to the other. The doctor never appeared, and the baby in his arms grew hotter and hotter. That couple held their child with trembling hands. The child's father was covered in cold sweat, muttering, "Is anyone still coming? Will they still open the gate for me?" Finally, he could no longer bear it, and called out loudly towards the city gate generals, "I apologize, I want to ask something. Where is the doctor?" The soldiers replied, "They have gone to seek instructions from His Majesty the King. You wait a little longer." Someone below could not help but say, "They said they went 2 hours ago. Why haven't they returned yet?" The soldiers follow their superiors' instructions. After replying, they paid no more attention. The people below the city wall were angry, helpless, and heartbroken. They huddled around the baby, beginning to suspect, did those people really report to His Majesty the King? They're not deceiving us, are they? The child's father could not wait any longer. He resolved to carry his son tied to his back, and instructed his wife a few words. That woman took off an amulet from her neck, and put it on her husband's neck. That man ran quickly towards the city wall, attempting to climb up. The side of the city wall was built in a manner extremely difficult to find handholds. The child's father grasped a few times but could not climb up, and the remaining men hastily said, "Let me help you." After that, they ran over and lifted him up. Dozens of people stacked themselves up, raising him to a height of more than 1 zhang. At this point, the child's father reluctantly grasped the rope that had just been used to lower water and food, and continued to climb upwards. Tens of thousands of people below nervously watched the child's father, not daring to cheer him on, for fear of being discovered. The group of soldiers on the city gate tower had been guarding for several days, and these Yong'an refugees hadn't caused any major trouble, so it was hard to avoid a slight laxity. It wasn't until the child's father had climbed almost halfway that they suddenly discovered someone clinging to the city wall, and then raised their voice to shout loudly, "What are you doing? Climbing the wall is forbidden. Anyone who climbs the wall will be killed without mercy. Do you hear clearly? Anyone who climbs the wall will be killed without mercy." Hearing their threats, the child's father also shouted loudly, "I have no ill intentions. I only want to take my child to see a doctor. I won't do anything else." As he shouted, he continued to climb upwards. A general who was originally eating, upon hearing this news, flew into a rage. If he were to climb up safely and set that precedent, wouldn't countless Yong'an people follow suit later? He must be stopped. And so he strode forward, stood by the edge of the wall and roared down, "Do you want to die? Come down immediately. If you still don't come down, we will not spare you." But that man had already climbed very high, having passed more than halfway. Just a little more effort and he would be at the top, so of course, he refused to stop. Traditionally in the military camp, that general's word was absolute. No one dared to defy his orders, and the fate of anyone who dared to defy his orders would be simple. He walked to the wall, drew his sword and slashed once, and the rope snapped instantly. That man, clutching the severed rope, fell from mid-air. Amidst the piercing screams of countless people, he landed with a thud on the hard ground outside the city gate. Xie Lian appeared immediately afterwards. That man fell backward onto the ground, and on his back, he was still carrying the baby. With a thump, the baby was crushed into a mangled heap of flesh. A flower of blood splattered several zhang away. Its father's neck was also broken, his eyes wide and staring. An amulet slipped from his twisted neck. In its center were written the two characters Xian Lu, with patterns embroidered in gold thread. It was precisely a consecrated amulet from the Crown Prince's temple. At the moment before climbing, that man and his wife had clutched the amulet, silently imploring His Highness the Crown Prince for blessings. Hence Xie Lian had heard their prayers and pursued them to this place. Alas, after all, he was no heroic protagonist from the legendary storyteller's scripts, always able to appear exactly a moment before the blade fell, shouting for the blade to spare lives in the nick of time. That woman did not have the courage to turn over her husband's body to see what her son had become. She covered her face and let out a great wail. Without looking, she rushed straight forward, head-butting the wall with a thump, and fell down, no longer moving. Right before Xie Lian's eyes, beneath the imperial city wall, in just an instant, there were 3 more corpses. He hadn't even had time to react when the commoners outside the city gate could no longer bear it. Someone began to curse, "They're all dead. A family of 3 is all dead. Look, these are the good generals serving our His Majesty the King. Instead of saving us, they're forcing us to our deaths. You don't let us die. And nor do you send anyone out. What do you expect people to do? 3 blood-soaked lives are staring at you." It was said that the people of Yong'an must withdraw completely from the imperial city. Then why don't those rich people withdraw as well? We, without money or power, deserve to wait for death, don't we? It seems I have seen clearly now. Cannot endure it anymore. Truly cannot endure it anymore. The taxes that needed to be collected annually were not small. Where did they all fly off to during disaster relief? They'd rather bribe money to feed those swarms of worms to build temples for their children instead of aiding disaster victims, only giving a little water and dry rations then chasing them away. What do they take us for? Tyrant, tyrant! The soldiers on the city gate tower shouted loudly for them to stop. That general had seen all sorts of situations before, thus he paid it no mind. However, the situation had vaguely gone beyond control. Tens of thousands of indignant hands pushed against the main gate. Some even resolutely used their heads or bodies to ram it. This time it was no longer ants shaking a tree. The city gate moved, and even the entire city gate tower subtly trembled. From the day he was born until now, Xie Lian had never witnessed a situation like this. The people he saw were always friendly, harmonious, well-fed, and amiable. These people, with their distorted faces, crying and wailing miserably, made him feel as though he had fallen into a completely unfamiliar world, unable to help but shiver with goosebumps. Even when confronting the most terrifying demons and evil spirits, He had never felt such a sensation. Just at this moment, from the city gate tower, a furious roar resounded. Xie Lian sharply turned his head, only to see a tall, slender figure clutching the neck of the general who had just earlier cut the ropes, causing 3 people below the city wall to die with a crisp crack. He broke the general's neck. The soldiers also did not know how this person had suddenly appeared. All of them were terrified to their core, screaming and wielding their swords as they surrounded him. Who is that? How did you get up here? Xie Lian quickly noticed the opponent's hands. Those hands were already a mixture of blood and flesh. This person, astonishingly, had used a pair of flesh and bone hands, clinging to the city wall which had almost no crevices to climb up. And when that figure turned around, it was indeed Lang On. Lang On, surrounded by soldiers, did not waver at all. He flipped over the crenellated parapet and threw the general's corpse down from the city gate tower, while he himself stepped on that corpse, using it as a shock-absorbing springboard, and leaped down. A moment before leaping down, he looked directly towards Xie Lian, but not at Xie Lian, rather through Xie Lian, gazing at the imperial palace located in the very center of the imperial city. From that day forward, the kingdom of Xianlu plunged deep into chaos. Book 2 Chapter 77 Xianlu in Turmoil. Crown Prince returns to the mortal realm. Relying on these wandering and displaced Yong'an refugees to confront the imperial city's army of Xianlu was akin to throwing eggs against rocks, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, those who had no retreat would have the courage to throw eggs against rocks, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After a period of chaos, finally tens of thousands of Yong'an people left the city gate, retreated a distance and moved to set up camp. They absolutely refused to leave. Who knew if they would perish along the way? Lingering here meant dying regardless. What difference did it make? Thanks to the water and provisions the king had previously distributed, along with tree bark, weeds, roots, wild insects, snakes, rats and ants, and the accumulated resentment and unwillingness built up over many days, these people fought desperately with a tenacious vitality far exceeding imagination. A few days later, over 1,000 people hastily gathered again, carrying hoes, harrows, stones and tree branches, returning to fight a battle. Although this battle was fought haphazardly and chaotically, ending in a tragic defeat with more than half of the 1,000+ people wounded or killed, it was not without any gains. Lang On alone stormed into the city gate tower, carrying out a few sacks of provisions and several bundles of weapons. Although he was severely wounded, it instead ignited the fighting spirit of the desperate masses. At this point, their nature had drawn closer to the 2 words bandits and robbers. Once, twice, then a third time, the soldiers of Xianlu discovered that these bandits and robbers were progressing very quickly. The group of haphazard attackers, initially without experience, gradually found their way. Those who came were harder to deal with each time, and more returned, while a new wave of refugees, hearing the news, poured in to join, expanding their ranks. Because of the matter of how to deal with these bandits and robbers, the internal affairs of Xianlu were embroiled in a fierce dispute, and after 5 or 6 rounds of such absurd conflicts, Xie Lian could no longer stand by idly. For many days he had not ascended to the upper heaven court to report. This time, upon returning to the immortal capital, he silently ran straight into the martial god hall. When he burst in, Jun Wu was seated in the highest position, and all the heavenly officials bowed their heads, listening to orders, seemingly discussing an important matter. If it were before, Xie Lian would have chosen another day to visit, but today he could not wait any longer without beating around the bush. He opened his mouth and spoke directly. Heavenly Emperor, I wish to return to the mortal realm. All the heavenly officials were astonished, then covered their mouths, uttering no words, not wishing to reveal too much emotion. Jun Wu pondered for a moment, then rose from his divine throne, saying gently, Xianlu, I also roughly know what has happened, but you must calm down first. Xie Lian replied, Heavenly Emperor, I have come not to ask for your opinion, but to inform you. My people are in dire straits. I beg your forgiveness. I cannot remain calm. Jun Wu spoke. Mortal affairs have their own fixed destiny. You must know, once you descend, you will be violating a prohibition. Xie Lian replied, If it violates a prohibition, then let it violate a prohibition. Hearing this, all the heavenly officials changed color. Indeed, never before had any heavenly official dared to so boldly and resoundingly utter such words. No matter how much Jun Wu favored this young crown prince of Xianlu who had already ascended, he was being a little too audacious. Following that, Xie Lian bowed deeply and said, I beg you to open a path, to grant me a little time. Now that war has begun, casualties are unavoidable, but if I can quell this war, reduce the number of deaths to the lowest possible level, control the situation within the smallest scope, after the war ends, I will definitely willingly return to beg for punishment. At that time you may deal with me as you see fit. Regardless if you press me under a mountain for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. I will absolutely not regret it. Having said that, he maintained his bowed posture and retreated out of the hall. Junwu called Xian Lu. Xie Lian's footsteps halted. Junwu looked at him, sighed. You cannot save everyone. Xie Lian slowly straightened up and said, whether I can save everyone, I must try before I can know the answer. Even if heaven says I must die, but if that sword does not pierce through my heart, pinning me tightly to the ground unable to move, I will still survive. I will cling to my last breath, fighting to the very end. This time returning to the mortal realm, it was completely different from previous times. Xie Lian felt that something had been lost. There was a slight sense of relief, yet also a slight heaviness. The first step, he hastily returned to the imperial palace. The king and queen were behind the imperial study, their faces filled with sorrow and weariness, conversing softly with each other. Xie Lian walked to the door, feeling tense for a moment before calming his emotions. Then he lifted the curtain, stepped inside and called out, Father. The king and queen simultaneously turned their heads, both of them stunned. In that instant it was the queen who stood up first, joyfully exclaiming, My imperial son. She stretched out her two hands and stepped forward to embrace her son. Xie Lian supported her. However, before her smile could fade, she suddenly saw the king's face darken as he demanded, What are you doing down here? The smile on Xie Lian's lips froze. Before this, having overheard his parents secretly conversing in the imperial palace, Xie Lian felt that his father still cared for him and did not harbor as many objections towards him as he outwardly displayed. He had thought that upon his return, the king would show at least a little joy, and if so, he would certainly adopt a gentle and harmonious attitude. Unexpectedly, the king reacted like this, his expression showing no satisfaction at all, so Xie Lian also became angry, and sternly asked, Why did I come down? Is it not all because of you? Yong'an is in such turmoil today, do you ask yourself if you also bear a certain responsibility? The king's expression changed, and he coldly asked, My responsibility? Are these words you should say to me? Unexpectedly, he was so angry that he didn't pay attention to his own self-address. The queen shed tears and said, It has come to this. Do the two of you still want to argue? Xie Lian replied, It's not an argument but a discussion of reason. Even if you are the king, my imperial father, but if you bear responsibility, why am I not allowed to speak of it? Why did you not exert all efforts to provide disaster relief? Even if the relief money was swallowed up at every level, then why did you not punish those corrupt officials? If you had severely punished them with a heavy hand, dealing with each offender as they deserved, how could any vermin dare to embezzle again? Would the situation not be better than it is now? Veins throbbing on his forehead, the king slammed the table and roared, Silence! Do you think the national treasury is a bottomless pit, that however much is depleted can simply be refilled? And dealing with the each offender as they deserved? If it were that easy, if a king's single command could sweep through like a storm with immediate effect, then why have corrupt officials never been eradicated from all dynasties? What do you understand? You ignorant child, yet you want to discuss matters of state governance with me. Xie Lian said, Fine, I don't understand. Then even if the imperial city no longer had a refuge for the refugees, and their withdrawal was inevitable, why did you not provide more travel expenses for them? Why did you not calm their hearts, sending the army to escort them to the east? The king's eyes widened, and he pointed to the sky, scolding, Get out! Get out quickly! Go back to your heaven! Seeing you is nothing but trouble. Do not appear again. Xie Lian, having descended to the mortal realm with a fervent heart, had just met his parents for the first time only to hear his father tell him to get back to heaven. He did not utter a single word, bowed to his father, and then retreated. The queen chased after him, pulling him back, and called, My imperial son. Xie Lian softly said, Mother, please don't worry. I am just going to survey the current situation around the royal capital. The queen shook her head and explained, My imperial son, I don't understand much about matters of state. But I understand your imperial father. How he has been king for all these years, I have seen it. Perhaps you feel in your heart that he hasn't done well. Sometimes I feel that way too, but I simple. Why don't say anything? But you mustn't say it to his face like that after all. He is your imperial father. To tell him directly to his face that he didn't exert all his efforts, that is too harsh. Lian wanted to speak but held back. The queen continued, although you are the crown prince, you have never been king. Governing a nation is not like cultivating the Tao. When you first entered Huangjiguan, the imperial preceptor once said that cultivating the Tao only concerns the original heart, the heart of each person. Isn't that right? Lian slowly nodded, and the queen held his hand, saying, but there are many other things in this world where merely exerting all efforts is useless. You also need to have capability. Not only do you need to have capability, your subordinates must also have capability, and capability alone is still not enough. They must also be of one mind with you. Lian remained silent, not replying. After a long while, he asked, is the national treasury very depleted? I don't need temples. Tell him not to build so many temples for me. Get rid of all those golden statues. The queen said with a helpless sigh, this child, building temples, of course, has your imperial father's own intentions. He wants to give you what is good. He wants you to gain prestige in heaven. But do you know, out of 8,000 Taoist temples, how many were truly built by your imperial father? I'm sure you don't know. Indeed, Lian truly didn't know. He pondered for a moment, then replied. At half? The queen replied, if your imperial father had truly used money from the national treasury to build 4,000 Taizi temples, there would be no need to wait for the people of Yong'an to revolt. The imperial city would have descended into chaos first. If the national treasury were empty, where would the money to build so many come from? Your imperial father only built more than 20 others imitated him, also building as a trend, wanting to curry favor with him and with you. Would you also blame your imperial father for this? Xie Lian hesitated. The empress said softly, it's true that your imperial father did not do well enough, but he already tried his best. However, matters in this world, just trying one's best is not enough. After a pause, she continued, now you find those Yong'an people pitiful and therefore blame your imperial father. But all of them are his subjects. How could it be that it's entirely us oppressing them? In fact, halfway through speaking, the king in the imperial study furiously shouted, what's the point of you talking so much nonsense with him? Tell him to quickly return to heaven. The empress turned her head, sighed, imperial son, you don't descend anymore. You should return now. Leaving the imperial palace, Xie Lian walked along a small alley beside Shenwu Road. Just then Feng Xian and Mu Qing arrived running. As soon as Mu Qing arrived, he asked in an incredulous tone, Your Highness, did you voluntarily request to descend to the mortal realm? Did you go to Shenwu Temple and speak with the heavenly emperor? Xie Lian replied, Mu Qing asked, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Feng Xian found it puzzling. What do you mean? Does His Highness have to report to others whatever he wants to do? Mu Qing was a little disrespectful, saying, why not? We are his people, aren't we? Now we are bound together with him. All his actions are closely linked to our circumstances. What's wrong with me wanting to know what he plans to do? Feng Xian retorted, whatever His Highness does, aren't we all supposed to follow? Whatever he wants to do, whether ascend to heaven or descend to earth, he has his own convictions. What are you afraid of? You. Mu Qing replied, it's not that I'm afraid. Just that Xie Lian waved his hand, enough. Don't argue anymore. Feng Xian and Mu Qing immediately fell silent. At this moment, a marching procession passed by the main road. Hundreds and thousands of common people shouted loudly, Yong'an is not yet destroyed. The country will not have a day of peace. Festering sores disturbing the country, oppressing people outrageously. The Xianle people had never attacked anything so forcefully, and moreover paraded so vigorously and boisterously. Xie Lian couldn't help but find it strange. Feng Xian frowned again and asked, how come there are even women in there? It was indeed true. In the marching procession, a young girl rushed to the very first row. The young girl's figure was small and slender, her skin white as snow, her eyes bright and jet black, her cheeks flushed pink, but not from embarrassment, but from anger, extremely eye-catching. At this moment Mu Qing had calmed his emotions, and indifferently asked, Your Highness, don't you recognize her? Xie Lian replied, I don't recognize her. Feng Xian frowned again and asked, it seems a bit familiar looking, doesn't it? Mu Qing answered, that is one of the sources. Xie Lian asked what kind of source. Mu Qing replied the origin of the mortal enmity. Previously, because the Yong'an people in the imperial city were growing increasingly numerous, some did not coexist decently, secretly caused trouble everywhere, and the court was still deliberating the matter of expulsion. Rumors had already spread outside early. There was a Yong'an person who wanted to stay, didn't want to leave, and consequently desperate, became reckless. On a certain night, he sneaked into the house of a wealthy person and kidnapped that family's daughter. As Mu Qing said that Xie Lian, upon initial hearing, still didn't quite understand, didn't want to leave. How come he kidnapped the daughter of a rich family? Mu Qing looked at him, replied he wanted to marry that girl. But if not forcibly kidnapped, there wouldn't be any daughter from any family in the imperial city willing to marry a Yong'an person. Although Mu Qing did not explicitly say, Xie Lian had already understood. He had never thought it could be like this. It turned out that in this world there were also such people. It turned out that such things also happened, and suddenly an impulse to vomit surged within him. Fong Tin cursed on the spot. How disgusting. At this moment, a group of madams hastily ran up, bowing down to pull that young lady down. It seemed she had taken advantage of her family not paying attention and run out on her own. The young lady did not listen, shouting, "What is there to fear? What do I have to be ashamed of? It's not my fault." Fong Tin said in surprise, "This girl's temper is truly fierce." Mu Tin recounted, "That's right. Her family was originally no ordinary household. Her father was an important minister in the court, and her maternal family were wealthy merchants in the imperial city. They could not tolerate this grievance, and even less could she marry for the sake of face. First, they beat that Yong'an person to death. Not long after, wealthy merchants and reputable figures throughout the entire city signed a letter, listing the crimes of the Yong'an people who had entered the city from then until now, imploring His Majesty the King to imprison all these people in the Great Dungeon and punish them severely without mercy. What the stance of the ministers was, surely did not need to be said anymore." After a brief pause, Mu Tin continued nonchalantly, "I heard this girl's father once wanted to send her into the palace to contend for the position of crown prince consort. Surely your highness must have met her several times long ago. Why did you not recognize her?" Finally, Talin also discovered that everything was much more complicated than he had imagined. Inside and outside the city, they had long been irreconcilable. The subjects were agitated and resentful, only wishing they could round them all up in one sweep, driving them out and utterly destroying them. If the king's strategy leaned towards the Yong'an people, then how was that different from slapping his own people in the face? The final decision was to allocate a travel allowance from the depleted national treasury for them to withdraw. Although it looked unsightly, it was feared it would still incur more dissatisfaction from the majority. What was more frightening than the enemy's dissatisfaction was the dissatisfaction of the subjects he was ruling. Although it was said that all were originally subjects of Xianlu currently, it was feared that hardly anyone still perceived it that way. He sat high above, for a long time having not known about mortal affairs, while his father was still in the mortal world. As the king of a country wanting to use money, wanting to use people, the position he stood in, the pressure he had to bear, the concerns he needed to possess, along with the people and affairs he had to manage, how could it be like him? Just like the Yong'an people coming from outside to the imperial city, occupying land, causing disturbances, theft, and such for a martial god in a temple, it was ultimately just a small matter, not what Ardit getting angry over, endure a little and it would pass. But for the common people in the imperial city, that was reality, lingering daily, impossible to dismiss, an unbearable torment, a danger that could erupt at any moment. Feeling it was simple or insignificant was merely because the person in that position was not him. Talin could not help but think of the king's temples, which had much more gray hair than the last time they met. Last time he had said he wanted to dye it. It was feared that afterwards, he no longer had the energy to dye it. When he was a child, he firmly believed that his father was the greatest monarch in this world. The older he grew, the more he realized it was not so. Although his father was the king, he could not be considered exceptionally wise, sometimes even a bit conservative, often making mistakes. Stripping away that extremely noble status, he was merely a mortal. The more he understood, the more disappointed he became. The king discovered his disappointment, and thus became increasingly unable to tolerate his every disapproving glance, his every unaccepted word. And the most difficult thing to tolerate was for him to see his own failure. In this world, no father hoped his son would see his failures. Every father hoped that, before their children, they would forever be a great person. And Ta Lin appeared at that moment as if scolding his father. Father, you've done too terribly. So terrible that I am forced to come down here to help Faith, or salvage the situation. Regardless of his capacity as a king or a father. Hearing these words, how could he feel comfortable in his heart? Eventually, that young lady was also dragged back by several maids from her household, scrambling. The remaining common people continued to parade, waving flags and shouting nothing but one thing: kill. Declare war. Show those Yong'an people outside the city what's what. A long while later, Mu Tin spoke up. Your Highness, you should still apologize to the Heavenly Emperor in return. Matters have come to this point: heaven's opportune time, Earth's advantage, human harmony, all are lost. Just like the words Quan No spoke to him in the martial god, all mortal affairs have their own destined fates. This saying, was it not telling him the fate of your Xianla country is over, let it be. Even the Empress, his mother, longed day and night, only looking forward to meeting him. But upon meeting him, she tearfully told him to return, and not to bother anymore. How could Ta Lin not know that his parents did not want him to face this difficult ordeal, preferring that he stand idly by? Taking care of himself was enough. But how could it be like that? Oh, Ta Lin said in a low voice, it will not be so. With those words he strode outside. Volume 2 Chapter 78 Pacifying Yong'an. The Crown Prince enters the battlefield. Fong Tin and Mu Tin behind him both started, calling out, Your Highness. Then they immediately rushed out, protecting Ta Lin on both sides. But the common people throughout the martial god street had seen a white-robed youth appear in front, right in the middle of the street. The procession stirred into commotion for a bit, then reassembled. Over 1,000 people surrounded Ta Lin in rows and layers. The first person asked in a hesitant voice, Are you His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The second person hesitated, Hasn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince already ascended? Long since no longer immortal, why has he appeared here? The third person raised their voice, It is His Highness. 3 years ago, during the Lantern Festival procession to offer sacrifices to heaven, I saw it with my own eyes. It truly was His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. More and more people recognized the martial god whom they worship day and night. Xie Lian gently replied, It is I. I have returned. And so the common folk went mad. An immortal has descended. This is an immortal descending to the mortal realm, palpably before our eyes. A heavenly being has descended to the mortal realm. Surely, because he could not bear to see us continue to be oppressed by bandits and robbers, that His Highness has descended. Immediately someone full of hope asked, Your Royal Highness, will you lead us to defeat the Yongan people? It must be so, mustn't it? It must be so. Pausing for a moment, Xie Lian calmly said, I have returned to protect the state of Xianla, to protect my people. Hearing this, Fei Ying, Xian and Mu Qing, standing beside Xie Lian, did not dare to affirm what he truly meant, but the fervent, hot-blooded common folk unilaterally and willingly interpreted the meaning of that sentence. As for Xie Lian, he had his own considerations, his heart beating more and more intensely. He grit his teeth and said, Please trust me. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying, Your worship will give me greater power. With that power I will swear to die protecting Xianla, sheltering all living beings. I beg you to trust me. Everyone had only been waiting for this moment. What they desired was precisely that assurance from Xie Lian. The whole crowd immediately cheered fervently, surrounding His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in circles, prostrating themselves and bowing. We swear to die following you. We will follow Your Highness. Protect Xianla. Hearing an immortal has descended to the mortal realm, the imperial city's common folk poured out from main streets and narrow alleys, solely to witness this rare miracle of 1,000 years. Even the imperial guards who heard the news and rushed over did not dare to act presumptuously, but instead joined the ranks of those prostrating themselves and bowing. The three individuals were squeezed in the middle of the street, unable to move even half a step. Fong Xian and Mu Qing could not help but try to maintain order, shouting, Don't push, stop pushing. However, it had little effect. Everyone wanted to push their way to the closest posy, tie into His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, reaching out to touch the hem of this descending divine being's robe, as if their entire being would be blessed. Finally, the commotion reached the king in the imperial palace. The king dispatched several generals to lead fully armed soldiers out, and only then were they able to disperse the fervent populace. After everyone had dispersed, Xie Lian saw something on the ground, strewn with messy footprints and thick dust. He stepped closer, bent down and picked it up. It was a flower, but it had been trampled by many people, nearly crushed into the color of mud. Only a hint of its original pristine white color could be seen from a few remaining petals. Its faint, gentle fragrance was also no longer as before, and soon faded away. After pondering some matters thoroughly, this time, when Xie Lian returned to the imperial palace, his attitude towards the king was much gentler. Therefore, the king's expression towards him also softened considerably. The father and son each took a step back, thus temporarily achieving peace, while the imperial preceptor seemed to have long foreseen Xie Lian's descent to the mortal realm, and thus said nothing. Previously, Xie Lian had thought that with the entire nation united, and such a great matter at hand, it was only natural for everyone to obey the king. But when he truly sat down to participate, he himself truly comprehended what a troubled position that of a king was. The officials in a single court, it turned out, were divided into many small factions, each faction having its own calculations, and regarding how a major matter should ultimately be decided, they could debate ceaselessly for 7 days. Every person and every faction claimed to be for the nation and for the people, but in truth it was uncertain if they truly thought so in their hearts. Regarding the Yangon people garrisoned outside the city and formally considering the matter of equal standing, their opinions remained slow and ununified. Some advocated sending troops to ruthlessly annihilate them if there weren't enough pretexts. They would fabricate more, pinning additional crimes upon them. Others disagreed. The Yangon rebellion, starting with natural disasters, flared up due to human calamity caused by humans. The death of a family of 3 falling at the imperial city gates was truly the worst possible fuse. If that general who cut the rope hadn't had his neck snapped barehandedly by Lang On, he would have been severely punished upon his return. To put it unpleasantly, no matter how complex the internal situation or how many reasons there were, from an external perspective, this matter was clearly a case of officials oppressing the people into rebellion. With things having reached this point, loud commotion and fabricated accusations would only further provoke animosity no matter what pretexts were spun. They could not hide the truth from others. If troops were dispatched to annihilate them, it would reveal the king's unrighteousness, making it difficult to claim to be a benevolent army. Silencing the people is harder than damming a river. Once a reputation for tyranny was left behind, not only would the people not be appeased, but it was also feared that neighboring states would seize the opportunity to raise banners of acting on heaven's behalf and cause trouble. Thinking from another perspective, what was so fearsome about those Yangon people? They were hiding in wild mountains and forests. Without food or weapons, how long could they cause trouble? Therefore, the latter proposition ultimately gained the upper hand. If the Yangon people dared to boldly intrude, they would be killed each time they came. If they did not intrude, then they should be left to self-destruct. Xianla would not need to spend a single soldier or pawn fighting back and forth. They would merely exhaust themselves almost completely. As a martial god, Xie Lian had descended to the mortal realm, and naturally had to play a role on the battlefield. Therefore, within the army, there was no shortage of those who vigorously promoted whichever faction has His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the righteous faction. Whichever army has His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is a divine legion. For a time, numerous able-bodied young men throughout the entire nation enthusiastically enlisted in the army, and in just a few short months, Xianla's military strength more than doubled. With such a great commotion, it seemed the Yangon side also received the news. Originally, their actions were considered incessant, with one small group after another, but then they suddenly fell silent, as if harboring some apprehension, secretly accumulating strength. This caused the Xianla generals and soldiers to become endlessly tense, trying their best to describe to Xie Lian how fearsome that Lang On fellow, who always charged first, was. Hearing this name and recalling the child's corpse he had seen that day, Xie Lian's mood could not help but become a little complicated. 2 months later, the people of Vinan, who had been silent for a while, finally launched an attack once again. In this battle, Ta Lin only brought a featherlight sword to the field, not even wearing a helmet. In less than half an hour, the fighting had ended. Amidst the overwhelming stench of blood that covered the sky and earth, the remaining soldiers of Vinan threw away all their helmets and fled with all their might. The soldiers of Tianlaq had not even had time to react, only to see figures lying prostrate everywhere, not a single enemy able to stand upright, while their crown prince was slowly sheathing his sword, not even a corner of his robe stained in the slightest. A long while later, they finally confirmed their side's overwhelming victory, whereupon they vied with each other to leap up for joy, raising their swords towards the sky and cheering with abandon. That night the generals and soldiers of Tianlaq held a victory banquet atop the city gate tower. It had been a long time since they had felt such pride. The soldiers cheered and danced, raising their cups to praise the crown prince. Ta Lin, however, refused all invitations to drink and went alone to a corner of the city gate tower to clear his head in the night breeze. Clearly, he had not drunk a single cup of wine, yet he still felt his insides burning and his face flushed, his cheeks rosy red, and his fingertips still trembling slightly. This was the first time in his life he had killed someone. And for this very first time he had killed over 1,000 people. Mere insects. In Ta Lin's mind, those two words appeared again and again. Before his power, mortals could not withstand a single blow, not even able to block his feather-light punch. Taking other people's lives was incredibly easy, like a palace servant treading on a colony of ants, causing him to lose his sense of reverence each time he swung his sword. Ta Lin leaned against the parapet, took a few deep breaths, shook his head, and shook away those distracting thoughts, staring absently at the distant points of firelight in the mountain ravine. Not long after, two sets of footsteps approached. Without needing to turn his head, Ta Lin knew who had arrived. He said, "Aren't you going to drink some celebratory wine?" Mu Tin grumbled, "What's there to drink to? The situation is hardly optimistic." Hearing this, Ta Lin turned and asked, "You also nodded at it?" Indeed, it was not very optimistic. Although this battle was won, in reality, today's attack was stronger than all previous attacks by the people of Vinan. Not only had their numbers greatly increased, their battle formations, weaponry, and deployment methods all were qualitatively superior. Even quite a few were equipped with helmets. Although crude and ugly, they already resembled the scale of a regular army. It was hard to imagine that these were actually just a group of barefoot country folk. Mu Tin crossed his arms, frowning as he said, "Extremely harsh and difficult circumstances will indeed make people mature rapidly, but no matter how difficult and arduous, it will not spontaneously produce supplies. This is illogical." Fong Tin was more direct and said concisely, "They definitely have outside aid." Ta Lin nodded. Mu Tin said, "I don't believe that none of those generals and soldiers noticed it, yet they still celebrated as usual, simply because you are on this side they believe victory is certain." Actually, Ta Lin felt nothing was wrong with this and said, "The first battle I arrived for was one. It's fine for them to be a little happy. Consider it a boost to morale." Hesitating for a moment, Fong Tin still spoke, "Your Highness, your complexion doesn't look very good. Are you still making rain for Vinan?" Ta Lin said yes. Unsurprisingly, Mu Tin showed disapproval and said, "Forgive me for speaking frankly. Making rain now is also useless. That is the true motto. Less pit. Your Highness, even if Vinan's drought situation could truly be completely alleviated, I'm afraid the people outside the city still wouldn't withdraw." Ta Lin said, "I know. But I make rain not for those people to withdraw, but simply because I don't want those who remain in Vinan to die of thirst. This is my original purpose, and it will not change for anything." Fong Tin was still not entirely at ease and asked, "Can you handle it?" Ta Lin patted Fong Tin's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, I have 8,000 temples after all, and moreover enough believers. Naturally it's not a problem." However, he used his other hand to sling around Mu Tin's shoulder, sighing, "Today it was fortunate to have you two helping. Thank you for accompanying me." Today on the battlefield, his two attendants suffered even more than he did, killing until their entire bodies were splattered with blood. Fong Tin said, "No need to say such things." Mu Tin mumbled, "Oh." Once his hand gently applied strength, Ta Lin pulled the three people closer to each other, sincerely saying, "Not just today, but from past until now, I must thank you two greatly. I hope that the image of us three shoulder to shoulder in battle can be famed for 10,000 generations." Oh. After a moment, Fong Tin laughed heartily. Mu Tin said in an unbelievable tone, "I discover that you can always eloquently utter words that are very, truly it is." He shook his head, saying, "Never mind. With great diffy." Culty, Ta Lin's lips curled up slightly, but before he could smile for long, his expression suddenly turned cold, shouting who. With a clink, Ta Lin's long sword left its scabbard. He lightly flicked once, pulling a dark shadow out from the corner of the parapet wall. That person had been hiding in the corner for a long time, holding their breath and concentrating intently, still not discovered until now. Originally, Ta Lin had only intended to use the sword tip to suspend the opponent up to scare them a bit. Who would have thought that today on the battlefield he had killed people too brutally? His arm was still trembling uncontrollably. Acting with a bit of a moderation, this pull used too much strength and thus flung that person away from the wall. Under the moonlight, in midair, all three clearly saw the opponent wearing the uniform of their own side soldiers, their figure looking like a 15 or 16-year-old youth. The very next second, that person fell down, disappearing without a trace. Seeing someone about to fall down below the city gate tower, Ta Lin thought, "It's over," then launched himself out. His tiptoes gripped the edge of the parapet wall, his body suspended upside down. Quick as lightning, he extended his hand and pulled once, just in time to grasp one of the opponent's arms. The entire body of the young soldier was dangling in midair, swaying back and forth a few times. Then he lifted his head to look up. With this gaze following the faint moon light, Ta Lin saw the opponent's face, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Volume 2 Chapter 79 Baizi Slope. The Crown Prince falls into a devil's den. Ta Lin's leap was indeed a bit frightening, but of course his two attendants knew well that this was nothing to him. Mu Tin did not budge, while Fong Tin still pulled once. Ta Lin used a bit more strength, lifting that young soldier up, and the two people's feet landed on the city gate tower. Ta Lin asked, "Whose soldier are you under? Why are you hiding here?" The young soldier's hands and head were wrapped in bandages. On the bandages were still seeping slight traces of blood. It seemed that injuries were piling up. This was also not strange at all. Today's great battle had many injured soldiers bandaged like this, but he kept hiding in the shadows without saying a word. This matter was very suspicious. Mu Tin spoke up, "Could it be a spy from Yong'an? Let's capture him and interrogate him." Ta Lin also suspected so, but the imperial city was strictly guarded. It would be difficult for enemies to infiltrate, unless it was Lang Ying, and this young soldier was clearly still a mere stripling. At this moment, Fong Tin surprisingly said, "Your Highness, do you not remember this lad? During the day, he kept rushing to the front of you. He was the one right on the front line of battle." Ta Lin was taken aback, asking, "Is that so?" During the day's slaughter, he completely had no time to pay attention to anything else, only knowing that if anyone raised a sword wanting to kill him, he would swing his sword to retaliate, not even paying attention to Fong Tin and Mu Tin. How could he possibly pay attention to other young soldiers? Fong Tin affirmed, "That's right. I remember this lad. He attacked fiercely, as if he didn't want to live." Hearing Fong Tin say that, Ta Lin then carefully observed that young soldier. All of a sudden, he stood straight up, raising his head and puffing out his chest, appearing a bit stiff, and then again as if standing at attention. Mu Tin asked, "Then he also shouldn't be secretly hiding here. Who knows if he came to peek or eavesdrop?" Though he said that, in truth Mu Tin had already lowered his guard. Because within the Xianlu army, they were vigorously promoting the so-called Divine Army, Destiny's Chosen. Many young people enlisted because they followed Ta Lin, among them no lack of youths of this age, and many were loyal worshippers of Ta Lin. From childhood they had bowed to his divine statue, growing up hearing the good reputation of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Wanting to secretly approach to meet the martial god was also not the first or second time. It was not rare at all. Destiny's chosen heavenly will is decreed. Ta Lin said, "All right, just being overly cautious," then gently said to that young soldier, "Earlier I scared you, I apologize." The youth showed no fear at all, only standing even straighter, softly raising his voice, "Your Highness." Who would Ave thought his words were not yet finished, when an incident occurred. The young soldier had not finished his sentence when he suddenly lunged towards Ta Lin. Thinking it intended to ambush him, Xie Lian shifted his body to avoid, raising his hand, intending to strike down with his palm. With his strength, if this strike were to land, that youth would certainly immediately lose his life. To his surprise, he suddenly felt his spine go cold. His hand raised midair suddenly changed direction, turning to block an arrow shot furtively flying towards his back. It turned out that youth pouncing towards him was because he saw the flash of the arrow flying amidst the air. Originally Xie Lian stood with his back towards the parapet wall, his back being attacked, yet he was not at all afraid. On the contrary, he even jumped onto the wall, looking straight down. Only then did he see, on the open flat ground before the city gate, a solitary figure, indistinctly visible, stood far away. Because that person wore dark-colored clothes, blending into the dark night, it was thus very difficult to detect. Feng Xian swiftly ran to Xie Lian's side, drew his bow and shot an arrow. But that person had already calculated the distance, deliberately stood extremely far. The arrow shot out, causing Xie Lian to look towards him. He waved his hand, silently turned his back and fled, retreating extremely quickly. By the time Feng Xin's arrow flew there, it was already too late. It stuck right at a position a few inches from his foot. Feng Xian angrily pounded the city wall. Dust and pebbles falling scattered. Who was that? Who else could it be? Xie Lian said, laying on. The Xianlu soldiers also discovered the abnormality, running quickly and shouting in all directions, but stemming from caution, they did not immediately issue an order to open the city gate to pursue, but went everywhere to ask for the opinions of their superiors. Lang On shot the arrow, then waved his hand and fled, truly as if he had specially come to greet Xie Lian. Mu Qing furrowed his brows and asked what did he come to do? To show off his might. Feng Xian angrily said today on the Yong'an battlefield he was beaten to smithereens. He only barely escaped from His Highness' hands. What is there to show off his might about? Feeling that on the furtively shot arrow there was something tied, Xie Lian untied it and went over to examine it by the firelight. It was a strip of cloth, which seemed to have been torn from a blue brocade robe. On the cloth there were still wet, soaked bloodstains. Opening it to examine, surprisingly, there was a scrawled character she written on it. Xie Lian immediately crumpled the piece of cloth, raising his voice to ask, where is Qi Rong? Is Qi Rong not in the imperial palace? Feng Xian said to the soldier next to him, quickly enter the city to confirm. The soldiers hastily withdrew. This was indeed a corner of the cloak that Qi Rong liked to wear most. Lang On was also famously elusive. The possibility of Qi Rong truly being captured by him was not small at all. This matter could not be delayed. Xie Lian said, let me pursue to see. Seeing Feng Xian also step over, he said, you all guard the city gate securely, do not wander around, beware, it is a ploy to lure the tiger out of its mountain lair. Feng Xian put on his bow, and asked, are you not bringing anyone along at all? If the Yong'an side did not massively invade first, Xie Lian did not at all want Xianlu to proactively send out troops. If Qi Rong fell into enemy hands, he alone could bring him back, but if he brought troops along, it would certainly escalate the matter, and the dead would absolutely not be just one or two people. Currently, Xie Lian still wanted to control the matter within the smallest scope, so he replied, no. They cannot do anything to me. Finishing his words, his hand lightly pressed on the wall. Xie Lian jumped from the city gate tower, gently landing on the ground, swiftly pursuing in the direction Lang On retreated. After running for a while, he heard footsteps pursuing from behind. He turned his head to look. It turned out to be that young soldier. Xie Lian said to him, I do not need help, you go back. The youth shook his head. Xie Lian again said, go back. Finishing his words, his footsteps accelerated. In a flash he had left that youth far behind, no longer visible. Running 5 or 6 li, he entered a mountain. This mountain was not steep but more like a mountain slope. Therefore it was called Beizi Slope. According to reconnaissance, after the Yong'an people retreated, most of the army and common folk were stationed here. The trees on Beizi Slope were dense and overgrown at night. Strange echoes resonated throughout the dark, dense forest, as if countless creatures were hiding, staring intently like hungry tigers. Xie Lian went deep into the mountain, held his breath searching for a long time. Suddenly saw a long figure hanging on a tree trunk ahead. As soon as he looked carefully again, he called out, Qi Rong. That was indeed Qi Rong. He was hung upside down on the tree, looking as if he had been beaten unconscious, with blood flowing from his nose and one eye bruised purple. Xie Lian drew his sword from its sheath, swung his sword to cut the ropes, caught Qi Rong as he fell and patted his face. Qi Rong slowly regained consciousness, and as soon as he saw him, he cried out loudly, Crown Prince cousin. Xie Lian was untying Qi Rong when his back suddenly went icy cold. He turned his hand to use his long sword to block. As soon as he turned his head, He only saw Lang On holding a heavy sword with both hands, chopping towards him. The two clanged, exchanging a few moves. Before long, Xie Lian had struck Lang On's sword flying, then kicked his shin, causing him to fall sprawling. Finally, he pointed the sword tip at his throat, ending the battle, saying, "You know you are not my opponent, do not fight anymore." Today they fought on the battle field. Whoever charged towards Xie Lian was killed by Xie Lian. Only Lang On endured a sword strike from him head-on, yet still survived, dragging his injured body back. Anyone could see, Lang On was indeed the leader of the Yong'an people. Xie Lian telling him do not fight anymore naturally did not only have one layer of meaning. Xie Lian continued, "As long as you all do not proactively invade, I guarantee the Imperial City soldiers will not attack you all. Take water and provisions, then leave." Lang On lay on the ground, looking straight into Xie Lian's eyes. That gaze could not help but make one's heart tremble with fear. He asked Crown Prince, "His Highness, do you believe what you are doing is right?" Xie Lian's expression stiffened. Qi Rong at his side, however, cursed, "Nonsense. Do you know who Crown Prince Cousin is? He is an immortal from the heavens. If he is not right, then are you treacherous dogs who betrayed the country right?" Xie Lian shouted, "Qi Rong, shut your mouth." Lang On's question he could not answer. From the bottom of his heart, in truth, he felt what he was doing had some flaws. However, this was the best method he could think of. If he did not protect Xianlu against the invasion, then could it be that he would just let the rebellious Yong'an people attack repeatedly, even killing their way into the imperial city? If one or two people raised their swords and charged towards him, he could know when to stop, only striking to knock them unconscious. But on the battlefield, sabers and swords were merciless. He did not have the strength to knock out each person one by one. He could only stop thinking and then swing his sword. Lang On asking in such a way just happened to evoke the voice from the bottom of his heart, "Do you believe what you are doing is right?" Tik Dung, however, was not worried like Ta Lin, saying, "What did I say wrong? Cousin, if you have arrived, then quickly kill all these dog bandits. Dozens of them were attacking me alone." Usually Tik Dung acted brazenly and tyrannically within the imperial city naturally. Many people of Yong'an hated him, and seizing the opportunity for revenge was a matter beyond question. Of course, in truth, the people of Xianlu who hated Tik Dung were also not few. Now Ta Lin had no time to pay attention to him, saying to Lang On, "What do you want? If you want rain, Yong'an will still continue to have rain. If you want gold, I will push a gold statue to you. If you want food, I will find a way. But do not ignite war anymore. Let us together find a solution, find a third path. Okay?" These words were all spoken by Ta Lin. Unable to restrain himself, it was not certain if Lang On understood what the third path was. Yet he replied without the slightest hesitation, "I want nothing at all. I need nothing at all either. The only thing I want is for the state of Xianlu to no longer exist in this world. I want it to disappear." His voice was even, yet for some unknown reason, his words made others tremble without cold. A long while later, Ta Lin responded in a low voice, "You want to lead people to fight? I cannot stand by and watch. You have no chance of victory. Even if the people of Yong'an who follow you will die, must you still do so?" Lang On replied, "Yes." "Oh." Lang On replied so nonchalantly, so steadfastly, Ta Lin's joints crackled. Yet he had no more words to say. Lang On uttered every single word, "I know you are a god. It doesn't matter. Even if you are a god, do not hope to make me stop." Ta Lin knew Lang On spoke the truth. Because what was hidden in his tone, Ta Lin could not be more familiar with. That was the unwavering determination of a person. When he had said to Quan No, "Even if heaven wants me to die," the determination within those words was exactly like Lang On's determination at this moment. That statement of Lang On was no different from a declaration that he would continue to call upon countless people of Yong'an, where those in front would fall, and those behind would step up to attack, never ceasing forever. If that was the case, what Ta Lin should do now was already too clear. One of Ta Lin's hands was still holding the sword, now he changed to two hands. Just as his two hands were trembling, intending to thrust down towards Lang On's throat, from behind him suddenly came a strange creak 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 sound, along with a shrill cold laugh. Unexpectedly, behind him, a person had appeared silently. Ta Lin was atly astonished, turning his head to look, his eyes widened. Appearing at this very moment, the greatest possibility was that it would be an enemy general or soldier. Perhaps countless blades and swords had already aimed at him, But he truly did not expect that behind him would be such a bizarre individual. That individual wore pale white mourning clothes, his face also wearing a pale mask, half crying, half smiling, bizarre in the extreme. He sat on a vine between two large trees. The creak 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 sound emanated as he swung the vine back and forth, at first glance appearing as if he were pushing a swing. Seeing Ta Lin turn his head, he raised both hands, leisurely clapping loudly, while his mouth emitted bursts of cold laughter. For some unknown reason, Ta Lin felt his hair stand on end, and he asked in a serious tone, "What thing are you?" He used the word thing because his intuition told him that this was definitely not a human. Just then, Ta Lin suddenly noticed something was wrong with the tip of the sword in his hand, and Tik Dung also shrieked. Ta Lin turned his head to look. The ground in front had cracked into a long trench, and Lang On, who had been lying on the ground, was swallowed by the crack. The ground quickly closed, and Ta Lin unconsciously plunged his sword into the center of the earth. Discovering that the sword tip only touched mud and earth, not piercing flesh and blood, only then did he realize that this sword strike could not kill Lang On. And he did not know whether to regret it or be glad. At this moment, the one in white clothes again emitted a sinister, gurgling laugh. Ta Lin raised his hand and flung his sword towards him. This sword flew as fast as lightning, piercing through his body, pinning him to the tree, yet he uttered no sound, slumping limply to the ground. Ta Lin rushed over to examine, but only saw a set of soft white clothes draped on the ground. The wearer had inexplicably disappeared. This person's appearance and disappearance were both indescribably bizarre. Ta Lin was startled, not daring to be careless, and with one hand lifted Tik Dung, saying, "Go." Tik Dung cried out again, "Don't go. Cousin, set the mountain on fire, cousin." On this mountain, there are many people of Yong, and those wretched commoners who clung to the city gate and refused to leave are all hiding on the mountain. Quickly set them ablaze and burn them to ashes. Ta Lin dragged Tik Dung for a while, feeling that the yin energy around them was growing heavier and heavier, as if countless pairs of eyes were watching them. So he said, "How bizarre was that person just now, didn't you see? This place should not be stayed in for long." Tik Dung asked, "So what if he's bizarre? You are a god, why need you fear this kind of small demon or monster? If he dares to come and cause trouble, just kill him directly." Ta Lin said, "Let's go back first, then we'll decide." Seeing Ta Lin being perfunctory and unwilling to burn the mountain, Ich Dung glared and asked, "Why? Those people beat me into this state. They want to oppose us. You just heard it. That fellow said he wanted to destroy Xianlu. He wants to destroy our state. Why do you not kill them all, just like you did today on the battlefield?" Ta Lin choked and angrily roared, "Why does your head always think of killing everyone and everything? How can civilians and soldiers be the same?" Tik Dung retorted, "What is not the same? Are they not all people? Killing anyone, is it not all the same?" Ta Lin was as if struck on a raw nerve by him. His blood rushed up. At this moment he suddenly felt his ankle seized. He lowered his head to look and found it was a swollen hand reaching out from the dense bushes nearby, suddenly grabbing his shoe. At the same time in front, a few thud-thud sounds echoed, and 7 or 8 figures fell from the trees like rain, squirming on the ground, unable to crawl up. Although they were human-shaped, they were stark naked, like countless enormous flesh worms, slowly wriggling and crawling towards this direction. Shirong screamed, "Who is it?" Xie Lian swung his sword, severing that hand, and said in a deep voice, "Not human, they are Bainu." Previously, Xie Lian had never heard of any mountain near the imperial city where such things had ever appeared. No matter what kind of demons, monsters, or ghosts, they would quickly be dealt with by the Taoists of Huangji Guan. Therefore, this swarm of Bainu could only have been intentionally released here by someone. Xie Lian had completely not expected that this battle would even involve non-human entities. Recalling the clues from earlier, he increasingly felt that that fellow and Lang Ying were of the same ilk. Kidnapping Shirong was merely to lure him here. But at this moment there was no time to think carefully. Every time Xie Lian swung his sword, he could cleave 7 or 8 Bainu in half, but once Bainu appeared, they came in swarms and droves. Sure enough, throughout the bushes and weeds a rustling sound echoed, the swaying became increasingly violent, and increasingly more skin-colored, blurry-faced humanoids crawled over, rushing fiercely towards Xie Lian, and moreover, they only targeted Xie Lian. Xie Lian swung one sword to kill 10 creatures. Then immediately 20 creatures pounced. While he was swinging his sword without cease, A bainu on a tree accurately aimed at Xie Lian's back, plunging down from the sky. Unexpectedly, before it could even get close, it was severed by a cold flash of light. Xie Rong had not brought weapons, so naturally it couldn't have been Xie Rong who cut it. Xie Lian turned his head to look and discovered that the one swinging the sword was none other than that young soldier. At the city gate, he had been left far behind by Xie Lian out of sight, yet he still managed to follow all the way here and found them. The youth held a chipped sword, and with a few sweeps, he had cut down several bainu. Extremely effective. These creatures, while crawling, secreted extremely sticky bodily fluids. Xie Rong yelled, "How disgusting!" and heavily kicked the head of a slightly weaker bainu many times, discovered that these things were not scary at all, and said vexedly, "They're not that formidable, are they?" He did not know that bainu often appeared together with other ferocious evil creatures. Xie Lian bit his lip until it bled, used 2 fingers of his right hand to dab fresh blood, and quickly smeared it onto the sword blade. Finally, he thrust the sword into Xie Rong's hand and said, "The 2 of you take this sword and go ahead first. Nothing will dare to approach you. Along the way, no matter what you hear, you must not turn your head. Remember well. Absolutely do not turn your head." Xie Rong said, "Cousin." Xie Lian interrupted, "The truly formidable one is still behind us. When it arrives later, I won't be able to look after you too. You'd best return to report the news." Xie Rong said no more. Holding the sword, he fled for his life. The precious sword in his hand had been consecrated by Xie Lian. Bainu and other evil creatures all dared not approach. Thanks to this, the path was clear, and he soon disappeared. That young soldier had not yet left. Xie Rong had already run ahead. Xie Lian also did not have a second protective precious sword to give him, so he had no choice but to use his hands as weapons, fighting and killing continuously. Coupled with the youth's strenuous operation, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, finally all the bainu were completely annihilated. On the ground, bodily fluids and corpses were scattered, and a pungent stench hung heavy. After confirming that not a single bainu remained, Xie Lian steadied his breathing, turned to the youth and said, "You wield a sword not badly." The youth gripped his sword tightly, originally still panting, but suddenly stood straight and replied, "Yes, yes." Xie Lian asked, "I wasn't giving an order, was I? Why do you say yes to me? Earlier I ordered you to return, why didn't you say yes?" The youth replied, "Yes." Only after speaking did he realize something was strange, so he stood even straighter. Xie Lian shook his head, pondered for a moment, then suddenly quirked his lips and said, "However, you are more suited to using a saber." Book 2 Chapter 80 Tender Fragrance. Bitter desire to guard the golden body. That youth was startled and asked, "Why?" Recalling each move it had used to fight and kill the bainu just now, Xie Lian casually made a few gestures and said, "Have you never tried using a saber before? You use a sword, its sword path is varied and unpredictable. Though both fast and fierce, it seems a bit constrained, unable to fully unleash its potential. If you've never used a saber, you'd best try next time. I think its power might be stronger." Whenever he saw someone use a move with a unique quality, Xie Lian couldn't help but want to exchange a few words. It wasn't to preach or act superior, but rather with a heart full of interest, wanting to enthusiastically study and discuss with the other party. Due to his extremely rich combat experience, normally he didn't even need to think he would know at a glance, but for a moment he couldn't explain why, only feeling that it must be so. Most people around him, out of reverence for his status, would then listen. Few truly thought about whether what he said made sense or not. But that youth listened with utmost attention, seemingly deep in thought, occasionally looking at the sword blade in his hand. After exchanging a few sentences throughout the dark forest, a rustling sound suddenly echoed, as if something was crawling quickly past. Xie Lian suddenly remembered that he was currently still in a situation of danger on all sides. This interest had come at an inappropriate time. So he immediately reverted to a serious expression. "I wonder if there are any other evil creatures on this mountain. We must certainly deal with them all at once." The youth nodded sharply, offered the iron sword in his hand with both hands. Xie Lian shook his head and said, "You just need to protect yourself. Earlier you didn't leave, now you can no longer leave. I will try my best to protect you, but you must also be extremely vigilant." At this moment he saw the bushes sway again. Something leaped past. Xie Lian waved his hand and unleashed a palm strike, hitting it. That creature let out a miserable growl then stopped moving. Smelling the stench of blood, Xie Lian couldn't help but find it strange if it were a banished. After being smashed, they would release nothing but sticky bodily fluids, with extremely high viscosity, and not emit such a stench of blood. Therefore he stepped forward to investigate. Pushing aside the bushes, sure enough, inside was a large-headed banished that had been utterly shattered by his palm strike. But the thing emitting the stench of blood was not it, but rather what it held in its mouth, a torn piece of scalp with long hair attached. Banished lived by gnawing on food scraps. It seemed someone alive had been killed. The path it crawled to get here left scattered drops of blood on the bushes. Xie Lian immediately followed these blood trails forward. That young soldier closely followed him. The further they went, the denser the blood trails became, the stronger the stench of blood grew. Not long after, he suddenly heard someone's faint crying. The young soldier raised his sword to shield Xie Lian. Xie Lian, however, pulled him back. Circling past a patch of flowering bushes, a rather large mountain cave appeared before their eyes. Perhaps this mountain cave was originally a temporary shelter for some people, but now corpses lay scattered. 2 or 3 dozen banished clung to the bodies on the ground, devouring them to their heart's content. Additionally, 5 or 6 creatures were surrounding a young woman. Her face was contorted in pain. Her abdomen had been ripped open, her internal organs spilled onto the ground, but she was still alive. It seemed that just moments ago she had been lightly applying makeup. Many dark red flowers adorned her temples. Fresh red blood accentuated the dark red flowers at her temples, utterly cruel. And that horde of banished were roughly handling her hot, steaming innards, preparing to open their mouths to gnaw, when suddenly hearing someone approach, they simultaneously turned their heads, pouncing towards this direction. Without even bothering to turn his pupils, Xie Lian unleashed a palm strike, killing the entire pack. Afterwards immediately inspected the corpses. These corpses were female and male, young and old. Everyone had ashen faces and dusty brows, their bodies clothed in simple fabric garments. Truly all were common folk of Yong, and Xie Lian could not help but be startled. He thought that the sudden appearance of demons, ghosts, and monsters in this mountain were all brought by that peculiar white-clad individual. The white-clad individual saved Lang Ying, 8/10 likely of the same ilk as him. But why did this horde of banished use common folk of Yong'an as food? Beings not human would not without rhyme or reason form an alliance with humans. Could it be that this was Lang Ying's exchange condition? Using the lives of those who followed him as capital. That girl was both in pain and afraid, her mouth spitting fresh blood, choked out saying, "Don't kill me, I have never done anything bad at all, don't kill me." Xie Lian could not help but recall the family of 3 who died beneath the city wall that day. What bad thing had they done either? He bent down, his tone even more gentle. "Don't be afraid. It's all right, I have come to save you." That young soldier again drew his sword, pointing it at the girl, saying, "Your Highness, be careful. It might be a deep mountain demon spirit." Of course Xie Lian knew that possibility existed. Moreover, the possibility was very great, but after weighing his options, he still felt he could not abandon her. Being careful would suffice. He took the girl's pulse for a moment, flipped to examine her palm lines and fingerprints, quickly determined she was a living person, and moreover had never practiced martial arts before, couldn't even tie a chicken tightly. Thereupon he immediately began treatment, took the medicine bottle out from his sleeve, twisted open the bottle's stopper, and a wisp of hazy white smoke spread out, emitting a fragrant aroma. This medicine not only could slow the temporary symptoms of various strange poisons, but also had effect on wounds. Xie Lian did not at all begrudge the spiritual medicine, used the entire bottle for her, asked, "Is it a little better now?" The girl's wound condition was very serious, so tragic one couldn't bear to look. After inhaling that wisp of smoke, her complexion also became rosier somewhat, and she weakly nodded her head. Xie Lian continued to ask, "Are you people of Yong'an? How did you come to this plight?" The girl said amidst tears, "Yes, I am a person of Yong'an. I also don't know why anymore. Should have sobbed, should have been peaceful, and well, suddenly my father died. My elder brother also died just now." Xie Lian gently patted her shoulder, asked who was the culprit who harmed them to death? Or what kind of thing? The girl sobbed and said, "The culprit who harmed them to death is you." Speaking until the last sentence, her complexion suddenly turned fierce, her 2 eyes shone fiercely, and she spread her arms embracing Xie Lian. The young soldier had been standing beside, vigilant all along, reacted extremely quickly, stabbed his sword into her spine. That girl was already heavily wounded being stabbed by the young man. Absolutely no chance of survival remained, but she gleefully laughed boisterously, risking death. Embraced Xie Lian, refusing to let go. Maintaining that posture, ceased breathing, gave up her life. She embraced too tightly with great difficulty. The young soldier only then pulled her corpse away. Afterwards raised his voice calling, "Your Highness. How are you?" Xie Lian also thought that this young girl wanted to launch a sneak attack, but she did not carry any sharp weapon, not even biting or tearing, only embraced him tightly, as if just that was satisfaction, even until death did not let go. He dazedly said, "I am fine, His words yet unfinished, as if mocking him. A dizzying sensation suddenly swept over him. The young soldier stared with one wide jet-black eye, called out, "Your Highness." Xie Lian only felt his innards burning uncomfortably, could not speak a word, also did not want to say anything, even more did not want to hear people speak. He shook his head, raised his hand without saying a sound. Just then, from all four directions again transmitted the sounds of girls' laughter. He. The two people were startled to discover there was no third person in all four directions. The thing emitting the laughter turned out to be those deep crimson flowers. Xie Lian instantly understood what kind of trap he had fallen into. Anu Hung. This Anu Hung was not that Anu Hung. Anu Hung was precisely a type of flower demon that loved to live gathered together, sucking the vital essence and bloody vitality of men to live. Their fragrance was not anything good. Xie Lian hurriedly said, "Quickly cover your nose and mouth. Don't inhale the fragrance of those flowers." The young soldier was originally already wrapped full of bandages, filtering out a layer of scent, therefore only then did not inhale that fragrance. Hearing this, he tightened his bandages, suddenly realized Xie Lian had nothing to cover himself with, thereupon tore off the cleanest part of his own sleeve, rubbed it vigorously and then dusted it clean, finally used two hands to give it to Xie Lian. Xie Lian again said, "No need. It's useless." When he was treating that girl, although he had precautions, but did not take precautions against the fragrance, not to mention getting too close, not knowing the thing she pinned by her temple was a blossom of Anu Hung. Before dying, she even embraced Xie Lian tightly to ensure no mistake occurred. In other words, Xie Lian had long unconsciously inhaled several deep breaths of Anu, this time counted as permeating deep into his heart and liver for real. After the fragrance of Anu entered his body, men would have their blood and chi surge. First enervated, then short-tempered. Now his entire body was soft as if tendons had been removed, and later, once the numbness passed, he would turn into a barrel of gunpowder. If that strange white-robed figure were to appear again now, Xie Lian truly did not know how much certainty of victory he held originally. He also did not know how capable the opponent was. His first reaction was to grope for the medicine bottle, but upon taking it out, he suddenly remembered that to save that young girl, all the medicine had been used up, yet in the end she had not survived. Xie Lian glanced at the corpse beside him. The girl was still smiling brightly, as if genuinely delighted from the bottom of her heart that before dying, she had made the enemy fall into a trap, finally able to go meet her loved ones. It was just a pity that the bloody scene dimmed the dazzling and dangerous color of the flower, the smell of blood fading the unusual floral scent. Xie Lian had also never thought that such a deep expression of resentment could appear on the face of a girl only 15 or 16 years old, nor that she could commit such a desperate act. On the other side, the flower demons were endlessly excited, whispering, "They're hooked. He's hooked. It really is that crown prince, His Highness. It's him. So handsome. Oh, my roots are about to lose control and crawl out of the earth." The young soldier swung his sword, striking, wiping out a patch of flowers, but their flower stalks were strangely flexible. That chipped sword struck once, struck again, and became a little duller. The flower demon swayed and shrieked, "Oh my! This little brother with milk on his breath is so fierce. It's been so hard for us to be about to bloom. How do you intend to compensate us for this?" The young soldier was so angry his eyes blazed. "Do you want to die? I will light a fire and burn you all to ashes." The flower demons crossed their green leaves on their stalks, wailing, "How formidable! We didn't provoke you, why are you so terribly angry?" Xie Lian also said, "Don't burn them. They are demons. Burning them will produce toxic gas. And you can't pluck them out either. The young man immediately stopped the hand he intended to use for plucking. Xie Lian languidly added, there are poisonous thorns all over the stalks. The flower demon spoke coquettishly, oh my. Crown Prince, His Highness is so tender. Thank you for protecting us. Wait a moment, we will bear fruit right away. We will surely love you wholeheartedly. There aren't many strong young men who cultivate Tong Zigong from childhood. Although if one loses their virginity, their spiritual power will drop by one realm, but we can only make His Highness feel wronged. Hi. The On Nu Xiang flowers rubbed against each other. Emitting giggles, their lustful intent slowly revealed itself. The young soldier listened, bewildered for a long time. Hearing Tong Zi losing virginity, Relma seemed to half understand, half not, but still made out that these were not helpful words. He vigorously swung his sword, chopping at the flowers while roaring in anger, wanting to drown out the flower demon's teasing and prevent Xie Lian from hearing it. Xie Lian, meanwhile, clenched both hands until his knuckles cracked. So that's how it is. So, the series of events that occurred tonight was truly a trick specifically set up to deal with him. Kidnapping only Shi Rong alone meant they had already determined that with the arrogance and calculations of a martial god of Xianlu like him, he would certainly choose to pursue alone, turning a big matter into a small one. As for the heavily wounded young girl, she was intended to deplete all of his spiritual medicine, making him inhale the fragrance of On Nu and unable to resolve it instantly. Demons, ghosts, and living people had combined, solely to await him at this step. The cultivation path Xie Lian followed indeed required him to maintain his virgin body. After cultivators of this lineage ascended, those who came to visit also firmly believed that the god they worshipped was naturally extraordinary and detached from worldly affairs, untouched by human desires, the instinctive desires of humankind. Therefore, if he did not preserve himself, it would certainly cause his devotees to falter, and his spiritual power would greatly diminish. Although it was not so severe as to fall directly from a heavenly official to a mortal, and with several years of arduous cultivation in the future, there would still be a chance to recover. Yet at this crucial moment, how could he possibly have spare time to close himself off for several years of arduous cultivation? The Imperial Temple of Extreme had extremely strict rules and prohibitions. As the foremost elite within the temple, Xie Lian had never broken a rule or crossed a boundary, having long considered himself cultivated to be as firm as iron and stone. Even if a storm blew, it could not stir waves in the sea of his heart. He had also experienced quite a few such trials, each time successfully overcoming them. Yet, though his heart was as calm as still water, ultimately, he was still young and thin-skinned. Now, with a small soldier standing beside him, listening to the flower demons hurl blatant obscene words at him, not to mention the entwining floral fragrance, his blood boiling, stirring with impatience, Xie Lian could not help but feel a little embarrassed, his complexion also tinged with a flush, but, regrettably, he still could not stand up. Now he could still barely resist, but if these On Nu Xiang flowers truly bore fruit, then he would be in big trouble. The best way, of course, was to immediately return to the imperial city and have Feng Xian and Mu Qing protect him with their spiritual powers. But right now, even standing up, his legs were completely limp. Xie Lian had no other choice but to call to that little soldier, "You. Come here." Volume 2 Chapter 81 On Nu Xiang, Preserving the Golden Body Through Austere Self-Control 2. Hearing this, the young soldier's back suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned around, but still did not dare to come over. The situation was currently urgent. Seeing him hesitate and waver, a surge of hot air rushed up in Xie Lian's heart. He forced himself to say, "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you. Come here quickly." Finally, the youth then strode forth. Rushing to about 2.0.7 m from Talin, he suddenly stopped. Talin quietly drew a light breath, offered a hand to him and said, "Help me up, take me away from here." The young soldier cautiously grasped that arm. As if a dying person had finally found a support, Talin's entire being instantly relaxed, collapsing onto that youth. Due to being immersed in the On Nu Hung, the temperature of his body rose sharply. His entire body was already searing hot, but unexpectedly, the young man's palm was also as scorching as his. Moreover, was trembling ever so slightly. Talin Mare. Ili leaned for a while, accumulated some strength, then endeavored to stand upright, unwilling to let a person smaller than himself exert their full strength to support him. Under the young man's leading, Ta Lin took a few slow steps. Who would have thought? Then heard the flower demon say, "Don't, Your Royal Highness, please don't go. That one is waiting for you on the road. If you depart from here you will meet that one." That one? Ta Lin asked, who is that one? At the mention of this person, the An Nu Hung seemed slightly fearful, paused for a moment, then mumbled, "That one is just that one." The several blooms nodded to each other, saying that one is just that one. He is precisely the one who led us to this place. Though they dared not utter the name or identity of that one, yet in Ta Lin's mind, that half-crying, half-smiling mask immediately appeared. He asked, "Do you mean that, if I return now, the one who unearthed you and brought you here will waylay and kill me along the road? And if I stay, that one will not come to find me, right?" The flower demons were exceedingly pleased, chirped and nodded. Instantly, Ta Lin's heart flared with inexplicable rage. Not killing me, merely besieging me here, confining me in such an unmentionable plight as this, ultimately. Does he intentionally mean to toy with me or desire what? Rather than this, it would be better to decisively come out here and risk death in a battle. Composing himself slightly, Ta Lin quelled that burst of indignation. It appeared the adversary had no intention whatsoever of defeating him face to face, seemingly only wishing him to deplete his spiritual power, lower his cultivation realm, and lose his devotees. What the flower demon said was not necessarily the truth, yet even if it were not true upon reflection, even if this young man guided or carried him all the way, it was not certain the two could safely return. If the adversary intentionally cast a few girls halfway along the path, the situation would only become even more wretched and disgraceful. Reflecting for a short while, Ta Lin breathed out a searing hot sigh, shut his eyes, and said, "Lead me to the mountain cave over there." The young soldier complied with Ta Lin's words, guided him past the scattered piles of corpses on the ground, and proceeded to before that mountain cave. Ta Lin softly opened his mouth. "Stop." The young soldier stopped his steps. Even lifting his hand, he trembled uncontrollably. Ta Lin asked, "Where is your sword?" The youth, using his left hand to support Ta Lin, freed his right hand to raise his sword. Ta Lin extended a hand, then pulled back his sleeve, revealing half an arm, akin to white jade, beneath the flickering moonlight. The young man's breath caught. Ta Lin, however, took no notice and whispered, "Stab me once." The hand raising the young man's chipped sword instantly lowered. Ta Lin said, "Don't be afraid. You just need to stab. Remember to stab a bit deep. I wish to establish a spiritual formation at present. I have no other magical artifacts in hand. It absolutely requires blood to be effective." The young soldier again said, "Your Highness, please use my blood." Without another word, he raised his own arm, lifted his sword and made a single cut, showing no mercy whatsoever. Ta Lin swiftly cried out, "Don't! Your blood!" But it was already too late. A deep, gaping cut had appeared on the young man's arm. Fresh blood instantly gushed forth. Ta Lin sighed. You let it be." His blood was a priceless treasure capable of consecrating. How could the blood of a mere mortal possibly compare? Yet before the young soldier's sincere devotion, Ta Lin could not bear to plainly state that what he did was merely a wasted effort, and could only say, "Thank you, but still a little of my blood is needed as a catalyst." Having spoken, he himself took up the sword, his hands trembling, made many cuts before finally hitting the space between his arm. Fresh, crimson divine blood streamed down his pristine white arm, dripped steadily downwards, forming two arc-shaped lines before the mountain cave. Precisely like two shields, it was, one might say, a divine waste. Ta Lin also specifically mixed in a little of that young man's blood. Having finished the drawing, he only grew more dizzy and lightheaded and said, "Enter now." Within the pitch-dark mountain cave, the youth pulled out a tinder tube from his chest, struck it to flare up, and the firelight shone brightly in all directions. The young soldier's face was obscured behind bandages, completely and tightly covered, whereas Ta Lin's disheveled state at this moment was distinctly revealed. Cold sweat profusely drenched him. His strands of hair were slightly disarrayed. The corners of his lips were stained with blood, swollen and crimson red. That was the wound from earlier, when he had bitten his lip to consecrate the treasured sword. The firelight stung Ta Lin's eyes, and the waves of heat also scorched him to the point of utter discomfort. Ta Lin quickly said, "Don't light it. Extinguish it." The young man immediately threw the fire-extinguishing tube. and all around plunged into darkness again. After he was led into the mountain cave, Xie Lian meditated to calm his mind for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. Now there is a task I wish to entrust to you. Can you complete it? Oh. The young man knelt on one knee on the ground, saying to Xie Lian, death holds no fear. Xie Lian struggled to suppress his ragged breath, striving to maintain his composure as he said, I have set up a barrier before this mountain cave, with 2 lines in total. The outer line does not allow anything from outside to enter here, and the inner line does not allow anyone from inside to go out. Silently gasping for breath a few times, he continued, between these 2 barriers, there is a space reserved for 1 person. You must stand there and guard the cave entrance. Regardless of what sounds you hear from outside, yo. You must not go out simultaneously regardless of what you hear me doing in here. You absolutely must not enter. The young man was slightly surprised. Your Highness, are you inside alone? Xie Lian said yes. I don't know what I will do anymore. In short, no matter what, you are not allowed to enter. With the situation at hand, he had no way to return. And if he were to wait for reinforcements, surely by now Tick Dung was still struggling on the road. Just the act of running back to the imperial city had already taken a great deal of time. Waiting for Tick Dung to bring reinforcements, who knew until when that would be? He could only first seal off an area, defend the position, and think of a way to neutralize the gentle scent. He in a low voice said, flower demons bear fruit. Their seductive power is extremely strong. Surely they will ripen immediately. At this moment, the fragrant scent in the air suddenly increased sharply, interrupting Xie Lian. That fragrant scent, gentle and alluring, covered the sky and blanketed the earth. The flower demons joyfully emitted sweet giggles. Chattering excitedly said, my roots have hardened. The fruits are ripe. Upon smelling that intoxicating fragrance, Xie Lian only felt his heart pound. His blood rushed to his brain, and bit his teeth as he said, go out quickly. You absolutely must not inhale that fragrant scent. If they come close, there's no need to fear. No matter what they are, they cannot cross the blood-drawn line, but as long as your feet remain within the array, you can use your sword to cut them down and kill them. The young soldier cast his eyes to look outside, nodded vigorously, then holding his sword, rushed out and stood between the 2 blood-drawn lines at the cave entrance. Outside the mountain cave, amidst the pile of corpses piled high on the ground, the flower clusters looked even more resplendent. An entire patch of flower clusters vaguely stirred, seemingly as if the roots beneath were about to push up from the ground. Not long after, sure enough, something indeed pushed up. It was the head of a girl. The head of the girl emerged from the earth's depths, breathing the fresh air above, seeming utterly blissful and ecstatic. Her eyes also narrowed into a line. Immediately after that, emerging with it from the ground was half of a plump shoulder, and an arm also crawled out. The gentle scent flowers bore fruit beneath their roots, and their ripe fruits were none other than maidens in myriad forms and diverse colors. The fruits had fully ripened. Innumerable naked girls emerged from the ground. They raised their hands to remove the deep red flowers from their heads, bathing themselves under the moonlight, stretching their limbs with delight. Initially, only the tiny flowers emitted fragrance. Now, it was these beautiful girls who emitted fragrance. They brushed off the mud and dirt from their blossoming bodies, smoothed out their long hair. Then they walked to the mountain cave end. Rance, smiling seductively, said, Crown Prince, Your Highness, we are here. Inside the mountain cave was also thick with a fragrant scent that made one suffocate. Xie Lian closed his eyes and sat upright in the cave, muttering to read the Tao Te Ching. However, it was not very effective. Those flower demons opened their mouths shamelessly. Innumerable teasing words chirped outside the cave, such as my heart's treasure, elder brother, younger brother, calling out in a chaotic mess, to the point that Xie Lian's heart was vexed and his mind was confused. So he changed from reading silently to reading aloud. The 5 colors blind people's eyes, the 5 sounds deafen people's ears, galloping and hunting make people's hearts go mad, rare and exotic objects make people harm each other. Stillness overcomes motion, cold overcomes heat, tranquility is the standard in the world. To the good people I treat them well, to the not good people I also treat them well. Absent-mindedly, the scripture passages he usually knew by heart, he now read them all mixed up. The demonesses outside the cave clapped their hands and laughed, saying, Good Crown Prince, good darling, my obedient highness, you are not a monk, what scriptures are you reading? Ah, Only the sound of piercing screams arose from all four directions. It seemed as if the young soldier, though his mouth was silent, his hands were still violently hacking and slashing madly with his sword, scaring the demonesses to flee for their lives. Howling and screaming, he's killing demons. Someone standing far outside cursed, "You damned brat. May heaven strike you down, you little monster maliciously destroying flowers. You have no idea how to cherish fragrant beauty at all. So scared of dying, just a mere child and already acting so cruelly. How much worse will he be when he grows up?" The flower demons crowded towards the mountain cave as if extremely famished, but no matter how much they jostled, they could not enter. For a moment they did not see the blood-drawn array on the ground, still thinking it was because someone was blocking in front of the mountain cave. After discussing for a while, they gathered at a spot neither too near nor too far. Chattering noisily, said little elder brother, "Why do you keep blocking here, not letting us pass? We don't intend to do anything bad. We just want to find Crown Prince, Your Highness, and have a little fun. That's all. Good little general, don't disturb us finding Crown Prince, Your Highness, to have a good time, okay? Actually, this fierce little brother is also quite interesting. What a pity he's still too young, a bit too green. Surely he doesn't even know what good things are." Amidst the mocking laughter hee-hee-ha-ha of the flower demons, Xie Lian gently opened his eyes, only to see a completely dark silhouette standing upright right at the mountain cave entrance. That was a young man holding a sword with both hands, as if even if he died, he would wrestle it. "Ili not move away." Suddenly, a demoness asked, "Listen here, little elder brother. Don't keep standing here like a wooden pestle. What are your intentions? Or how about you come with me to the other side and have some fun? Okay? Which type do you like? Is my type alright?" The young soldier still did not utter a word. Believing that to enter the mountain cave they had to pass through him as the gatekeeper, the demonesses then poured out all their charms on him. Teasingly said, "How about me then? What about this style then? Do you find me beautiful? Look at me, do you like it?" However, from the initial teasing, it gradually turned into resentment, and finally into curses. The young man, however, remained consistent as ever, ignoring them from afar and striking immediately if they came close. Xie Lian knew that before the On Nu Hung emerged from the ground, they could arbitrarily mold their forms and appearances underground. He intended to speak up and warn them, but unfortunately for some reason, he dared not utter a word. With great difficulty, he managed to withstand each oppressive wave of heat. Xie Lian said, "Don't look at them." Just the act of preventing the hot blood from rushing to his brain had left Xie Lian utterly exhausted. Thus, the tone of this sentence sounded low and faint. Yet, the young soldier heard it immediately and promptly replied loudly, "Yes, Your Highness." How are you?" Xie Lian said, "It's nothing. If you feel too uncomfortable, cover your eye, nose and mouth." The young soldier had not yet replied when, at this moment, a demoness suddenly burst into boisterous laughter. "I know. Little friend, if I guess correctly, you must surely like this type the most, don't you?" It seemed another On Nu Hung had just emerged from the ground. Outside the mountain cave, it suddenly fell silent, and the young soldier seemed to stop breathing instantly. The next second, the earth-shattering laughter of the demonesses nearly threw Xie Lian off his feet. They clapped and shrieked, "Oh dear! As soon as you made your move, you got hooked. Oh my goodness! How did you come up with that? That's absolutely brilliant, ha 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 ha. Look quickly. This brat is frozen still. I'd say it's 80% certain." "It's certainly so. We thought this damn brat was a rock. Who knew we were mistaken? So young, yet so astonishingly bold. We concede. What do you say, little friend, with such captivating beauty? Why don't you hurry and come here to enjoy yourself? Pass this village and there'll be no more inns. If you don't come now, you won't get to taste it even if you dream for 800 years. Or do you want us to lend you a hand? Isn't it already?" The young soldier was provoked to a furious rage, his voice chillingly cold. "You are seeking death." At the same time, Xie Lian inside the cave was also nearing his limit. He only felt his vision blur and his ears ring, unable to sit steadily. His body toppled forward. Fortunately, his hands barely managed to brace against the ground. But with this fall, his jaw momentarily failed to clench tightly, and from his lips, a suppressed groan of unbearable pain escaped in an instant. Volume 2 Chapter 82 On Nu Hung, bitter desire to preserve the golden body. 3. After this groan escaped, Xie Lian instantly covered his mouth tightly. The young soldier whirled around and said, "Your Highness?" Xie Lian used one hand to brace against the ground, one hand to tightly cover his mouth, his breathing disordered, his shoulders twitching. Just hearing the sounds and seeing this silhouette, it was likely that more than half would think he was whimpering. In this entire life, whether before or after his ascension, Xie Lian had never experienced such an agonizing moment, even more uncomfortable than the most rigorous cultivation at Huangji Guan. His hand bracing against the ground lost all strength, and Xie Lian's entire body tilted and fell to one side. Amidst his hazy state lying on the ground, he vaguely saw the young man seemingly wanting to rush in. Xie Lian quickly shouted, "Don't come in here. I told you not to come in here, no matter what you hear." The young man stopped his steps. Xie Lian laboriously turned his body, face upwards. His breathing temporarily seemed smoother, but the waves of heat spreading throughout his entire body were higher with each subsequent wave. Hearing his restless tossing and turning, it seemed the flame of desire had already ignited. The demonesses outside the cave clapped and laughed, saying, "Oh, exemplary Your Highness, what's the harm? Today you fear losing your believers and don't come to enjoy this pleasure. Tomorrow, you'll fear losing your believers and won't dare to do other things. What kind of a divine official is that? No different from a hard laborer whose hands and feet are held back by his own believers. A god like that might as well not be one. You'll lose them anyway, so why not seek pleasure for yourself? They come and go, why pay them any mind?" A few blue veins throbbed on Xie Lian's forehead. His emotions slightly out of control, he furiously roared, "Shut up!" The demonesses had no fear of the current Xie Lian and continued to tease the young soldier. "Little brother, don't you think what we're saying makes perfect sense? Do you feel uncomfortable standing here?" Cold sweat had long since drenched his entire body. Ta Lin was exasperated to the extreme. Suddenly, he reached out and tore open the front of his shirt, wishing only for a little coolness. Suddenly a rip sound echoed. Ta Lin abruptly reacted. Why did this hand suddenly surge with a little strength? Although that source of strength merely flashed through and then vanished, quickly gone, Ta Lin tried to feel it carefully. Indeed, after the numb sensation, his strength was gradually increasing. Even so, Ta Lin's heart sank. Falling into the scent of tenderness, first came numbness, then came agitation. Now the numbness had passed. After a little while longer, he would go completely mad. Although he had set up 2 shields in front of the mountain cave, the inner one was to prevent himself from losing reason and rushing out, but once the fit came, he didn't know if it could be stopped. It was not easy to be clear-headed for a moment. Ta Lin seized the opportunity, his thoughts spinning in an instant, quickly contemplating a suitable plan. Suddenly, he thought of a detail. The scent of tenderness took effect very quickly. One could say that once the blood rushed to the brain, control would be lost immediately. So why had he resisted until now? Could it be that besides his strong will still enduring, there was no other reason? Thinking of this, Ta Lin took a deep breath, gently tilted his head, and spoke to the silhouette of the young man who wanted to enter but dared not stand at the cave entrance. "You come in." Hearing this, the young soldier seemed to want to rush immediately to his side, but after a few steps, he seemed to recall that earlier Ta Lin had angrily shouted, "No matter what you hear, you are not allowed to enter." He hesitated, unsure whether he should truly enter. Now, Ta Lin's change of words was also due to helplessness. He said, "You come in first, then we'll figure it out later." The young man no longer hesitated, immediately rushing in. The cave wall was narrow and long. Inside the cave it was warm and pitch black like ink. Extending one's hand, one could not see 5 fingers. Relying on Ta Lin's heavy, suppressed breathing, which he tried to make very small, the young man groped his way towards him. Ta Lin said, "You put the sword down on the ground. Come closer to me, don't stay too far away." The young soldier replied, "Yes." Having said that, he clasped his hands together and offered his only self-defense weapon, placing it where Ta Lin's casually dropped hand could reach it. Ta Lin continued, "I need you to help me up." The young man then knelt on one knee beside Ta Lin, extending both hands to support him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he extended his hands, what his fingers touched was not fabric, but warm flesh. Those hands immediately recoiled. Ta Lin also hadn't expected to be startled by the young man's scorching hands. Only then did he suddenly remember that just now, lying on the ground, troubled and bewildered, he had struggled and torn open his upper garment. Originally, for a man to be shirtless was nothing, but placed in this situation it was a little embarrassing. But that slight embarrassment didn't need to be stated. What needed to be done, would be done, and it would pass. Perhaps the young man also understood. Without waiting for Ta Lin to speak, he extended his hand again, deftly grasping Ta Lin's bare shoulders to help him up, then immediately withdrew his hands. Ta Lin leaned against the cave wall, his spine pressing against the cool mountain rock, his breathing steadying. He noticed the young man had stepped back a few paces and hastily called out, "Wait, don't go out." Whatever Ta Lin said, the young soldier obeyed implicitly. Thus he immediately stood still. Ta Lin continued, "Cut a strand of my hair. I need it," the young man replied, and then extended his hand. But because it was dark, he couldn't see clearly, and Ta Lin's long hair was neatly tied behind his back. He couldn't touch Ta Lin's hair directly with one try, but inadvertently brushed against the flesh on his chest. It was white, smooth and supple, covered with a thin layer of sweat, and slick to the touch. Ta Lin had already endured to the point of discomfort. This young man even touched a place too difficult to bear. His chest instantly felt as if an electric current had shot through it, a numb sensation spreading throughout his entire body. He let out a low groan. In a flash, both people in the cave froze. Meanwhile, the flower demons outside the cave only wished they could straighten their ears to eavesdrop. How could they miss anything? They laughed boisterously, asking, "Oh, what's going on in there? How embarrassing. Don't even dare to listen." Believing they were mocking him for suffering too much, Ta Lin gritted his teeth and said, "You." Hearing Ta Lin's anger, the young soldier also hastily withdrew his hand, no longer daring to touch. Of course, Ta Lin wasn't gritting his teeth at him. In his eyes, this little soldier was merely a child. Thinking that he must be afraid of offending him, Ta Lin said softly, "Don't panic, continue, don't mind them." The young man replied hoarsely, "Yes." But he still seemed panicked, taking a long time without touching the place he should have. Upon touching something and realizing it was wrong, he hastily pulled his hand back. Finally, he could only grope chaotically on Ta Lin's chest, moving straight upwards. The sensation was so numb that Ta Lin was in unspeakable agony, wishing only he could slam the back of his head against the cave wall and faint for good. Finally, the young man touched Ta Lin's trembling Adam's apple, then groped further back, grasping a strand of his hair. He only held a very thin strand, carefully picked up the sword to cut it, then immediately said, "Your Highness, it's done." At this moment, Ta Lin regained a little strength. His hand could also be lifted. He said, "Give me your hand." The young man raised his hand. Ta Lin took the slender strand of hair from his hand, tying it loosely around one of his fingers. The young man was stunned for a long time, asking with a trembling voice, "Your Highness, this is?" Ta Lin sighed. "The scent of the flower demons is about to enter its second phase. I must borrow your sword. Later, if anything wishes to harm you, just raise this arm and it can protect you. Now hurry and go out." A long while later, the young soldier retreated out of the mountain cave. The flower demons clamored, asking, "Are you out?" "Finally out. You blocked us outside, but you went in yourself. Little friend, you're playing too unfairly." At the same time, Xie Lian felt more and more energy pouring through his limbs. He took a deep breath, held the chipped sword in his right hand that the young soldier had left behind, steadied his spirit, raised the sword, and sliced a line on his left arm. In an instant, as if a veil of mist was swept away before him, his 5 senses became somewhat clear. Indeed it was so. Although Xie Lian's left arm was bleeding profusely, yet in his heart, he clutched at a lifeline amidst the chaotic turmoil. The fragrance of Wen Ruxiang made people anxious and agitated, awakening the primal desires sleeping deep within their hearts. The more severely one had restrained oneself in the past, the more fiercely it would backfire after inhaling that fragrance. What Xie Lian had restrained in the past, aside from sexual desire, was lust for slaughter. Lust for slaughter, desire to hack and kill. This lust for slaughter could not possibly be killing demons, monsters, and ghosts. Because he had always killed many demons, monsters, and ghosts, there was never any question of restraint. The target of killing must be a human or a god, only then would there be a feeling of violating a prohibition. Before entering the cave, because he was setting up a formation, Xie Lian had cut himself once. At that time, seeing blood had reduced the effect of Wenru Xiang because harming oneself was still harm. After all, sexual desire and lust for slaughter were both extremely aggressive desires. Xie Lian had even heard it said that some people believed the two were similar in nature. Then by doing so, one could find a substitute method to overcome the difficult hurdle before them. Having confirmed this point, Xie Lian, without hesitation, sliced another gash on his left arm, and after each gash, he felt his mind become somewhat clearer. His heart was secretly rejoicing, but he didn't know if it was the demonic energy of Wenru Xiang wreaking havoc within him. Just as his lust for slaughter was satisfied, a surge of intense pleasure suddenly rose within Xie Lian's body. That intoxicating feeling of pleasure swept through every corner from Xie Lian's head to his toes, easily shattering the fortress he had just painstakingly struggled for a long time to build. By the time Xie Lian realized, he had already let out a soft groan. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only one in the mountain cave, Xie Lian absolutely could not believe that this sound had come from him. Startled to the point of trembling, he widened his eyes and thought to himself, clearly, this method works, so why is it like this? Only when he looked back at that sword did Xie Lian suddenly remember. The young soldier had once used this sword to cut the root of the flower, and had also cut the demoness who had transformed into human form. The blade had long since been tainted with the liquid of Wenru Xiang. He used this sword to injure himself, hoping to soothe his desire. The first gash was made with 2 parts of his strength, the second gash required 3 parts of his strength to achieve a similar soothing effect. How was this any different from drinking poison wine to quench thirst? It was also because he felt dizzy with impatience, otherwise, he would have noticed that point long ago. Xie Lian secretly cursed himself. Since things had come to this, he had no choice but to tear his left sleeve and madly wipe the sword, then tear his right sleeve and stuff it into his mouth, biting down with all his might, trying hard to restrain himself. Between his tightly clenched lips and teeth, that soft groan was forced by Xie Lian into intermittent bursts. Unfortunately, the mountain cave echoed naturally. All small sounds were repeatedly amplified and projected outwards. What's more, the young soldier, having obeyed his command to cover both eyes, distinguished solely by sound, his ears were even more sensitive. How could he not notice something unusual? He too could no longer restrain himself, and called out with a trembling voice, "Your Highness?" Such a desperate situation was truly the greatest humiliation of his life. Xie Lian could hardly imagine what would happen to him if someone else discovered him. Even being in the pitch-black mountain cave, he still could not endure it. So he raised his voice and shouted, "Don't come in here." However, his mouth was still tightly biting the piece of cloth. Only a pitiful sob could be heard. The young soldier, hearing this, became even more anxious. Book 2 Chapter 83 Wenru Xiang's bitter self-denial to preserve the golden body. For Xie Lian's left arm was already a bloody mess from his own gashes, but after all, it was only injuring, not yet killing. From beginning to end, his lust for slaughter was still not fully satisfied. The cloth, not tightly bitten, fell from the corner of his mouth. Xie Lian's hand grew even more vicious. The next thrust stabbed into his left leg. This stab was very deep. One could clearly hear the sound of the blade piercing into flesh. The young soldier could no longer endure it and rushed forward with large strides. Hearing his thudding footsteps, Xie Lian was so panicked that he continuously retreated backward. His back touched the cave wall. Yet he still desperately tried to retreat further, and shouted, "No, no, no. Don't come in here, don't, you mustn't." The second bloodline at the cave entrance was set up by Xie Lian specifically to bar himself. It could not block the young soldier. He could still escape to a safe area. But now, when Wenru Xiang had begun its second phase of effect, as long as that young soldier entered here, Xie Lian feared he would want to take his life on the spot. How could he allow him to escape again? Fearing he might accidentally kill this boy, Xie Lian only had one option: to evade. Hearing the panic revealed in his voice, the young soldier said blankly, "Your Highness." The lust for slaughter boiled within Xie Lian's blood. He tremblingly raised the chipped sword in his heart. A voice roared back and forth, "I will not die, I will not die, I will not die." The next second he seized the opportunity and made a decision, reversing the sword's tip. Faintly seeing a cold light suddenly flash in the darkness, The young soldier shouted, "Your Highness!" But Xie Lian had already plunged the sword down, piercing through his own abdomen, pinning himself to the ground. A searing pain exploded from his abdomen, spreading throughout his entire body, dispelling the waves of heat. Xie Lian gripped the sword hilt with both hands, his eyes suddenly widened. He let out a faint cough, fresh blood oozed from the corner of his lips, even his breathing ceased, lying still without moving. The young soldier seemed to be struck dumb with fear. With a thump, he knelt beside Xie Lian. Just at this moment, from outside the cave, a sky-piercing shriek rang out. "Who is that?" The voices of the flower demons were shrill and high-pitched, crying out, sounding extremely harsh on the ears, but someone roared even more harshly, overpowering all of their screams. "What the devil is this?" Hearing that furious roar, Ta Lin suddenly drew a deep breath. "Fong Tin." Another voice spoke up, annoyed. "Gentle fragrance. If you don't want to fall for the trick, quickly cover your face." Evidently, this was the voice of Mu Tin, who had already covered his nose and mouth early on. Fong Tin covered his face, seeming to have seen something again, and furiously yelled out, "Is that Your Highness? Your Highness? Motherfucker! Motherfuckers, all of them! What in the world is this?" Mu Tin also let out an "oh" sound. "This is truly unseemly, utterly bizarre." However, his tone was not as furious as Fong Tin's, but rather it was somewhat like he was listening to someone tell an awkward joke. Ta Lin lay within the mountain cave, not knowing what the two of them were saying, but could only roughly guess that they were displeased with the naked demonesses, unclothed and exposed before them, considering it utterly corrupting of morals. Fong Tin cursed incessantly. "Quickly burn them. Don't let others see." Immediately after, only the sound of a blaze erupting fiercely was heard. Amidst the raging flames, the screaming curses of the demonesses gradually vanished. Mu Tin said, "Burn them thoroughly. The fragrance of these demonesses is poisonous. If any seeds sprout, they will ruin a great matter." Ta Lin drew breath to speak, but unexpectedly he only coughed once. The other two immediately recognized his voice and called into the mountain cave, "Your Highness, are you inside?" Ta Lin replied, "I am here." Although he had tried his best to keep his voice calm, yet it sounded weaker than usual. The two immediately rushed over, blocked by the blood path at the cave entrance, but because both of them clearly understood Ta Lin's habit of setting up shields, they also knew how to dismantle it. Fong Tin conjured a flame in his palm, taking a few steps, and before he had illuminated the deepest part of the mountain cave, he suddenly spoke up, "Who is that?" Mu Tin also asked in a cautious voice, "Is there someone else in the cave?" Ta Lin said, "It's nothing. Just a young soldier." Only then did the two feel relieved and walked forward. The bright firelight cast a warm orange hue throughout the mountain cave. Ta Lin lay on the ground, his long hair spread out in disarray, his upper robe completely removed, a long sword piercing his abdomen, pinning him to the earth. Seeing this, Fong Tin and Mu Tin were both shocked and frightened. Fong Tin bent down and asked, "Who did this?" Ta Lin said, "I did it myself." Mu Tin asked in surprise, "What happened?" Ta Lin shook his head, "Say no more. It was out of extreme necessity that I resorted to this desperate measure. Quickly get me out." Mu Tin stepped forward, frowned, pulled out the sword with a clanging sound, and tossed it aside, where the young soldier picked it up. Fong Tin helped Ta Lin sit up, draping his outer robe over him, at which point Ta Lin briefly recounted his terrifying night's experience after encountering gentle fragrance. "You arrived faster than I thought. Where's Tik Dung?" Fong Tin said, "Tik Dung has been locked in the imperial palace by the king. He frequently went out to boast and attract attention, which made it easy for people to follow him. However, upon returning, he still knew to seek me. And Mu Tin first, one might say he was sensible in that regard." It could be seen that although Tik Dung intensely disliked these two attendants of Ta Lin, he also understood their formidable capabilities. Originally, the two had planned to leave one person to guard the city, but because Tik Dung had been screaming loudly, and was also holding the precious sword consecrated by Ta Lin's blood, they feared the danger had far exceeded their predictions, and thus the two still came together. The area of Beizi Slope was filled with demonic energy, so it was not at all difficult to find. Not long after, the two caught up. Although Ta Lin possessed a body of ascension, ordinary blades and swords could not harm his fundamental essence, and stabbing himself once would absolutely not lead to death, but throughout the past 20 years, He had almost never lost in life-or-death struggles or true duels. This was the first time he had been so severely wounded, making it difficult to avoid some sluggishness, so Fong Tin then carried him on his back, preparing to return to the imperial city. From his abdomen, unfamiliar stabs of pain continuously radiated. Ta Lin constantly furrowed his brow, but still managed to restrain himself, asking, on your way here, did you encounter anything? Mu Tin replied no. Ta Lin drew a breath, saying, be careful, there is something not human. He had originally intended to speak about the person in white robes wearing a crying and smiling mask, because he was truly exhausted and utterly drained of strength. He glanced to see the young soldier clutching the blood-stained iron sword, trudging behind. Only then did he feel at ease. Afterwards, he tightly closed his eyes, rested to recover his strength, and sank into a deep sleep. Since he had volunteered to descend to the mortal realm, nearly a month had passed during which Ta Lin had not closed his eyes. The accumulated exhaustion of several consecutive days exploded all at once, leading to him resting for a full 3 days. 3 days later, he suddenly startled awake, finding himself lying in a room, with the magnificent and splendid ceiling above him belonging to the imperial palace. Ta Lin instantly shot up Fong Tin. Fong Tin was outside the trial palace. Hearing the sound, he hastily ran in, saying, Your Highness. The wound on the abdomen had long since healed. Xie Lian immediately got off the bed, asking, Have I rested for too long? Has anything happened? Fong Xie replied, Brother, rest assured. It's only been a few days, and in these past few days there have been no enemy troops invading. If so, how could I not have called you? Get back onto the bed. You're not even wearing shoes. Only then did Xie Lian's heart find peace. He sat back onto the bed, paused for a moment, then continued to ask, Where is Mu Qing? Mu Qing also walked in, his hand holding the clothes already prepared for him, and said, Here they are. Mu Qing attended His Royal Highness the Crown Prince as he put on his clothes. Fong Xie stood beside him and said, It's just that, although there has been no fighting these past few days, we have, however, uncovered some matters. Xie Lian asked, What is it? Mu Qing replied, Did we not mention before that there was something strange in Yong'an, suspecting external aid? We went to Beizi Slope to investigate the situation, and saw a few individuals who, although dressed like our own people, had very peculiar accents, not like the people of Xianlu. I then captured a few of those individuals and brought them back, and sure enough, another nation was secretly assisting them, silently transporting provisions and weapons. If not, how could the entire crowd of Yong'an people, huddled in a desolate mountain range, fundamentally have resisted until now merely by eating wild vegetables and stripping tree bark? Fong Xie cursed, Damn it, ordinarily feigning ignorance to make friends, yet at this crucial moment, they muddy the waters to fish for profit, wishing Xianlu to be as chaotic as possible. The nation of Xianlu, vast in land and rich in possessions, abundant in mineral resources, producing much gold and precious jewels, surrounding nations had coveted it for many years. Xie Lian had long since anticipated this matter. He bowed his head and shook it, then suddenly remembered another matter, and again asked, Where is that boy? Fong Xie said, Who? That little soldier? That day we were busy taking you to see the national preceptor. To assess the situation, no one paid attention to him. He probably returned to his squad on his own. After dressing, Xie Lian lowered his arms, sat upright on the bed, and said, That boy's martial arts are not bad. I see him as an exceptional saber user. If we invest in his training, in the future when he grows up, he will surely be astonishing. Later, Mu Qing remembered to find him, make good arrangements for him, perhaps promote him somewhat. Xie Lian was someone who, upon seeing excellent martial arts, would become captivated. He absolutely had to bring them to his side to admire every day to be satisfied. This was not the first time, but it was still the first time he had evaluated a child like that. Hearing Xie Lian praise an exceptional saber user, will surely be astonishing when he grows up, Mu Qing's expression was a little inscrutable. He rolled the hair tie that Xie Lian had removed into a ball, turned and tossed it aside. Fong Xie said, I think that boy is only around 14 or 15 years old, still too young. What good would promoting him do? Mu Qing also indifferently replied, It seems not very suitable. It doesn't conform to the rules in the army. Xie Lian said, Even divine beings can descend to the mortal realm. What is the point of the army paying attention to so many rules like that? Having said that, He continued to praise you too. Really should have seen that boy's posture when he killed Bai Nu. It was truly magnificent. At the mention of Bai Nu, the strange Phi Yuan white suddenly appeared before his eyes. Feng Xian asked, Your Highness, why did a demoness like Wen Ruxiang appear on Beizi slope? We have never heard of such a thing before. Xie Lian stood up and replied, This is what I intended to tell you all that day. Finding a moment of leisure, Xie Lian finally recounted the story of the crying smiling masked figure. The three earnestly discussed for a while, not daring to be careless, each believing it would be better to report it to the upper heaven court. And so Xie Lian went out the door, first hastened to meet the king and queen, then ascended to the martial god temple on Mount Taizong. If it were in the past, of course Xie Lian would have returned directly to Xianjing, to report directly to Junwu. But the current situation was no longer as it once was. He had actively left Xianjing, which was no different from actively handing back the key, and now wanting to return he could not open the door. Not to mention that day he left too hastily, and also spoke boldly in the martial god temple, more or less feeling a little ashamed towards Junwu. Therefore he only respectfully offered a few large incense sticks at the martial god temple, transmitting the message before the divine statue of the great martial god emperor, waiting for Junwu to hear it when he had time. But every day the number of people offering incense to Junwu was no less than 8,000, if not 10,000. Innumerable messages accumulated among no shortage of a few great devotees. When he would hear it truly depended on fate. Xie Lian also did not dare to leave for too long, immediately returned to the battlefield front, and continued to guard the city. Perhaps because the first battle had consumed too much, and external aid was also continuously and secretly cut off by Feng Xian and Mu Qing, the Yong'an side changed their strategy, no longer attacking blindly. Over several months they only fought a few small-scale battles, and their losses were also not too terrible. Compared to the first battle, it must be said it was merely child's play, and that strange figure in white also did not appear again. Consequently, the imperial city of Xianlu also gradually relaxed, and Xie Lian also rarely had the opportunity to leave the front lines, to stroll in the imperial city and relax his mind. He crossed a small stone bridge, idly plucked at the drooping willow branches by the bridge, and watched the red carp happily wagging their tails and swimming in the water below, admiring them immensely. Lost in thought for a moment, he suddenly discovered someone behind him staring intently at him, but upon turning his head, saw no one. He could not help but find it strange, yet because he did not sense any killing intent or malice, he also did not take it to heart. Xie Lian descended the bridge, walking slowly along Martial God Road. Passers-by, first excited, then reverent, then joyfully bowed to him, calling His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xie Lian smiled and nodded at each person. After walking for a while, he suddenly realized the intense gaze from behind had reappeared. This time his heart already had a plan. He suddenly spun his head around, and indeed caught them red-handed. He only saw behind a willow tree, half a figure immediately hid back. Xie Lian stepped over, and just as he extended his hand to grab the person, he only saw that hiding behind the tree trunk was precisely the youth with his head wrapped in bandages. He could not help but be stunned and said, You are? Even though his head was fully wrapped in bandages, the youth still interlaced his hands to cover his face, only revealing one jet black eye behind a patched sleeve, speaking in a stiff voice, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I did not do it intentionally. Xie Lian pointed at him and said, You are that knight. Before his words had finished, he immediately recalled what had happened on that night a few months ago, as well as how much he had struggled. Images surged in his head. Xie Lian suddenly blushed, feeling a little embarrassed, hastily coughed lightly, saying, So it is you. Previously I had always wanted to find you, but too many matters came up so I forgot. Aren't you a soldier in the army? Why are you in the city? Hearing that, the youth was stunned, and dejectedly replied, Now I am no longer in the army. Xie Lian was extremely surprised and asked, Why no longer? The youth was even surprised than him and said, I was expelled, Your Highness, brother. Don't you know? Xie Lian was dumbfounded and asked, No what? Evidently he had already told Mu Qing that this youth was a promising talent, and must be properly arranged for and promoted. Why, after he had finished instructing, was this youth expelled from the army? The youth seemed both agitated and overjoyed, and in a flash lowered his hands, saying, "So your highness brother doesn't know." Thought. The more Xie Lian listened, the more surprised he became. "Come here. Tell me how you were expelled? Who expelled you? Why did you think I would know? Furthermore, what did you think?" The youth took a step towards Xie Lian, and before he could open his mouth at this very moment, a piercing scream of extreme horror came from Shanwu Avenue. Xie Lian spun his head around, only to see a person covering their face, staggering and rushing towards. Volume 2 Chapter 84 The Human Face Plague Spreading from Buyu Forest. That was a tall and sturdy man, rushing quickly like a madman. Many passers-by were knocked down by him, clamoring with dissatisfaction, "What are you doing? Such hot weather, are you going to put out a fire or something to run so fast?" First time seeing someone go out and forget to bring their face. After all was said and done, many people burst out laughing, and on the contrary weren't truly angry. Unexpectedly, that man was colliding recklessly, plunging head first into a magnificent and massive horse carriage. Fresh blood splattered on the spot. He fell face up and collapsed. The passers-by who were originally laughing and joking all screamed loudly. The owner of the horse carriage started in shock, stuck his head out and asked, "Who hit it? Who hit it?" The matter occurred too suddenly. Xie Lian had no choice but to ignore that youth, and quickly walked forward asking what happened. The man who plunged headfirst into the sturdy horse carriage seemed to have fainted. His messy hair covered his face completely. Many people were cautiously watching. Without waiting for Xie Lian to get closer, he suddenly jumped up, crying out miserably, "I can't bear it anymore. Kill. Someone quickly come and kill me. Come quickly." A few men among the group of passers-by couldn't bear to watch anymore, and said, "Whose madman isn't properly locked up, allowing him to run out into the street like this? Take him back, take him back." Originally they intended to step up and catch him, but unexpectedly, as soon as they surrounded him and saw clearly the face of that madman, the whole group immediately shouted several times loudly, hastily scrambling to avoid him. "What kind of monster is this?" The madman again charged towards them, roaring like a madman, "Quickly beat me to death." Those few people were scared out of their wits, and at this very moment Xie Lian stepped forward. As soon as they saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the whole group seemed as if granted a great amnesty, and hastily scurried behind him. Xie Lian, without thinking much, raised his leg and delivered a kick, sending the madman somersaulting in midair, falling like a dog eating dung. A few people pointed to the ground, stammering, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This fellow. He has. Without them needing to speak, Xie Lian had already seen. This fellow, as it turned out, has two faces. More precisely, on one face grew an additional face. This second face was squeezed onto one side of the madman's cheek, about the size of an adult's palm. This madman is a young man, but that other face is exactly like a wrinkled old man, extremely ugly." In immense astonishment, Xie Lian's heart was filled with one question. What kind of monster is this? He immediately gripped the treasured sword at his waist and drew it out. This sword is the marvelous sword that Shanwu Great Emperor gifted to him, Hongjing. Ever since encountering the monstrous person in white clothes, Xie Lian always carried this sword with him, in case someday he would need to use it. Perhaps on that day he would be able to see the true appearance of that thing. Now, coincidentally, there was an occasion for its use. The long sword came out of its sheath, its gleam brighter than snow. But when he looked down, the scene reflected on the sword blade had not changed at all. It was still that man, it was still those two terrifying faces. In other words, this madman is not any kind of demon, ghost, or monster. He is a human being. But in this world, are there truly people bearing such a countenance? If heaven-born one bore such an appearance, how could it be that living within Xianlu Imperial City for so many years, it wasn't spread outside? Ta Lin was still in doubt when suddenly a person beside him nervously and fearfully said, "Why did he turn into this?" Hearing this, Ta Lin then sheathed Hongjing, turned his head and asked, "Do you know this person? Before he wasn't like this, was he?" Several people replied together, "We do, we worked together. Of course he wasn't like this before, he on his face. How could there be such a thing?" Seeing the crowd gathering ever more thickly, seemingly blocking the main road, Ta Lin's complexion darkened, and taking a breath, he loudly called everyone, "Please do not come closer. There is nothing, disperse." The bandage-wrapped youth helped Ta Lin block the crowd, but Ta Lin did not pay attention. He was busy communicating spiritually with Fong Tin and Mu Tin quickly come to Shunwu Avenue within the Imperial City. When he lowered his hands, he again saw someone standing beside him, stammering and hesitating, with a demeanor of indecision. Ta Lin actively stepped forward, asking, "Is there something you wish to say?" Seeing the Crown Prince inquire, the person finally mustered courage, replying, "Your Royal Highness, there is something. I do not know if I should speak of it or not." Ta Lin had no time to wait for the other party to chat idly with few words but much meaning. He commanded, "Speak directly." The person recounted, "A few days ago on my chest, a few small indentations appeared, 3 slightly larger, 2 slightly smaller, but there was no sensation at all, no itch, no pain. Scratching them even felt pleasant. I didn't pay much attention, but seeing this brother, my heart feels a little as if I've caught something, haha." He forced a laugh, took off his shirt, exposed his chest, and asked, "Do you see me? Am I right, aren't I?" As soon as he took off his shirt, everyone instantly fell utterly silent. On this person's chest, how could there be a few small indentations? Clearly, it was a woman's face, already complete with 5 features, faintly visible. The person lowered his head to look, then also turned pale with fright. How can this be? Clearly it wasn't like this before. Like this? So vivid? So real? No matter what words were used, it was utterly dreadful. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. The person could not restrain himself and grabbed the hem of Ta Lin's robe, crying loudly, "Your Highness, save me." Just at this moment, Fong Tin and Mu Tin, having received the spiritual communication, ran over from the city gate tower. Seeing the scene before them, both men frowned. Fong Tin barked, "Get out of the way, what's all this commotion?" Ta Lin had no time to explain, and patted the person's shoulder, comforting him. "It's all right. Calm yourself." His tone was calm and refined, serious and at ease. The person thought he had planned everything thoroughly beforehand, and thus became even more convinced that this small matter was nothing to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and so his mind returned to peace. However, within Ta Lin's heart, no small waves surged. This kind of human face actually grows over time. And those who suffered from these symptoms, let's temporarily call them symptoms, were not just one person. If so, could it be inferred that in reality there were even more people? He immediately summarized a few sentences for Fong Tin, and Mu Tin informed the Imperial Palace, "Issue an order to search the entire city. Anyone who has similar things appearing on their body must absolutely not be overlooked." Because this thing was too terrifying. After receiving the news, the king paid extreme attention, sending a large number of people to conduct searches and inspections, with very high efficiency. Late that night, it was determined throughout the entire Xianlu Imperial City, 5 people were found to have faces appearing quite clearly on their bodies. These 5 people either saw it but paid no mind, or the human faces grew in hard-to-detect locations, and since there was no pain or itch, they only then didn't realize. On the other hand, more than 10 other people had already developed indistinct lumps and indentations on their bodies, seemingly human faces not yet fully formed. Among the more than 20 people, women and youths made up the majority. After being brought uniformly before Ta Lin, everyone was restless with fear, questioning each other, and casually offering a few words of comfort to one another. Ta Lin, who was originally handing over work to others, noticing this point, felt that something was amiss, and then asked, "Do all of you know each other?" The official, busy all night, glanced through the ledgers and said, "Your Highness, many of them live in the outskirts of the Imperial City, quite close to each other. It's likely that living in proximity usually led to some interaction." "Many people living in the same area?" Mu Tin asked in surprise. "A group living close together all grew human faces on their bodies? Could it be that this thing is contagious?" Ta Lin thought of this faster than Mu Tin. It was simply that he didn't speak as quickly as him. He hastily cried out, "Keep your distance. Disperse the crowd. No one is allowed to linger in the vicinity. Find a place to quarantine everyone here. There is a strange disease, it will spread." As these 6 words slipped out, it must be said they were even more effective than telling people to disperse, evacuate, or deploying soldiers. Not only did the surrounding crowd disperse, more than half the houses on the street were emptied. Following Ta Lin's deployment, the officials and soldiers summoned were fully armed and thoroughly protected, leading those more than 20 people to a desolate area within the Imperial City, where some of them were already living. Near the residential area in the outskirts, there were large patches of forest. Named Buyu Forest, the high officials deliberately constructed an area here, temporarily making suitable arrangements for the patients. But upon entering that forest, while others hastily set up camp, Ta Lin felt his heart grow increasingly tangled and troubled the further he walked. Naturally, Fong Tin and Mu Tin also realized it. Fong Tin spoke up, "Your Highness, could this be the place where Lang On?" Ta Lin clasped his hands, frowned and said, "Yes, this is precisely the place." This patch of Buyu Forest was precisely where Lang On personally dug a pit and buried his child's body. Upon discovering that point, the three exchanged glances, though unable to articulate anything. A vague conjecture led all three, without prior arrangement, to begin searching around the place where Lang On had buried his child's body that day. But many months had passed since that day. Moreover, with so many trees in Buyu Forest, how could one still remember which tree root the body had ultimately been buried under then? Right at this moment, an indescribable putrid stench wafted over. This putrid stench was quite similar to the smell of a rotting corpse, but it was even more suffocating than that. Just one breath felt like one was about to faint. The others also smelled it, frantically backing away, covering their noses and fanning with their hands. "What's over there? What is it? It smells fouler than something left to ferment in a soy sauce jar for another 10 years. Xie Lian hastily stepped forward, following that dreadful smell, walking straight on, and indeed found a rather familiar crooked tree. Beneath the tree's canopy, a patch of earth was slightly mounded, forming a small flat rise. The soldiers raised their swords and gathered around, intending to protect Xie Lian. Xie Lian raised a hand to stop them, saying in a low voice, "Careful, ordinary people do not come over here." Feng Xian, not being an ordinary person, conveniently grabbed a shovel and stepped forward. After a few scoops, that mound of earth became a pit. The putrid stench intensified even more, and Feng Xian also scooped more carefully. After a few more scoops, something black was revealed from beneath the earth, looking as if it were squirming. Feng Xin's movements slowed, while the soldiers seemed as if they had encountered a formidable foe. Suddenly the ground heaved upwards. A massive figure, both swollen and distended, emerged from beneath the earth, becoming visible before those holding torches. The putrid stench instantly surged, and many people vomited right on the spot. Xie Lian's pupils also constricted. That thing could no longer be described with the word person. Anything else resembled a person more than it did. Not a single person could recognize that this corpse, which could almost be described as colossal, had once been a frail child. A feeling of nausea surged up Xie Lian's throat. He tilted his head to look in another direction. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were also stunned speechless, blurting out, "What is that? Is this a curse or merely a rotting corpse?" No matter what it was, Xie Lian knew what needed to be done at once, shouting loudly, "Everyone fall back. As far as possible. Burn this thing completely." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Lian raised his hand, and a fierce blaze burst forth. Amidst the soaring flames and billowing thick smoke, precisely at this moment, from the distant city gate tower, the desolate sound of a war horn echoed, urgently blaring. The trio simultaneously looked up. This was the signal of an enemy invasion. Feng Xian cursed, "Damn it, they chose this precise moment to strike at our gates again." Mu Qing's face darkened, appearing profound and inscrutable in the glow of the flames. He said, "What if they did it on purpose?" Xie Lian issued a decisive command. "Mu Qing, remain here and deal with this. Feng Xian, follow me first. We repel them, and remember not to let them perceive any vulnerability." Through the night, the two of them hastily rushed back to the city, quickly fighting a skirmish. Although this battle was unprepared for, they still secured a triumphant victory. Despite winning once more, all the citizens of Xianlu, including Xie Lian, felt no shred of victorious delight. The peculiar sickness that abruptly manifested was dubbed the human face disease by the populace, propagating with such blinding speed throughout the imperial city of Xianlu that hearts were thrown into disarray. The king had even considered a news blackout, but the first patient had already burst onto the streets, and countless people had witnessed it firsthand, making it impossible to hide from the outset. Furthermore, the human face disease spread and developed with extreme rapidity within a mere 6 days. Over 50 people had detected faint symptoms upon their bodies. Simultaneously, The assaults from Yong'an also intensified significantly. Under the pincer attack from multiple fronts, Xie Lian had virtually no spare moment to break away and go to Yong'an to conjure rain. His spiritual energy and vitality, normally expended on this matter, had been over half depleted in the imperial city's quarantine zone. Within the dim, chilling Buyu forest, rows of large tents and shelters had been erected, and Xie Lian walked past the throngs of patients lying prostrate on the ground. From the initial mere 24 people, the quarantine zone had now expanded to almost 100 people, becoming increasingly vast. As long as he had spare time, Xie Lian visited every day, employing his spiritual power to mitigate the dreadful symptoms upon the bodies of the patients in this place. However, merely alleviating was ultimately not a complete cure. What everyone yearned for was for Xie Lian to cure them root and branch. Xie Lian continued walking when a young man lying on the ground suddenly reached out and clutched the hem of his robes, asking, "Your Royal Highness, I want die, will I?" Xie Lian was just about to reply when he realized this person looked rather familiar. Looking closer, wasn't this the passerby who offered him an umbrella on the day he learned Xianlu was short on water, and then the imperial city received rain? Thinking back to that day, that rain, that umbrella, Xie Lian immediately felt his heart warm, so he squatted down, gently patted the back of the person's hand, and earnestly said, "I will certainly do my utmost to respond." As if imbued with a glimmer of living hope, the person's eyes shone with delight, constantly murmuring how wonderful, then lay back down. From the fervent eyes of these people, it was perfectly clear that they trusted him implicitly to achieve it. Thus, each time he met their eyes, Xie Lian felt a surge of self-blame, and wished even more to swiftly find a solution. After circling the quarantine zone, Xie Lian sought a place to sit. Mu Qing started a fire, while Xie Lian sat in contemplation. Far away, several servants carried a stretcher away, muttering amongst themselves, completely unaware that they had been overheard by Xie Lian. "How many is this now?" That was the 4th or 5th person. Carried on the stretcher was none other than the patient who had died in Mount Wu Woods. In truth, the human face plague was very rarely fatal. But not dying was what was truly terrifying, for not dying Maya. And having to carry that thing on one's body and live out the rest of one's days merely thinking of it made one lose the courage to continue living. Especially for young women who treasured their appearance, if it grew on a crucial place like their face, more than half would ultimately choose to die. One person sighed, "Alas, when will this ever end?" Another person said, "With His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here, we shall not be defeated, rest assured." The first person seemed slightly resentful. "It's not that I'm worried about defeat, but with the current situation, what good is it to merely avoid defeat? Our common folk still cannot live in peace." "Oh, never mind, it's not that I'm complaining or anything. Just pretend I said nothing at all, said nothing at all." If Feng Xian were here, he would certainly rush over at once to reprimand them, while Mu Qing merely cast a glance at Xie Lian before continuing to tend the fire, not uttering a word, waiting until the two people were out of sight before indifferently remarking, "Indeed, this is the view of common folk, only knowing how to blame heaven and complain about others. Do they truly expect a martial god to shoulder every single burden?" Xie Lian, however, shook his head. What that person said also held a certain degree of reason. He was a martial god with him present in the army. Wherever they fought, they would win. But now, what good was it to merely win battles? The army was originally established to protect the people. The people in the rear were being attacked by a plague. Hadn't their inherent advantage now become a mockery? At this moment, the fire flickered weakly as a person sat down next to Xie Lian. It turned out Feng Xian had returned. Xie Lian immediately asked, "How was it?" Feng Xian shook his head and replied, "It's still the exact same result as what you found out earlier from beginning to end. Langing was not found on Mount Bay Slope, nor did we encounter any white-clad monstrosities. We don't know where they've hidden, so there's no way to verify whether or not they are playing tricks. Moreover, sure enough, all the people of Yong'an are healthy. Not a single one has contracted the human face plague." Mu Qing poked the fire and said, "The imperial city is so close to Mount Bay Slope, no matter what, it's impossible that not a single person was infected. From that, it's easy to see they are definitely playing tricks." Many people secretly thought the same, and thinking that way was indeed very logical, though deep down they knew it was the people of Yong'an, or more precisely Langing, playing wicked tricks. Yet what could they do when the opponent hit it too well? leaving them unable to get a handle on it. They suspected the human face plague was caused by a curse, and the corpse of Lang Ying's son was the source of the curse. But if it was a curse, then this curse was truly too perfect, leaving no trace whatsoever that could help them find its origin. Was there anything to prove a suspicion? There was nothing. Who could know if this human face plague was merely a new disease that had arisen naturally? Unless they caught the object of their suspicion, only then would Xie Lian have a way to conclude what the human face plague truly was. He hurriedly ascended to the upper heaven court to announce his conjectures. But as mentioned before, Xie Lian had violated the prohibition against descending to the mortal realm, and things were now different from before. In the past, to announce anything, he merely had to enter the Hall of Martial Gods directly and speak loudly into Junwu's ear. But now, he had to follow the usual procedures. One must know that what was called usual procedure meant that if one was lucky, a generous donation of merit would suffice to pass, and it would be conveyed to the divine official in charge. But if unlucky, one might very well be forced to follow an incredibly tedious and complex process, dragged out indefinitely. Even after completing it, they would only dispatch a divine official to resolve the matter. Yet Xie Lian himself was already a divine official, and besides Junwu, no divine official in the upper heaven court possessed higher spiritual power than him, so it was not certain that the divine official dispatched would be stronger than him. Junwu bore such heavy responsibilities to speak in mortal terms. He was busy with 1,000 affairs daily. How could he possibly descend in person to help him? Therefore this announcement was merely symbolic, and he did not truly hold any hope for it. However, what Xie Lian now pondered was not the aforementioned matters, but a different issue. He asked, if it is said that Yong'an cast a curse with the aim of destroying the imperial city, then the most effective attack ought to be an attack on the army, no? As long as the army is defeated, how is that any different from the city gates being thrown wide open? Yet in reality, the human face plague has not spread into the army at all. It wasn't that no one in the army had contracted the human face plague, but comparatively, the number was extremely small, only around 3 or 4 people, and moreover, after being taken into isolation, the situation was immediately brought under control and did not spread. Feng Xian had always been one to speak his mind, and he now spoke up. Perhaps they felt that even if they annihilated the army with you here, they would still be assured of defeat, so they decisively decided not to deal with the army anymore, and instead directly dealt with the common folk. Hearing this, Mu Qing burst out laughing. Feng Xian asked, "What are you laughing at?" Mu Qing replied, "Nothing. You can always offer such unimpeachable, insightful remarks. I have no opinion whatsoever." Feng Xian utterly loathed Mu Qing's habit of harboring malice in his heart yet feigning politeness outwardly, and decisively ignored him, continuing, "If it truly is their doing, then I despise them. If they're so capable, let them show it on the battlefield. What's so great about resorting to insidious tricks to massacre innocent civilians?" Xie Lian also thought so and sighed. "These past few days I've been continuously pondering how exactly one gets infected. First, we must know how it's transmitted, only then can we control it." Feng Xian said, "Isn't it obvious? Living close to each other, having frequent contact, drinking water, eating meals, sleeping and resting together, and it will be transmitted." Xie Lian massaged his glabella. "Outwardly, that doesn't seem wrong. However, consider the army soldiers in the army eat, drink, sleep and rest together. Their contact is surely even more intimate and frequent than that of common folk. So why is the number of infected soldiers so small?" Mu Qing frowned and said, "Your meaning is, under the same conditions but with different physiques, some people will get sick while others won't. What you want to ask is what kind of person can ultimately resist the human face plague, isn't it?" Xie Lian looked up and said, "Mu Qing understands me. It is indeed so. If we find this out, we will surely have a way to break the transmission chain of the human face plague." Mu Qing nodded. "That's good then. Let us look at it from the opposite angle. What kind of people are more likely to contract the human face plague? Among the patients in Mount Wu Woods, what type of people are most numerous?" In recent days, Xie Lian had visited the isolation area in Mount Wu Woods countless times and could answer with his eyes closed, immediately saying women, young children, adolescents, the elderly, and young men of not particularly robust physique. Feng Xian asked doubtfully, "Could it be that only people with weak health get infected? Should we perhaps request the king issue a decree, calling upon all citizens of the imperial capital to diligently train their health?" "Oh, Oh. Xie Lian and Mu Qing looked at Feng Xian, seemingly unwilling to respond. After a moment's pause, Feng Xian then murmured to himself, "That's not right." Book 2 Chapter 85 Human Face Disease Spreading from the Forest of Banished Souls 2. It was easily apparent that this was incorrect. Because the first carrier of the human face disease to burst onto Xinwu Avenue was a burly, powerfully built man, it inevitably seemed somewhat baseless. Comparing the soldiers afflicted with the human face disease to other soldiers, what exactly was their distinction? Xie Lian had thought of numerous possibilities, and had tested many permutations. Across all aspects, there were no overly apparent differences between them and the others. Among all the infected, their appearances, physiques, even their social statuses and personalities, were all rich in variety, allowing no fixed pattern to be concluded. Could it be that who gets infected and who doesn't is truly just a matter of fate? Xie Lian mused to himself, what exactly did those soldiers do to resist the contagion of the human face disease? In other words, what exactly is it that common folk rarely do but soldiers do often? As he thought of this, Xie Lian's eyes suddenly widened, his complexion instantly turned pale. Noticing his voice abruptly cease, Feng Xian asked, "What's wrong, Your Highness? Did you think of something?" Indeed, Xie Lian had thought of something. He had arrived at a reasonable conjecture, and simultaneously a terrifying one. Xie Lian abruptly stood and blurted out, No, that surely cannot be it, that's impossible." Feng Xian and Mu Qing also sprang to their feet, and asked, "What's the matter?" Xie Lian held his forehead, paced back and forth a few steps, and raised a hand saying, "Wait a moment, both of you. I have a very preposterous conjecture. It is likely not true, but I wish to verify it somewhat." Mu Qing asked, "What exactly is the conjecture? How do you intend to test it? Do you need me to find someone to test it on?" Xie Lian instantly rejected it. "That will not do, we cannot find a living person for the experiment. What if my guess is wrong? Rather, one might say that his heart secretly wished for his guess to be wrong. It would be better to be completely mistaken." Mu Qing frowned and said, "Your Highness, if you wish to know whether your conjecture is correct or not, you must definitely use a living person for the experiment. This is precisely the best method. Your fretting here is futile." Feng Xian also frowned. "Can't you see he is distressed? Do not speak such words any longer now." Mu Qing turned his head and asked, "How strange, what did I say? Is not what I said the truth? Having reached this point, what use is hesitation and bewilderment?" Feng Xian was displeased. "To you must everything be weighed by its utility? That is a living person, yet you do not even hesitate in the least. Are you not overly calm?" Mu Qing retorted, "Calm? Surely you mean to call me cold-blooded." Xie Lian also no longer possessed the calm patience to mediate for the two of them as in the past, and commanded, "You two to quarrel even over a single phrase. What sort of decency is that? Stand here for the duration of one stick of incense for me. During the burning of that incense stick, no one is permitted to budge. The old rule." Oh. Upon hearing the three words, "the old rule," Feng Xian and Mu Qing both visibly stiffened. Xie Lian waved his hand. "Heaven official bestows blessings. Begin." After a long while, Feng Xian gritted his teeth and said, "May good fortune shine down." Mu Tin also gritted her teeth and continued, "Declaring by formal treatise, dependent on books and papers." Feng Tin said with great effort, "Tree." He was still agonizing over how to continue, when Xie Lian had already turned and stepped into the Bat Yu forest, seeking three ailing soldiers to question. What was called the old rules was a method Xie Lian had devised to divert their attention. Feng Tin and Mu Tin, at the slightest opportunity, would taunt each other with a few words. The source of their quarrels was neither grand nor trivial. Initially, Xie Lian made the two of them stand still for an incense stick's time, forbidden to speak to each other until they had calmed down, but its effectiveness was too low. Thus he later decided to change it to making them connect idioms, vying for victory and defeat. This way their minds would have no room to fret over the recent argument, but instead had to rack their brains to connect phrases, thinking of every possible way to defeat the other. After discovering this clever method, Xie Lian felt the world was much more peaceful, boundlessly satisfied. Now, making the two of them follow the old rules once more was considered a reluctant way to help everyone relax a little. Unfortunately, this relaxation did not last long. After an incense stick's time, Xie Lian returned. His expression looked terribly grim, and he spoke, giving orders summon the soldiers from the same barracks who ate and slept with the infected soldiers to me. I have questions for them. The other two, each speechless a few times, having won and lost, finally no longer needed to play the connection game and simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Mutin replied, "That's fine. However, such circuitous verification might not necessarily guarantee a completely accurate result." Fong Tin turned, intending to carry out Xie Lian's command. But Xie Lian called out again, "Wait. It's already late. If we inquire now, the commotion will be too great. We cannot summon so many people at once and draw the attention of the locals. The information I seek cannot be revealed in the slightest. Doing so would make it impossible to conceal." Fong Tin turned his head and asked, "Then what should we do? Bring them one by one to your quarters to question them privately?" Xie Lian replied, "This is the only way. Tomorrow, bring the soldiers close to those men to my room, one by one, without letting them know that both parties are being questioned. You must remember to order them absolutely not to speak to anyone else. Otherwise," he took a breath, then sighed, "never mind. You just threaten them. Tell them that if this information gets out, they will be killed without question. The more ruthless, the better." Mutin said, questioning them one by one, "How long will that take?" Xie Lian replied, "No matter how long it takes, we must ask. Questioning one more person adds one more layer of certainty. This matter, I absolutely must get to the bottom of it. There can be no room for the slightest error." So, the next day, Xie Lian sat in a temporary room set up for him on the city gate tower, personally questioning over 300 soldiers. Facing the question Xie Lian posed, all 300+ individuals answered identically. With each person questioned, Xie Lian's expression darkened further. After the task was complete, Fong Tin and Mu Tin entered the room to find Xie Lian sitting at the table, one hand supporting his forehead, saying nothing. Only after a long silence did he slowly speak, "You two guard the city gate. I am making a trip to Mount Yu. Fong Tin hesitated, "Your Highness, have you discovered anything? Is it a curse after all, or?" Xie Lian nodded, "I have. It is a curse." Mu Tin asked, "Seriously, are you certain?" Xie Lian replied, "Absolutely certain, beyond any doubt. I also now know what kind of person becomes infected, and what kind will not." Although he spoke thus, Xie Lian's expression showed no trace of joy at finally finding the solution. Fong Tin and Mu Tin also sensed that matters were not so simple. Yet, if Xie Lian did not speak up on his own as subordinates, they naturally found it inconvenient to inquire further, and their hearts too sank. Mount Taizong Huangji Temple, the highest peak, Shunwu Temple. The Quaxu was offering incense amidst swirling smoke. Xie Lian stepped into the temple, going straight to the main point. "Quaxu, I wish to meet Di Jun." After offering incense, the Quaxu turned his head and replied, "Your Highness, the great gate of the heavenly court no longer opens for you." Xie Lian said, "I know. But I have now clearly ascertained that the country of Xianlu is suffering from the assault of an unprecedented and malicious curse. This is not a natural disaster, but a non-human entity causing disturbance within it. I ask for your assistance. Please invite Di Jun to descend and possess a body, to inform him of this news directly. Perhaps he will know the source of all these events, or find an opportunity to turn the situation around." Since Xie Lian had returned to the mortal realm, he had come to Shunwu Temple a total of 3 times to report, but the 2 previous times he had no intention of asking for help, merely doing so out of formality. Only this time was he truly seeking assistance. The Quaxu sat on his chair and replied, "It is not that I do not wish to help you, Your Highness, it is simply that there is no need to do so. Even if I were to lend you a hand, allowing Di Jun to descend and possess me for you to speak with him, the answer you receive will only disappoint you." Talian's expression shifted slightly, and he asked, "Have you perhaps learned something? What is the one wearing white clothes and a crying smiling mask, do you know?" The National Master said, "Your Highness, do you still remember a saying I once told you? Destiny in this world, whether good or bad, all have a fixed outcome." Talian was stunned, and immediately fell silent. The National Master continued, "Originally, many people of Yong'an should have died. You moved water to create rain, helping them cling to a thread of life, but could not thoroughly save them from the great drought, nor properly arrange their future. Thus now they are in the Yong'an army on Beizi Slope, wanting to find their own future. Originally, the imperial city should have fallen into decline, Yet you personally descended to the mortal realm, using your own ability to change the situation in a flash, helping the imperial city cling to a thread of life. However, you did not resolutely kill all the rebel soldiers and rebel citizens of Yong'an, nor eradicate them completely. On the contrary, you even allowed them to live until today, just like a swarm of cockroaches, growing stronger with every blow. The National Master asked in a tone of bewilderment, Your Highness, may I ask what you are doing? Are you perhaps waiting for both sides to awaken to realization, repent and reform, and peacefully return to being one nation? For some unknown reason, Ta Lian suddenly felt shame in his heart, then quickly turned bewildered, thinking to himself, how strange. No matter if I save people or protect people, it is always because those people are innocent commoners not deserving of death. Every single thing I do is clearly a choice I made after serious consideration and mental struggle, so why does it sound so ridiculous when heard from someone else's mouth? Why does it sound as if I haven't completed anything and moreover, failed so utterly? This word, as soon as it appeared in his mind, was crossed out by Ta Lian with thick ink. The National Master spoke again. You, using your immortal status, interfered in mortal affairs. The destiny of Xie Lian kingdom was stirred by you into chaos, shaking heaven and earth, utterly disordered. To achieve balance, obviously, other things will arise to turn the trajectory you knocked off course back. I do not know what that thing truly is, but I can affirm it was born because of you. Oh. Ta Lian's body swayed, and the National Master continued, I can also affirm, if Martial God Great Emperor met you, he would certainly say the same to you, because that is why he initially did not allow you to descend to the mortal realm. But I feel, even if he had told you then, perhaps you would still have gone down. People in their teens are like that, they don't listen to advice, and if they don't stumble they won't believe they don't know how to walk. Ta Lian asked in an incredulous tone, your meaning is, the cause of the human face disease turned out to be me? So, based on the theory of predestination, whatever that crying smiling thing does is what I deserve. This means the upper heavenly court fundamentally won't manage this matter, is that right? The National Master replied, you can say it that way or not say it that way. Anyway, if one truly calculates like that, then your imperial father and imperial mother can also be blamed, because if they had not given birth to you, you would not have ascended, nor would you have descended to the mortal realm. From that, one can infer all generations of your Xie Lian ancestors can also be blamed. Therefore, discussing who caused the origin has no meaning. As for the last question you asked, that is correct, they will not manage it. Because Xie Lian losing its kingdom was originally a matter of course if you have interfered to disrupt this chessboard. And there must certainly be another hand to place the pieces you disrupted back to their original positions. Ta Lian took a deep breath, not wanting to discuss with the National Master whether Xie Lian losing its kingdom was a matter of course. Closing his eyes for a moment, he opened his mouth then, National Master, if I disappear now, will that thing disappear with me? The National Master replied, I'm afraid not. Inviting a god is easy. Sending a god away is difficult. Evil spirits and monsters are no different. Ta Lian nodded, and forced himself to say yes. Thank you, National Master, for your guidance. He knew talking more was useless, he could only rely on himself. Bowing to the National Master and saying his farewells, Ta Lian prepared to leave. From behind him, the National Master called out, Your Highness. The path ahead, how do you intend to walk it? Ta Lian bowed his head and replied, if I disappear now, it would be of no avail, thus, fighting against it to the very end is my only path. Pausing for a moment, he again raised his head, enunciating each word, I don't care if it is a hand or whatever thing, but the people I protect are absolutely not its chess pieces. Half a month later, Lang On led the Yong'an army to raid again. Having gone through countless large and small campaigns lasting for months, the current Yong'an army finally could be called an army. They were no longer the scattered bandit rabble of days past, but a regular army with real strength. Lang On seemed to have evaporated from the mortal world long ago. This time, meeting him again on the battlefield, Ta Lian, who had waited for a long time, flew straight through the crowd, sidestepped and charged forward, brought down a sword slash, and shouted, Where is that one wearing white? Lang On blocked his sword, did not reply, and seriously fought back. Ta Lian pressed close with every step, saying, You know who I'm referring to. My patience is limited. Suddenly Lang On stared at him and asked, Crown Prince, Your Highness, didn't you once say that Yong'an would continue to have rain? Ta Lian did not expect him to ask that. His heart trembled slightly, And he opened his mouth but was speechless. It was true that he had assured Lang On that Yong and would continue to have reign. But in the past period, the number of people infected with the human face disease in the imperial city had multiplied, currently reaching nearly 500 people. These 500 people crowded in the Buyu forest. The quarantine area seemed to be running out of space, and officials were discussing moving them to a farther, wider place. Most of Ta Lian's spiritual power was used to alleviate the condition of those 500 people. Therefore, he could not continue to go to Yong'an to create rain. Since he was not using Yusher's hat, he also felt awkward occupying someone else's treasured artifact. Out of helplessness, he had no choice but to send Feng Exan to Yusher's kingdom on a trip to return Yusher's hat to Yusher and express his thanks. Xie Lian thrust a sword, angrily said that rain was created by me. Why did it stop? Do you not know in your hearts? The more furious he became, the calmer Lang On grew. It has nothing to do with me. I only know that even without the human face disease, your spiritual power wouldn't last long. Just as even with your reign, Yong'an wouldn't save many more people, only wasting effort in vain. Crown Prince Highness, why do you believe that whatever you want to do you can do? Rather than entrust my own fate to you, I would choose to entrust it to myself. Unsure which sentence had struck a nerve, Xie Lian suddenly conceived the intention to kill. His sword blade revolved, his left hand secretly flicked upwards, and a voice screamed in his heart, kill this person. Yong'an's remnant soldiers are not strong enough to create a threat. Since they had met until now, this was the first time Xie Lian truly tightened his resolve to kill Lang On. Unexpectedly, a palm strike was unleashed, hitting Lang On's chest, making him spit out a mouthful of blood, yet it did not pierce his heart. Instead, Xie Lian was even knocked back and sent flying. Under that shock, Xie Lian could not believe it. He retreated a few steps, saying, "You." What had repelled him? Xie Lian could not be clearer. Among mortals, there are those who possess strong abilities, such as monarchs, prodigies, righteous warriors. Whenever in critical danger, they will automatically generate protective spiritual energy, guarding them from harm. Such people for the most part have the potential to ascend. Lang On was merely a commoner, yet he unexpectedly also produced this protective spiritual energy. Moreover, it was an extremely rare kind, the spiritual energy of a monarch. Xie Lian dared not ponder deeply what this truly meant, when he suddenly felt his chest grow cold. It was Lang On's sword arriving, piercing through his chest. This battle, neither side distinguished victory nor defeat. The Yong'an invaders still died in large numbers as before, but this time Xian's imperial city was not much better off. If it were anyone else, it could actually be said to be a tragic victory, but for Xie Lian this was undoubtedly a defeat. This was his first defeat, and although Lang On still could not defeat him, eventually retreating with injuries, many people had witnessed Lang On striking him. Xie Lian could guess how many generals and soldiers in the army were secretly discussing at this moment. His Highness is a martial god. Why was he stabbed? Aren't we an army of immortals? Why this time did we not achieve complete victory as before? Nevertheless, Xie Lian was entirely without the strength to care about those whispered voices anymore, because Mu Qing informed him that today, Buyo Forest had admitted over 100 new patients suffering from the human face disease. In just a short day, over 100 more people. Now the first group of human face disease sufferers had fallen ill to an extremely severe extent from head to toe. There was no acceptable spot, and they had to be covered with thick white cloth, otherwise, just a glance would provoke terror. But through the layers of white cloth, one could vaguely glimpse uneven, bulging things on the contours of their bodies. Xie Lian ran everywhere providing treatment. Just as he painstakingly finished one round, Feng Exan pulled him aside, asking softly, "Your Highness, what happened on the battlefield today? Why were you stabbed by that reckless fellow? Clearly, you hit him many times afterwards. Why didn't you just kill him?" Xie Lian did not want to tell Feng Exan that Lang On had an additional layer of monarchical spiritual energy that even a god official could not breach, and so he could only offer a bitter smile. It was not that he did not want to kill him. In truth, he could no longer kill him. The spiritual power contained within his offensive strikes had all been neutralized by that layer of monarch's aura, completely ineffective against Lang On. After discovering this, Xie Lian immediately switched to using real blades and spears, punching with his hands and kicking with his feet, but Lang On had thick skin and flesh, extremely good at taking a beating. Just at this moment, Someone in the distance suddenly screamed, "Your Highness, save me." Xie Lian was receiving a cup of water that Feng Xian handed him just as he took a sip. Hearing this scream, he choked, unable to catch his breath, and hurriedly rushed over. The person screaming was precisely the young man who had given him an umbrella that day. Because Xie Lian was especially attentive to this young man, he also more diligently called out to him for help. Initially, the location where the human face disease grew on him was his knee. Xie Lian performed a spell to control it, not allowing the virulent disease to spread. Thus only his left leg had human faces growing on it. At this moment he was madly kicking that leg, in agony between life and death. Xie Lian held him tight, reassuring him, "Don't move. I am here." The young man was utterly terrified, grabbing Xie Lian, saying, "Your Highness! Your Highness, save me. Just now I felt my leg itch so much like it was poked by grass. Then I bent down to look. I saw those things. Their mouths kept opening and closing. They were moving. They were moving. They are eating grass. They are living things." Xie Lian instantly felt his hair stand on end. He lowered his head to look, and indeed on the young man's left leg, dozens of human faces were densely squirming, many mouths still gripping grass, some even chewing noisily as if ravenously hungry. Many patients screamed to the heavens, the crowd ceaselessly restless. It was also thanks to Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and the soldiers' strenuous efforts to suppress them that no riot occurred. Xie Lian used one hand to firmly hold the young man, asking the person next to him, "Can this leg of high a still move?" The caregivers in Buyo Forest all had to be fully equipped, using bandages and straw cloaks to tightly wrap their entire bodies, their forms unrecognizable. A person working nearby answered, sounding like a youth, "Your Highness, it's no good. This leg of his is already crippled. Who knows what is growing inside? It's as heavy as if filled with molten lead, impossible to pull. Moreover, the virulent disease is still spreading upwards, about to spill out of this leg, already spreading to his hip." At this moment, a physician whispered, "Your Highness, as I see it, the only method that has not yet been tried is to amputate the part where the human faces are growing, to see if it can prevent the spread." Within Xie Lian's mind, only this method came to him. "Then cut it for him." That young man hastily cried out, "Don't." He feared his leg would be severed, yet he did not dare to grasp his own grotesque calf. "The pain beyond description. My leg is not yet crippled. Perhaps it can still recover. Your Highness, do you have no other way to save me?" Xie Lian no longer wished to respond with phrases like, "I will do my utmost, I will try my best." Before his eyes, darkness slowly descended, and he uttered in a low voice, "I apologize, I do not." This was the first time His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had ever uttered such words, and countless people present were utterly astounded. Someone instantly lost control, yelling, "Do not? You are His Highness, you are a god, how see? And you have no way? We have been waiting here for you to devise a solution for so many days. How can you have no way?" The one who spoke these words was instantly forced down by someone, unable to make another sound, but not by Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Seemingly feeling that Xie Lian's words just now were too frank, unable to pacify the multitude, Mu Qing silently furrowed his brow, while Feng Xian from afar bellowed for the patients leaping too high to cease at once. For several days straight, he had been racking his brains in vexation. Xie Lian's long sword had not yet been sheathed into its scabbard. Hanging loosely at his hip, the blade rested quite close to that calf. Perceiving the frigid sword energy, a human face abruptly ceased chewing, gaping its mouth to let out a piercing shriek. This thing, it actually shrieked. Though the voice sounded faint and feeble, it undoubtedly issued from this very calf. The young man let out a roar. Nearly collapsing from terror, he clutched Xie Lian tightly, his mouth incessantly repeating, "Your Highness, save me. Save me." Simultaneously, from his leg up towards his hip, 3 faint depressions became visible. The physician exclaimed in panic, "Your Highness, it's spreading, it's spreading. The virulent fluid is about to burst forth from his leg." Despite how much more spiritual power he expended, Xie Lian ultimately could not restrain the young man's malady. Witnessing these dreadful things on the verge of engulfing the young man's entire body, once it spread, there would be no means of salvation. Could they merely sit and await death? Xie Lian gritted his teeth and said, "I shall ask you but one thing. This leg, do you wish to keep it? What precisely will become of you after losing your leg? I also dare not guarantee." If you do not wish for it, then nod, and we shall act at once. If you wish for it, then do not nod, and we shall observe and determine afterwards. The young man panted, already terrified into soulless eyes, nearly losing his mind, appearing to nod, yet simultaneously to shake his head. And the multitude of human faces upon his left leg, one after another, began to shriek clamorously, as if welcoming newly joined companions. Amidst the cacophony of their squeals and cries, one could even discern their joyful expressions and their tiny, trembling, vibrant red tongues. It was truly difficult to fathom what scene ultimately resided within the young man's left leg, as well as what it had become a parasitic host for. This cannot be delayed any longer. Xie Lian spoke to the physician, cut it for him. The physician frantically waved his hands, saying, "Your Highness, forgive me. I myself am not assured. I dare not bring the blade down here. What if, even after severing it, it is not resolved? It is better not to risk it." Secretly chiding himself for his idle chatter when he was perfectly safe, thereby inviting trouble, almost getting stuck with a dreadful task, he finally melted into the crowd, uttering an "Oti," another sound. The young man muttered, "Your Highness, save me, Your Highness, save me." But in Xie Lian's mind, there was only emptiness. A voice of despair was whispering from the depths of his heart, "Who will come and save me?" All four sides were a clamorous din, filled with every manner of shriek. The writhing mass of small, distorted human faces below also wailed and squealed. For a fleeting moment, Xie Lian felt as though he had gazed upon hell itself. He seemed to be staring intently into that abyss of hell, then again as if seeing nothing at all. Amidst ceaseless rivulets of cold sweat, he opened his eyes wide and raised his hand. His hand lifted the sword, then brought it down, fresh blood erupted forth. Volume 2 Chapter 86 The Human Face Disease Spreads from Buyu Forest 3. Ah! The young man, who had already been half conscious, half delirious, suddenly jolted awake after his left leg was severed by Xie Lian, thrashing wildly and screaming, "My leg! My leg!" Xie Lian knelt in a pool of blood, his white robe stained and splattered with blood, exerting his strength to hold him down. He spoke, "It will be all right. Physician, quickly staunch his bleeding." The several physicians fumbled awkwardly. Mu Qing, unable to bear the sight any longer, spoke, "Don't you dare faint." With that, he stepped forward to retrieve a small vial of medicine. A faint ethereal mist wafted out, and the fresh blood gradually ceased its flow. Xie Lian too shrouded the young man's wound with a layer of spiritual light. As for the severed leg, it lay forlornly upon the ground. Suddenly, it subtly curled in on itself, unbelievably. Even after being detached from the body, it still convulsed and writhed, as if it were a living thing. Xie Lian lifted his hand, and a burst of flame erupted. That leg was consumed by the roaring inferno, turning into a handful of pitch-black charred remains. The young man wailed miserably, "My leg." Xie Lian inspected his hip, and seeing that the human face marks had not yet crept upwards, his eyes shone with a brilliant light, and he spoke joyfully, "It is done, it has ceased, it will not spread further." Only then did the young man cease his weeping, his eyes wide. He uttered, "Is that true? Is it truly cured?" The crowd collectively drew a cold breath and stirred restlessly. After hesitating for a while, someone cried out, "Your Highness, please treat me as well." A young man's voice not far away spoke loudly again, "Don't act rashly. It's not certain to work. What if he relapses after some time?" Reminded by this voice, Xie Lian also calmed down, saying, "That's right. It cannot be determined yet. We still need to observe for some more time." Someone said fearfully, "How much longer must we observe?" "I can't wait any longer. If we wait any more. If we wait any more, this thing will grow on my face." Someone else, defying caution, said, "I am willing to take a chance." Not long after, several hundred people in Buyo Forest all cl. Amorate noisily, "Your Highness, we beg you to relieve us of our suffering." One by one, people began to kneel and kowtow to Xie Lian. Xie Lian was surrounded by them, though awkward. He dared not be negligent, saying, "Please stand up first. If, after some time, this person does not relapse, I will certainly do my utmost to treat everyone." After painstakingly appeasing the populace, promising many things, and bringing the young man whose leg had been amputated to another place to arrange things properly, Xie Lian sat under a tree. Mu Qing looked around and spoke softly, "Why did you so decisively cut off his leg?" For matters such as these, Unless the person himself begs you repeatedly, you should not decide on your own. What if you cut off his leg and it still has no effect? Then the one he hates will be you. Xie Lian's heart was still pounding. He raised a hand to cover his face, saying in a hoarse voice, "The situation at that time could not wait any longer. He didn't answer me, the physicians didn't dare to act. How could I stand idly by and watch the plague spread unchecked? After all, someone had to step forward and decide what ultimately needed to be done. I truly..." Feng Xian rarely showed worry, saying, "Your Highness, I think you should rest. Your complexion is truly not good. We will shoulder things for you here for now." Xie Lian also felt somewhat unable to hold on, slowly nodded and replied, "All right. I'll rest here for a while, and then I'll return shortly. Cannot go too far." Just then someone in the forest cried out again. Feng Xian and Mu Qing then went to see what was happening. Xie Lian was dazed for a moment, then lay down on the ground. For instance, in the past, if no one had set up a scented tent and placed an ivory inlaid bed, he would certainly never have lain on the muddy ground in such a wilderness. But now, he truly had no strength left to worry about such trivial matters. He didn't even brush off the dust and bloodstains on his robes, his face ashen and brows smudged with dust. He laid his head down and drifted off. Not knowing how much time had passed, he drowsily heard Feng Xian calling him. Xie Lian, startled awake, turned over and sat up, discovering something slipping off him. He bowed his head to look, and it turned out to be a tattered, patched blanket. He didn't know who had covered him with it while he rested. Xie Lian rubbed his glabella, saying to Feng Xian, who was approaching, "I don't need this. Give it to those patients." Feng Xian was startled to hear this. "Huh? What are you saying? This blanket? I didn't give it to you. I just got back." Xie Lian turned his head and asked, "What about Mu Qing?" Mu Qing said, "It wasn't me either. It must have been some devotee living in the quarantine zone who brought it to you." Xie Lian looked all around. He saw no one noteworthy, then shook his head, thinking to himself, "I can't believe someone approached without me noticing. This state I'm in is truly terrible." He folded the blanket neatly, and he placed it on the ground, stood up and said, "Let's go." Xie Lian walked away, burdened by worries, and not long after, the very thing he worried about occurred. Just 2 days later, Xie Lian returned to Buyou Forest. A few physicians informed him during the night. Over 10 patients with a human face plague disregarded the warnings, stealthily crawling up. Some used fire to burn the infected areas. Others used knives to cut their flesh. Many more, due to imprecise methods, lost too much blood, huddled under their blankets, not daring to utter a sound, afraid of being discovered, and ultimately died silently. Having just left the battlefield, he heard this grim news. Xie Lian stood amidst several hundred people, looking at the patients covered in blood, crying out in pain, lying scattered on the ground. He finally grew angry. "Why did you not listen to my advice? Did I not say that it cannot yet be determined whether the plague could be eradicated completely? How could you act so recklessly?" This was the first time he had been so angry in front of so many devotees. Everyone bowed their heads and sealed their lips, silent as clams. Truly angry in his heart, Xie Lian couldn't help but say a few more words. After speaking for a while, suddenly, someone spoke up. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is immune to all poisons. The pain and sickness lie upon us, not upon you. Of course you would say we acted recklessly, but it is also because our condition is critical that we treated ourselves rashly and misguidedly. What other choice did we have?" Although this person did not directly retort him, their tone was exceedingly strange. When Xie Lian heard this, blood instantly rushed to his head. He asked, "What did you say?" After speaking, that person also drew back and could not be found. Feng Xian, being far away, did not hear it. Otherwise, he would have instantly cursed. Seeing the mood of the crowd was not good, Mu Qing carefully chose not to exacerbate the situation. Seeing Xie Lian did not reply, another person spoke again. "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, if you cannot save us, we will have no choice but to save ourselves. Rest assured, we will not waste your spiritual medicine and spiritual power." Just a moment ago, his blood had been boiling. Now it was as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xie Lian thought to himself, "What are they saying? Could it be that I care about that pile of spiritual medicine and spiritual power? Clearly, I stopped them because I feared the amputation would be useless. Why do they say I'm all talk? It's true that I don't understand those pains and illnesses, but if I didn't genuinely want to save people, why would I abandon my peaceful life as a heavenly official to bring suffering upon myself? In his entire life, Xie Lian had never been jabbed by anyone with such words, nor had he ever suffered such indignation. His heart was filled with 1,000 words, but his mouth could not utter a single sentence because he knew that he still hadn't found a way to completely cure the human face disease, ultimately causing the believers to slowly lose patience. The suffering that these common people had to bear was 100 times more tormenting than his own suffering. Xie Lian could only clench his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. After a long while, he suddenly threw a punch at a nearby tree trunk. The tree trunk snapped with a crack. Everyone jumped in fright, gathering to whisper and discuss. Only then did Feng Exan, who was in the distance, notice that something had happened on this side. Running over and calling out, "Your Highness!" Xie Lian threw a punch, venting a breath of stifled indignation, and thus calmed down somewhat. Unexpectedly, amidst the dead silent atmosphere, someone spoke up. "Crown Prince, Your Highness, you don't need to be so angry. Everyone sitting here is a patient. All are your believers. No one owes you anything." As soon as the words were spoken, many people secretly nodded. Although everyone lowered their voices, Xie Lian's 5 senses were keen. Every sound was clearly heard. Below, people were whispering. Finally someone dared to speak the truth. "I've been choking on it, not daring to say. Before, I heard that the Crown Prince, Your Highness, was very gentle. Why is he like this now?" Amidst waves of human voices like a tide, Xie Lian unconsciously took a step back. For the past 20 years, Xie Lian had never been afraid of any enemy. He forever knew no fear. But at this moment, a kind of emotion akin to fear swept through his heart. At this moment, Xie Lian heard someone whisper, "If he has such divine power, he should show it to the enemy. Why bother struggling so much here?" Hearing this sentence, Xie Lian could no longer stand here. It's not that he didn't know that his current self was completely unlike the martial god holding a sword and a flower, serenely smiling on the altar. Xie Lian turned around and bolted, rushing out of the Bat Yu forest as if fleeing. Feng Exan and Mu Qing shouted from behind, "Your Highness, where are you going?" The crowd suddenly became chaotic. It seemed a young guard suddenly punched and kicked several patients for no reason, sparking a rough and tumble brawl. Even so, Feng Exan and Mu Qing had no energy to care about that side. They yelled for several squads of soldiers to guard the scene, then chased after Xie Lian. The direction Xie Lian rushed towards was Beizi Slope, each step covering several zhang. Before long, he reached that densely forested mountaintop region. Xie Lian's eyes were bloodshot. Standing in the forest, he roared, "Come out!" Feng Exan said, "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" Xie Lian bellowed at the sky, "I know you're here. Get out here for me." Mu Qing said, "If you call out once and he comes out, then it wouldn't be this difficult." His words were not yet finished when he suddenly fell silent, because all three heard a creaking sound coming from behind them. Spinning they our heads around, the one sitting on a vine looked down at them. Wasn't it precisely that white-robed monster wearing the half-crying, half-smiling mask? Unexpectedly, one call truly made him appear. As soon as he saw him, Xie Lian immediately lost all reason, lunging forward, coldly roaring, "I want your life." The white-robed figure dodged nimbly and skillfully, his voluminous white sleeves like dancing butterfly wings, exquisitely beautiful. Feng Exan and Mu Qing both let out an "ah," originally intending to lend a hand, but suddenly noticing something was amiss, they stopped their movements, their faces revealing clear astonishment. Xie Lian, whose heart was full of fiery rage, didn't notice anything, his long sword drawn from its sheath. Feng Exan cried out, "Your Highness, haven't you noticed he—" But Xie Lian had already used one hand to grasp the white-robed figure's throat, his other hand holding the sword's tip aimed directly at his chest. Clearly already subdued by Xie Lian, yet the white-robed figure suddenly burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha." His laughter was clear and gentle, like that of a young boy. Xie Lian found it strangely familiar, very much like someone, but under the fit of rage, he temporarily couldn't remember whose voice it resembled, merely a hint of doubt suddenly appearing in his heart. After a moment the white-robed figure sighed, "Oh Xie Lian, no matter how you struggle it's useless. You've surely lost. The kingdom of Xianlu is about to perish." Xie Lian grew furious, withdrawing his hand to give him a slap, Scolding, who do you think you are? If I didn't tell you to speak, then shut your mouth for me. For Xie Lian, this was truly an extremely rude action. His head slapped askew by Xie Lian, the white-robed figure turned back, saying, do you truly want me to shut up? All right. However, there is actually still a method that can help you turn defeat into victory, but it depends on whether you are willing to do it. If he hadn't added the last sentence, Xie Lian surely wouldn't have paid him any mind. But he added the last sentence. Xie Lian felt that he might be telling the truth. A method did exist, it was just that it wanted him to pay a heavy price. Xie Lian took a gasping breath and said in a low voice, what method? Just tell me directly what you want me to do. Stop with the nonsense. The white-robed figure said, come a little closer and I'll tell you. Xie Lian said, all right. Feng Exen called out, your highness. Surely you wouldn't. Only to see Xie Lian thrust his sword through the chest of the figure in white, lean down and open his mouth speak. The figure in white used an extremely small voice to whisper to Xie Lian for a while. Outsiders could not clearly hear what he was saying. And the more Xie Lian listened, the wider his eyes grew, and after hearing it all, he could no longer bear it, giving him another slap across the face, yelling, I didn't tell you to say this. What I want is a solution. Illusion. The figure in white replied, I've already said, this is precisely the solution, but it depends on whether you are willing to do it. His face contorted. Xie Lian spoke. What exactly do you want to do? Who exactly are you? The figure in white laughed heartily. Who am I? Why don't you take off the mask and see for yourself? Xie Lian had long had that intention, so he promptly took off the half-crying, half-smiling mask. The next second, his entire body stiffened. Beneath the mask, smiling at Xie Lian, was the face of a handsome, fair-skinned youth with bright eyes, a fresh smile at the corners of his mouth, and an infinitely gentle and modest demeanor. It was his own face. Book 2 Chapter 87 Golden Body strives to prevent the sky from falling. Xie Lian, unable to contain his rage, pulled the sword from the figure's chest, and as he was about to stab him again, he discovered that there was not a speck of blood on the sword. In a flash, his heart understood, and he then reversed the tip of the sword, slicing down onto the head of this white-clad youth. The cut was as easy as turning a hand, but after the head and body were separated, both sides immediately deflated, turning into a pile of flat leather backs. Unexpectedly, this body was an empty shell. Both times encountering this thing, he had used a fake body, his true self never having appeared from beginning to end. Although not surprised, Xie Lian still hated him to the bone, his long sword randomly stabbing it. Oh, the head and body of that pile of limp skin, sharp sword energy tearing the leather bags to shreds. Yet his anger was still not appeased. Feng Exen could no longer watch, stopping him. Your Highness, this is just a shell. But this shell was identical to Xie Lian's appearance in his youth, so at first glance, it looked as if he was cruelly slaughtering himself, a scene that more or less made people uncomfortable. Xie Lian panted a few times, threw down his sword, and sat on the ground saying, I know. But he dared to use my face. Xie Lian was truly boiling with rage. Feng Exen and Mu Qing squatted down in front of him. After a moment of silence, Feng Exen finally spoke. Your Highness, are you feeling any better? Don't believe that thing's nonsense, he's just provoking you. Unexpectedly, Xie Lian replied, no, some of the things he said weren't actually teasing me, it's just that. Feng Exen was astonished. He really told you how to lift the curse. Xie Lian raised his right hand to scratch his hair, saying he didn't tell me how to resolve the human face disease, what he told me was how to create the human face disease. The other two were stunned. Create? Xie Lian nodded, looking around, feeling it was still not wise to stay at Baisy Slope, so he decided to leave here first. Now he did not want to see the dodging gazes of the soldiers, nor did he want to hear the sound of groans and complaints of the patients, so he decided to return to the Crown Prince's living quarters in the Imperial Palace, which he had left vacant for many years. Closing the door, Xie Lian reluctantly stabilized his emotions, sat down, and said in a deep voice, the piles of human faces growing on people's bodies, all of them are the vengeful spirits of Yangon people. A part died on the battlefield, the larger part died during the Great Drought. Mu Qing was not surprised either, saying no wonder the Yangon people are immune to the human face disease, one's own people naturally wouldn't attack one's own people. Feng Exen frowned. Those who died from the Great Drought weren't killed by the imperial city's people. Even if they harbor resentment, They shouldn't direct it this way, should they? Xie Lian sighed, although that's what's said. When a person has just died, their soul has a chaotic period. For a period of time after death, a person's soul will be like a newborn infant, dazed and confused, half awake and half dreaming, not knowing who they are, where they are, or what they are doing. This period can be long or short, depending on each person's karma. This state is called the chaotic period. And in that situation, their relatives or lovers while alive could lead those wandering souls, or influence them. The folk customs of calling souls during the first 7 days after death are all based on this. Xie Lian said, "He told me that the soldiers of Yong'an harbored immense resentment and a very strong will to attack the imperial city's side. And their parents, wives, and children. Many had died in the great drought. These wandering souls had no refuge, and thus would be infected by the emotions of their relatives. He exploited the hatred of those soldiers to transmit hostility towards the Xianlu people to the wandering souls, urging them to parasitize on the flesh of the living, vying for the nutrients of the living. Because these wandering souls in this chaotic period had been instilled with one thought: if not for them, you would have been able to live on." Feng Xian asked, "What kind of monstrous thought is that? Who should live and who should die?" Xie Lian rested his forehead in his hand, saying, "Before, Langing unintentionally buried his child's corpse within the imperial city, and this became the catalyst for him to cast his spell. I asked that man in white to tell me the solution, but he talked for an entire session, yet only told me this cursing technique. What does this mean? As if a cursing technique could break a curse," Feng Xian cursed. "Or perhaps he is just teasing your highness. What kind of monstrous trick is this, damn it?" Mu Qing, however, said, "He is not teasing your highness. He truly has told your highness the method." Xie Lian raised his head, and Feng Xian turned his head, asking what method. Mu Qing said, "The solution." His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered some secret. "The curse from Yong'an is effective because they harbor resentment towards Xianlu. But does Xianlu not harbor resentment towards Yong'an?" Xie Lian's eyes widened, his breathing halted. Mu Qing continued, "If he has told your highness the method of cursing, then your highness can use a similar method to return blow for blow, blood for blood, creating a human face disease that only infects the people of Yong'an. Your highness, consider this: for the human face disease to be effective, there must be living people to help. As long as we make them infected, they won't even be able to manage their own affliction. Perhaps not even a single living person will remain wounded that befalling them before the axe even touches them." Xie Lian had never thought of this method. Hearing Mu Qing speak so passionately, he was momentarily stunned. A moment later he blurted out, "Absolutely not." Mu Qing asked, "Why not?" "Don't forget that they were the ones who cast the curse first." Xie Lian stood up abruptly, saying, "No means no. Moreover, you are wrong. I am certain that the soldiers of Yong'an would also be very difficult to infect with the human face disease, just like the soldiers of Xianlu. Don't ask me why." Mu Qing spoke rapidly. "Then infecting only the common people will also do. They do not have sufficient protective equipment and manpower like the imperial city. Once the human face disease breaks out, the plague situation will surely spread faster. They will absolutely have no strength left to retaliate. Using the safety of the common people behind them to threaten them into stopping the curse and surrendering is just the same. How would they possibly hold out as long as the imperial city?" Xie Lian immediately refuted, "That is even more unacceptable. Don't forget what we called them when they attacked the innocent common people of the imperial city. Despicable. If we also do as they do, wouldn't we become the very villains we condemned? Then how would we be any different from them?" Mu Qing suppressed his agitation, saying, "Your highness, do not forget who it was that used death to lure your highness into the gentle fragrance. It was precisely those innocent common people in your highness' mouth." As soon as these words were uttered, Xie Lian hesitated for a moment. To be frank, it was impossible to disregard it. But in the end he still said, "Indeed there were such people. But that is because such people often rush forward first, most fanatically, which is why your eyes only see such people. Whereas in reality, there are even more common people who understand nothing at all. If you bother to look at Beizi Slope, you will know that many people don't even know why they have to fight. They just run to wherever there is food, only hoping to survive. Mu Qing, what you are proposing I do now is to kill one group of innocent people to save another group of innocent people." Xie Lian sighed, saying, "I still think it's better to find another way. With a somewhat displeased tone, Mu Qing said sarcastically, "Why should I go to Beizi Slope to care how the enemy's common people live? Never mind. Crown Prince, why? Our Highness, you consider others in such a way, yet others have never considered you. Isn't that like buying an ox and drawing its shadow?" Xie Lian suddenly felt sorrowful. He bowed his head and said nothing. In his mind, the leg covered in human faces, cut off yet still twitching and squirming, reappeared. After hesitating for a long time, he finally shook his head, saying in the end, "It's not that I'm considering others, it's as good as considering only ourselves. The curse itself is a double-edged sword, harming others and harming oneself. By cursing others, the living must carry hatred in their hearts, and the dead common people cannot rest in peace. When alive, they suffered all pains. After death, they must parasitize on the flesh of others, transforming into this kind of monster. You also saw those things on that person's leg the other day. How much better are those gasping, struggling human faces than the infected? A curse in the end will have its day of backlash. There will be no good outcome." Refuted time and again, Mu Qing was also about to lose his patience, saying, "I fear that before they even await their bad outcome, Your Highness' side will already have met a bad end. Your Highness has no third path. Nor will Your Highness find a second cup of water. Wake up, Your Highness. You no longer have time." Xie Lian felt a little dizzy, closed his eyes and said, "You hold your tongue for a moment, let me reconsider first." "Oh." Finally, Mu Qing could no longer bear it, and grumbled, "Your Highness truly is tormented by worry, is also Your Highness. Now the solution is laid right before Your Highness. Unwilling to do it is also Your Highness. Your Highness truly is. Just say whether you'll quit it or not. Looking at your bizarre demeanor is utterly infuriating. Your devotees truly are unlucky for 8 lifetimes." Feng Xian silently listened to the two of them arguing for a long time, and because he couldn't propose any good ideas, he still didn't interject. At this moment, he suddenly raised his hand and delivered a palm strike, scolding, "Will you quit it or not?" Mu Qing was pushed back a few steps by Feng Xin's palm strike. Xie Lian asked Feng Xian. Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, just let me be." Then he turned to Mu Qing and said, "What are you bothered about? Tell me, what is there for you to be troubled by? I've tolerated you for a long time, but today I can't tolerate it anymore. Damn it, I truly detest people like you. Clearly just a deputy general. If not for His Highness' patronage, who knows in what forgotten corner you'd still be starving and moldering. Why do you always put on airs as if you're the smartest, you understand the most, you're stronger than His Highness? If you truly are that capable, why haven't you ascended while His Highness has already ascended?" Mu Qing said, "I." Xie Lian pulled Feng Xian, "Let it go, Feng Xian. Mu Qing is also concerned for the world's affairs." Feng Xian interrupted, "What the hell is he worried about? Your Highness, I tell you, he just wants to find an opportunity to lecture Your Highness. Every opportunity that can prove he is more formidable than Your Highness, he will never miss, because in his heart, he truly feels he is more capable than Your Highness. Such an indifferent person ordinarily. Did you ever see him care much for the kingdom of Xianlu? Now he knows how to worry." After speaking, he turned back to Mu Qing. "Do you think I don't see that in your heart you think His Highness is a fool? Every time you were moody and peculiar, secretly rolling your eyes, I tried to endure it. Ascending to the upper heaven court, you never stood where you should, I also endured it. Your fondness for showing off is not the first time. Fine, let you flaunt anyway, your meager influence can't rebel. His Highness doesn't bother to dispute with you, am also too lazy to care about you. But if you push your luck, don't blame me for not being polite. Listen well here, you like to use such despicable methods, it's no surprise to me, but His Highness is His Highness. No matter how he decides to act, you will respect him a little for me. Stop gesticulating wildly, and stop damn forgetting your own place." While Feng Xian was saying these words, Xie Lian had tried to stop him many times, but perhaps because Feng Xian had held it in for too long, there was no way to stop him. He let it all spill out. With every sentence he heard, Mu Qing's complexion turned a shade paler. Seemed he Tia. Ly wanted to make a move, but by the end, he just stared fiercely at Feng Xian without saying a word. Xie Lian angrily scolded, "Are you done talking? Do you want me to kick both of you downstairs?" Feng Xin's face was flushed red. One could tell his blood had rushed to his head. He craned his neck and said, "Kick me then, I don't care. What is a mere heavenly official to me? If not for His Highness' recognition, I wouldn't even deign to do it." But even if I'm kicked down to become immortal, I will still be utterly loyal to your highness. You say one word and I will charge forward first. I despise ingrates the most. As for this fellow, if he didn't bask in your highness' glory, he wouldn't be able to become a heavenly official, and it's not even certain he would willingly follow your highness. I bet he wouldn't even heed a single word. I'm done talking. Mu Qing had originally pressed his lips together, not responding, having tried to endure until now, finally couldn't bear it anymore, and retorted, "Bask in glory, my foot. You're so good at gilding your own face, what do you even know?" Xie Lian, enraged, roared, "All of you shut your mouths for me." "Shut up." The two reluctantly shut their mouths. This time the argument was too fierce, it seemed not even a word game could salvage it. After great difficulty he managed to cease his anger. Xie Lian said with a headache, "In short, cursing is absolutely something that cannot be done." Mu Qing let out a cold laugh but still replied, The decision-making power rests with your highness." Feng Xian, with sparse but significant words, said, "I heed your highness' words." Mu Qing recovered his indifferent expression and said, "Whatever consequences arise, your highness can just bear them yourself." Feng Xian sneered but said nothing. Immediately after, Xie Lian opened his mouth. "Of course. I have thought of..." Right at this moment all three felt a violent tremor. As their bodies swayed, Xie Lian asked in surprise, "What is this?" Feng Xian reacted first and said, "Earthquake. Whenever there's an earthquake there are always casualties." Xie Lian shouted, "Save the people." Unexpectedly, as the three were about to rush out, they only saw a person hastily roll out from under the bed, extend a hand and say, "Cousin. Cousin, don't forget me. Take me with you." Upon seeing the other party, Xie Lian was even more astonished. "Qi Rong, why are you in my palace?" How could Xie Lian understand that Qi Rong's strange daily life was constantly running everywhere, scavenging everything related to him? It was unknown how long Qi Rong had been secretly hiding here, eavesdropping. Currently, the situation was critical, so there was no time to ask further. Xie Lian pulled Qi Rong and ran outside, threw him to an open space, saw that the imperial palace was in utter chaos, and countless palace servants screamed and ran out from the magnificent and splendid palaces. He shouted loudly, "Is anyone injured? Is anyone trapped?" Fortunate. Not long after, the earthquake stopped, and after a round of inquiries, it seemed there were no casualties whatsoever. Unfortunately, Xie Lian had not yet relaxed when he suddenly heard another wave of piercing screams. Many people raised their hands, pointing towards the sky behind him. Xie Lian snapped his head around, his pupils suddenly constricting. He only saw that right in the middle of the imperial palace, a splendid and massive treasure pagoda was slowly leaning to one side. The heavenly pagoda is on the verge of collapsing. This heavenly pagoda is called the Pagoda of Heavenly Beings. It boasts at least 100 years of history, is one of the symbols of the Xianlu Imperial Palace, and also the highest structure in the Xianlu Imperial City. It is located at the very center of the Imperial Palace and the Imperial City, and is a famous scenic spot. If this pagoda collapses, it will surely cause countless deaths and injuries. Palace staff within the Imperial Palace and pedestrians outside the palace would flee even more desperately for their lives. Seeing this, Xie Lian's right hand immediately formed several hand seals, and he shouted loudly towards Mount Taizong, "Come here." The pagoda continued to slowly lean and fall. When it had tilted down by 1/3, everyone suddenly perceived another tremor. This tremor also came from the ground, but unlike the tremor of an earthquake, it vibrated in rhythmic pulses, possessing its own rhythm, and moreover it grew faster and faster and closer. By the time the heavenly pagoda had tilted a few more degrees, everyone finally discovered that the tremor was the sound of footsteps of something. A gigantic golden statue taller than 5 zhang, one hand holding a sword, one hand holding a flower, its body covered in a divine aura, was striding towards this side of the imperial palace. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm, "Isn't this the statue of the crown prince from the Xianlu Imperial Palace at the Huangji Temple?" Indeed, more and more people recognized it. That's right. It's exactly that golden statue. Look everyone, it ran down from Mount Taizong. Each stride of the golden statue spanned several zhang, but it did not step on anyone. Thudding, it rushed like flying into the imperial palace, supported the falling heavenly pagoda, halting its collapsing trend. Golden light shimmered under the afternoon sun. The resplendent statue's body raised its two arms, using its own strength to support the massive treasure pagoda that was about to fall. That scene was truly utterly wondrous, causing countless people below to stare wide-eyed and speechless, filled with endless admiration. As for Xie Lian, he slowly withdrew his hands, tilted his head back to look at the divine statue. When he looked at that handsome and serene golden face, a slight bewilderment flashed through his heart. Book 2 Chapter 88 Forever Remembered, Never Forgotten. This was the first divine statue people erected for him, and also the most massive and solemn divine statue. In the past, seeing himself like this, Xie Lian always remained perfectly calm, seeing no problem whatsoever. But at this very moment, he again felt how unfamiliar that gigantic golden gleaming statue was, and he couldn't help but think, is this truly me? On the other side, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were separately checking if there was anyone trapped who hadn't been discovered. The slight bewilderment flashed and passed. Seeing the crowd gradually stabilize, Xie Lian breathed a sigh of relief. But before he finished sighing, he suddenly felt a wave of pressure transmit, and his heart immediately tensed. This heavenly pagoda, after all, was too high, too heavy already. It seemed the divine statue also found it difficult. Its two arms trembled slightly, its two legs pressed down and buckled, its tall golden body was also bent under the pressure, yet only its faint smile remained unchanged as before. Seeing this, Xie Lian immediately summoned hand seals. But just as the hand seals were enacted, his heart suddenly went cold. The golden statue not only did not stand up but also bent down a little more, evidently about to be unable to support it. Xie Lian's two hands also began to tremble in response. He had never had this feeling. In his perception, if he wanted to strike a certain mountain, that mountain would immediately collapse wherever he stepped, the earth would quake and mountains would shift. The only thing he had never experienced before was precisely powerlessness. Utterly helpless, Xie Lian could only grit his teeth and soar up, perching himself at the feet of the gigantic golden statue, gathering his strength as he raised his hands to activate the hand seals once more. This time he personally entered the fray. Indeed, the golden statue again stood up, then snapped its head up, supporting the swaying heavenly pagoda once more. Although it had been supported, Xie Lian was already drenched in cold sweat on his back and in his heart. Yet countless people inside and outside the imperial palace did not know he had an unspeakable suffering. One after another, they vied to kneel and worship the magnificent golden statue, shouting loudly, "A national calamity has befallen us. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has manifested. Your Royal Highness, please, you must save us. Save the common people. Protect all living beings." Gritting his teeth for a moment, Xie Lian struggled to speak. "Please, everyone stand up, retreat completely, retreat a little further, do not crowd this spot. At this point, Xie Lian discovered that his qi in his dantian was actually insufficient. His voice was buried in the tide-like shouts. The more he wanted to amplify it, the more he found himself insignificant. Xie Lian took a deep breath. Just as he was about to shout loudly, a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. Xie Lian lowered his head, saw Qirong, and quickly said, "Qirong, you quickly go down. And tell everyone not to crowd this spot anymore. Beware, it might collapse." This sentence was blurted out, but after realizing what he himself had said, Xie Lian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The former him, let alone uttering such a sentence, would absolutely not have even had a similar thought. Even if the sky was truly about to collapse, Xie Lian would still believe that he could definitely withstand it. But the current him again discovered an extremely terrifying thing he no longer believed. Not only did everyone not believe him, even he himself no longer dared to believe himself. Tik Dung replied offhandedly, "How could it collapse? Aren't you supporting it already?" Hearing this remark, Xie Lian's heart trembled again. Tik Dung completely did not notice his slightly pale face. His eyes flashed green and he spoke, "Cousin, let me help you." Xie Lian was taken aback. "You help me? How will you help me?" Tik Dung replied immediately without thinking, "Didn't you say you know how to create the human face disease? You tell me that method, I will help you curse the Yong'an people. I will help you kill them." Indeed, he had hidden under the bed. Listening to everything the three people said, Xie Lian was so angry he ran out of strength. You are truly outrageous. Do you know what cursing is?" Tik Dung replied indifferently again, "I know, of course. It's just cursing, isn't it?" Cousin, let me tell you I have a great talent in this area. I often curse my father. I suspect he was cursed to death by me. You. Oh. Xie Lian could not bear to listen anymore, saying go away. Tick Dung hastily cried out no. No. Alright, if you don't tell me how to curse that's fine too, then you tell me. How exactly can the human face disease be prevented? Xie Lian's heart was burning like fire. But Tick Dung asked again, you know, right? You know why the soldiers are not infected, don't you? Cousin, please tell me exactly why, alright? At this moment there were still very many palace attendants gathered nearby. It was unknown how many pairs of ears were listening. Xie Lian feared revealing the news would cause chaos, so he kept his mouth shut and did not speak. Yet, someone truly could not restrain themselves, raising their head to ask Crown Prince Highness, is this true? You truly know how to cure the human face disease? Then why don't you speak? In the eyes of these people, green glints also flickered, just like Tick Dung. Xie Lian kept his mouth tightly shut, and between his teeth burst out a few words. No. I don't know. The crowd stirred slightly but not too chaotic. At this moment Feng Xian had returned, and from afar seeing Tick Dung leaning beside Xie Lian, he shouted loudly, what are you doing? What are you doing? Xie Lian hastily said, Feng Xian, quickly pull him down. Feng Xian answered and rushed over, but Tick Dung suddenly grabbed Xie Lian, and earnestly said, cousin, you will surely defeat the Yong'an people and drive them all away, won't you? You will protect us, you will definitely be able to do it, right? If it were a few months ago, perhaps Xie Lian could still, full of fervor, loudly reply, I will protect you all. But now he no longer dared. Tick Dung's expression was utterly agitated, and Xie Lian looked at him feeling a little puzzled. Because he knew clearly, Tick Dung was completely not the kind of person who loved his country and cared for his people. Even though the country was in a critical crisis, he ought to have been mostly fearful, so why was he so agitated like this? After a moment he suddenly remembered one matter. Tick Dung's father, it seemed, was also a Yong'an person. Seeing he did not reply, Tick Dung's voice began to turn mournful. Crown Prince cousin, surely you will not abandon us and not care, will you? Must we then allow others to trample and oppress us like this? Is it that we have no solution at all? Hearing Tick Dung's challenging words, Xie Lian's heart was filled with endless anguish. Because he realized Tick Dung spoke not at all wrong. Facing this situation, he truly had no solution at all. Feng Xian opened his mouth. I will go ask the king to imprison him. Tick Dung, being dragged down by Feng Xian, still struggled fiercely, yelling, you must definitely hold on. You must definitely not fall. You must not fall. Xie Lian also knew that he could not succumb. Even if the surrounding common people had dispersed, the heavenly pagoda still could no fall. If it collapsed, not only would the 100-year-old relics of the imperial palace be destroyed in the blink of an eye, but also many homes of the people along the main axis of Shanwu Avenue would be utterly crushed. Furthermore, sealed and stored within the pagoda were countless rare treasures and 100-year-old ancient books from generations of ancestors. It was impossible to relocate all of them overnight. If the heavenly pagoda fell, everything would be lost completely. At the same time, the spiritual energy of Xian's royal capital, which it guarded, would also be completely severed. However, Xie Lian's spiritual power, like the water source in Yong'an, seemed to be depleting day by day. To support this colossal golden statue, he temporarily could not leave his position. He could only entrust the task of defending the city to Feng Xian and Mu Qing, while he himself remained steadfast in place, meditating with a calm mind. Since this 5-zhang tall golden statue was originally the deity statue guarding Huangji Temple on Mount Taicang, and Xie Lian had summoned it here, the believers, having no deity statue to worship, flocked here like a disturbed beehive, praying for blessings before the statue right out in the open. Although this was the imperial palace, outsiders were not supposed to enter. But first, the underground tunnel had caused a section of the palace wall to collapse, which could no longer be patched. Second, the current situation in Xian's Imperia. L's city was as tangled as silk threads, lacking sufficient manpower to guard it. And third, they feared inciting the resentment of the populace and causing another riot. Therefore, they could not but allow them to enter. Xie Lian remained seated in one spot every day. The king and queen would come to visit him. Dazedly, he endured for several days, simultaneously exerting his full strength to support the heavenly pagoda and conserving his energy. waiting for an opportunity to break free. The king was also not much more comfortable than him. His hair had turned completely white, clearly still in his prime yet appearing over 50 years old. Father and son met, looking at each other without speaking, but more harmonious than before. The queen had cared for Xie Lian from childhood to adulthood previously. She had only seen the delicate countenance and heavenly demeanor of her beloved son. Now seeing him painstakingly guard this place, enduring scorching sun, heavy rain and strong winds, and still refusing to let others come too close to shield him, her heart ached terribly. She personally stood under the blazing sun, holding an umbrella to shade him. After a moment, Xie Lian feared his mother would tire from standing too long, so he said, "Royal mother, please go back. I don't need it. Everyone, do not come near here and do not send anyone close. I am afraid." What he feared, he ultimately wanted to say but held back. The queen turned her back to the believers gathered there, uprest her emotions for a while, but still could not hold back her tears. "My imperial son, you have suffered so much. Why must you endure such hardship?" To conceal her haggard appearance, the queen had applied heavy makeup. As tears streamed down, smudging her lipstick and powder, it only further revealed that she was merely a woman past her prime. She pitied her son, weeping for him, but dared not cry loudly, fearing the common people behind her would notice. The king placed a hand on the queen's shoulder. Xie Lian also gazed blankly at his mother. Whenever one encounters suffering, the first person we think of is the one who loves us most. For Xie Lian, that person was undoubtedly his mother. Perhaps speaking it aloud would be of no use, but day after day of weary torment, each cut like a knife by this moment, he truly wished to transform back into a 10-year-old child, to throw himself into his mother's arms and cry his heart out. But until today, all paths had been chosen by himself. His parents' situation was already miserable enough, and countless common people below were looking up at him with hope. He absolutely could not reveal the slightest bit of weakness. If even he could not hold on, who else could? Therefore Xie Lian lied against his heart. "Royal mother, please do not worry, I am fine. I do not feel any suffering at all." Whether he suffered or not, only his heart truly knew. Several palace attendants helped the king and queen away. After his parents left, turning their heads with every step, Xie Lian again immersed himself in the blazing sunlight, drowsily closing his eyes. He did not know how much time had passed when he opened his eyes. Dusk was descending across the horizon, the afternoon sun gradually fading. Below, sparsely scattered, not many believers remained. But he lowered his head, only to see a small solitary flower placed not far from him. Xie Lian was not sure when that spot had acquired an extra flower, but he still spared one hand to pick it up. It was a tiny flower. The flower was white as snow, its calyx a verdant green, its stem thin and frail, still bearing dewdrops like tears, appearing very pitiable. Its faint fragrance was exactly as if he had known it before, not striking but deeply moving. Xie Lian could not help but tightly grasp the flower, placing it close to his chest. Just at this moment, a sudden scent of blood rushed into his nostrils, overpowering the clear floral fragrance. Xie Lian looked up. His eyes were blurred, and a figure screamed, rushing towards him. Why? Xie Lian was startled, waved his sleeve, flinging the person away, and tried to gather his wits to ask, "Who is it?" Flipped away by Xie Lian's sweep of the hand, that person rolled around on the ground. Xie Lian still had to support the 5 zhang golden statue, so he dared not stand up, nor did he dare approach, but he immediately recognized who that person was. This person had only one leg. It was the youth who had given him an umbrella and then had one leg personally cut off by him. That youth's body was covered in blood, his 2 hands mottled with fresh blood. It was precisely because he had used both hands and feet to crawl all the way here that a terrifying trail of blood was still left on the ground. He struggled to sit up. Xie Lian asked in surprise, Why are you out here? Aren't you recuperating in Buyu Forest?" The youth did not answer, but used both hands and feet to crawl towards Xie Lian. Because he only had one leg, at first glance he looked extremely frightening. "Xie Lian," said you. The youth suddenly rolled up the trouser leg on his remaining right leg, and roared, "Why?" Looking closely on his right leg unexpectedly, was a distorted human face. One of the things Xie Lian had worried about the most had indeed come to pass. If he hadn't already been seated, he likely would have fallen. That youth punched the ground, wailing, "Why did you cut off my leg? It's still recurring. My leg is also gone. Why? Return my leg to me. Return my leg to me." The day the umbrella was given, the young man's smile as he pushed it into his hand was still vivid before his eyes now. His appearance was like that of a madman, truly too pathetic in comparison. Xie Lian's mind was in utter chaos, muddled and bewildered, as he said with a trembling voice, It was a long time before he finally reacted, saying, I will help you. Having spoken, he immediately cast a spell, suppressing the evil energy of the plague poison on the young man's leg. Who would have expected a sound of wailing suddenly to echo all around, as 3 or 4 more people rushed forward, crying and pleading, "Your Royal Highness, save me. Your Royal Highness, save me too. Your Royal Highness, look at my face. I've already cut off half my face. Why am I still not cured? Why? What must be done after all to completely heal this? Your Royal Highness, look at me, look at what I have become." Images of bloody gore forcefully assaulted his face again and again. Xie Lian's eyes went blank, his hands not knowing which way to wave, as he mumbled, "Don't look, I won't look, I don't want to look." It turned out that after a collective relapse, the patients infected with the human face disease in the imperishable forest had finally risen up in riot, escaping from the hands of the soldiers and masters attending to them, pouring out to find him. They had already run out if the plague poison of these people was not quickly suppressed. It was feared that the human face disease would spread even faster. Xie Lian closed his eyes, trying to exert his power, wanting to help those few people suppress the plague poison, temporarily postponing their pain. However, as soon as he suppressed it on one side, immediately more people rushed towards him. "Your Royal Highness, me too. Help me too." Surrounded by more than 10 people, Xie Lian vaguely felt the golden statue above seem to be swaying, about to collapse, and he couldn't help but say in a panic, "Wait, wait." One person, unable to bear it, shrieked, "Can't wait any longer, I don't want to wait any longer, I've waited too long already. Your Royal Highness, why do you heal him but not me?" Gradually, the voices surrounding him changed to, "Why do you completely alleviate his suffering? Yet my healing is not much better. You are a divine being, aren't you? Why is it so unfair? I want fairness." Xie Lian retorted, "No, it's not that I am unfair, this is not my problem, it's because your illnesses are not the same. Otherwise, don't help at all. If you help, you must help completely. What is the meaning of wanting to shirk responsibility and not do it anymore now? Is it all up to you?" Xie Lian felt a little breathless. "It's not that I want to shirk responsibility. It's just that I need to wait a bit. Do you know how to cure this disease?" Xie Lian opened his mouth. If you know, why won't you tell us?" Xie Lian clutched his head. "I don't know. You're lying. I've heard others say it, you clearly know. I see through you now, you refuse to tell us, fundamentally because you want us to always have to beg you like this, so that you can easily deceive us out of our worship. Deceiver, you are a deceiver. What is the cure after all? Tell us quickly, why do you still refuse to say?" Xie Lian's face was pale, his eyes unfocused, pushed back and forth by countless hands, and there was even a vicious hand squeezing his throat. Thus the most comical scene appeared. Clearly he was an immortal, but at this moment, a faint voice rose from the bottom of his heart. "Help!" It seemed as if someone was pulling those hands away, yet also as if no one was. Xie Lian no longer knew clearly. He only knew that this crowd of people with bloody scars all over their faces, missing limbs, seemed to want to tear his body into pieces and share them. Who knows how long passed, but from afar, the sounds of war horns like the wails of ghosts were transmitted. The crowd was only concerned with crying out and tearing at him, not bothering to pay attention to the war horns, yet Xie Lian was startled. Because he knew, those were the victory horns of the Yangon people. Xie Lian could no longer sit still, or rather, could no longer hold on his body tilted, kneeling forward. At the same time, the 5 golden statue above, which he had painfully supported for many days, also moved in tandem with him. In an instant, as if losing its life, it crashed down. Along with the rumbling, thundering, crashing roar, the colossal, ponderous heavenly tower collapsed, shattered into countless fragments just like a golden statue. Originally, the golden statue would not break, but because Talian had poured too much spiritual power into it, hoping it could support the heavenly tower, it had thus become extremely fragile. The patients who escaped from the impermanence forest, some fled, some perished, some were wounded. People in the imperial palace and outside on the streets fled in chaotic disarray, some evading the fragments of the heavenly tower, others evading the terrifying crowd of patients infected with the human face disease. Lian brought both hands to cover his head, stumbled and reeled unsteadily, running directly towards the imperial city gate. The city gate tower was ablaze, black smoke billowed. Lian rushed up the tower, sweeping past countless soldiers struggling to retreat. Standing on the city gate tower, he did not know what to do, could only lift his face, stained with ash and dust and tears that he knew not when they had begun to flow, gazing down below in bewilderment. In his blurry vision, corpses lay strewn all over the ground, only a figure in white stood amidst the battlefield, sleeves fluttering. That figure was not a youth but a young man, who as soon as he turned his head and saw Lian in the distance, nonchalantly waved his hand, seemingly about to drift away. Seeing this, Lian shouted loudly, "Don't go." The previous 2 times they met, he always used a false skin, but his intuition told Lian that this time it was definitely his true form. Therefore he did not hesitate to climb over the city wall, launching himself, jumping off the city gate tower. In this life Lian had jumped down from extremely high places countless times, relying on his powerful spiritual power and profound martial arts. Every time he landed safely, every time he was arrogant and triumphant, every time it was the scene of a heavenly being ascending to the stage, a benchmark in mythology. But this time he was no longer a myth. As soon as he landed, Lian could not stand steadily instead. He even fell to one side. An instant pain like needles pricking and salt rubbing spread from his leg throughout his body. He fell and broke his leg. Breaking his leg from a fall actually was nothing, it healed very quickly. It's just that from that day onwards, Lian seemed to have transformed into a different person. He seemed to have lost his soul, no longer possessing the awe-inspiring and majestic demeanor of former days. Lost the first battle, then came the second, the third. He did not want to draw his sword, nor did he want to go into battle, but because there was no one to block in front of him in his stead, Lian could only persevere to the end. On the battlefield, actually, he did not suffer a decline in spirit or become negligent. He had truly tried his best, but he didn't understand why. Clearly his true age was only in his 20s, yet his sword-wielding hand had already begun to tremble like an old man close to death's door. His hands trembled incessantly, his heart full of fear. Moreover, Lian himself also did not know exactly who or what it was that made him so afraid. Gradually afterwards, the generals and soldiers who had initially deeply respected him also gradually lost patience with him. Lian knew that many people began to spread such a saying, "What kind of martial god is he anyway? Clearly he's a plague god." But Lian could not refute it at all, simply because he himself also doubted had he truly transformed into a plague god? If it were only that, it would still be bearable. For the kingdom of Xianlu, the truly overwhelming disaster was that the human face disease had finally completely spun out of control. 500 people, 1,000 people, 2,000 people, 3,000 people. In the end, Lian did not dare to ask how many more people had been infected that day. Like the final verdict passed down to Lian, on that day, finally, the heavenly realm also opened its gates to him, conveying to him a message: "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, it is time to return to the upper heavenly court." This return journey, what was waiting for him? It went without saying. Feng Xian and Mu Qing rarely felt uneasy, yet Lian was worried about something else. He said to the two of them, "Before I go, I want to return to a place to have a look." Feng Xian asked which place. Lian replied, "Huangji Temple." Silence for a moment. Feng Xian opened his mouth. "Don't go." Lian had already left on his own. Feng Xian called out, "Your Highness." But he could not stop him, could only chase after him with Mu Qing. The 3 people walked up the mountain. Huangji Temple. This was where Lian's first divine temple had risen, and also where his first divine statue was consecrated. However, due to the national preceptor's request, 3,000 disciples had long ago been driven down the mountain. Now Huangji Temple was merely an empty Taoist temple. Walking to halfway up the mountain, Lian cast his gaze downwards. He only saw that throughout the imperial city were plumes of fire rising in clusters, illuminating the entire sky brightly, extraordinarily beautiful. Feng Xian, however, was so angry his face turned purple, scolding these madmen. Lian calmly looked at the flames. Fong Tin continued, "Don't look anymore. What's so good to look at?" Over time, Fong Tin had cursed Ta Lin countless times. "Do you like to court suffering, or what do you want?" Honestly speaking, Ta Lin also didn't know what he ultimately wanted. He only knew that, as long as one more of his Taoist temples was burned or smashed, he would be unable to restrain himself and would definitely have to go see it personally. After seeing it, he would say nothing, also unable to intervene, only standing there watching helplessly. What was so good to look at? He also didn't know either. At this moment on the peak of Tai-Tu, a fire also flared up. Fong Tin was endlessly astonished. How come even Hong Sui Temple they don't spare? Are these people's ancestral graves dug up or? Before his words finished, Fong Tin immediately shut his mouth, because he remembered that the tormenting pain that many Xianle people currently had to endure was even more terrifying than the joke having ancestral graves dug up. However, the flames not originally large, flaring up for a moment before extinguishing completely, as if put out by someone. This time Fong Tin again felt surprised. Because over the past few days only people dared to set fires, no one had dared to put them out. If anyone tried to reason or prevent those fierce and brutal worshippers from burning fires and smashing temples, they would be equated with the plague god Ta Lin, beaten to death. For that reason, the three of them had long not dared to appear before mortals, all having to hide themselves. Along the road up the mountain, the three of them all heard the clanging sounds of fighting. Reaching the peak of Tai-Tu, sure enough, Xianle Palace had been dismantled into ruins, only the frame of the grand hall and four walls remained. The large divine statue on the altar had long since disappeared, and a mixed crowd of people were fighting fiercely at the entrance of the ruined grand hall, simultaneously fighting and shouting, "You damn mongrel dog! You damned little devil! God damn it, are you deflowering your wife here or what? Is this dilapidated temple your life?" Ta Lin knew at a glance that this group of people came to smash his temple not out of indignation, but merely as a mob of vagrants fearing the world was not chaotic enough, or taking advantage of a house fire to loot, or simply burning temples for fun. But by now, he didn't really care who was ultimately smashing his temple. Just then, amidst the frenzied brawl, the extremely ferocious voice of a teenager pierced through the night sky. Scram! Listening closely, strangely enough, it turned out that one person was fighting an entire crowd. Moreover, this person was just a scrawny kid of over 10 years old, but not at all at a disadvantage, nor falling into an inferior position. However, it was one against a crowd after all. The teenager was already covered in blood. His face bruised and purple, full of wounds, his features no longer clear. Fong Tin said this teenager, when he grows up, will definitely be a true hero. At that moment, the eyes of a man suddenly flashed with a malicious glint. He grabbed a large rock from the ground, intending to smash it into the back of the teenager's head. Seeing this, Ta Lin waved his hand. The rock the man had picked up flew back into his face, followed by a tragic scream and gushing nosebleed. The teenager was startled, turned his head and swung his fists, continuing to fight fiercely. His manner of fighting was so terrifying that the adult crowd was frightened and fled, running while pointing at him, making a show of force. "God damn it. Just you wait. Wait till I bring people to deal with you." The teenager scoffed coldly. "Dare to set foot here again. I'll take your dog's life." The crowd was scared out of their wits, running even faster. After cursing, the teenager ran over and kicked hard several times at the extinguished pile of flames, stomping out the tiny embers. Only then did he enter the grand hall, picking up a piece of paper from the ground, carefully smoothing it, hanging it in midair, and finally leaning against the altar, sitting dazedly on the ground. Ta Lin stepped closer, gently floating onto the altar, discovering that what the teenager had hung in midair was a painting. The brushstrokes were immature. One could tell at a glance it was drawn by someone who had never learned to paint. Despite that, every line and stroke was serious and meticulous, exactly like a painting of the crown prince pleasing God. It seemed this was used to replace the divine statue he had summoned away. Fong Tin praised, "Very beautifully drawn." After so many days, it was with great difficulty that Fong Tin finally met someone who still dared to protect Ta Lin. Earlier he was so agitated that he wished he could have rushed forward to fight for him. Now looking at him, of course everything seemed beautiful. As for Mu Tin, he lowered his eyelids, his eyes flickering, seemingly remembering something, but said nothing. Ta Lin raised his hand, lightly touching the painting. It wasn't very clear, just a cool breeze passing by. The teenager suddenly lifted his head, which had been buried between his knees. His face covered in wounds instantly brightened, asking, "Is that you, your highness?" Fong Tin was astonished. "How come this kid is so cunning?" Mu Tin urged, "Let's go." Ta Lin nodded. Just as he was about to turn around, the teenager suddenly lunged towards the edge of the altar. "Pan Tin. Gee, I knew it was you. Your highness, please don't leave. I have something to say to you." Hearing that, all three were stunned. The teenager seemed very nervous. Clenching his hands, he said, "Although your Taoist temple has been burned, but please don't be sad. Later I will build you many more Taoist temples, larger and more magnificent, unmatched by anyone else's temples. No one can compare to you. I will definitely do it." "Oh." The three people remained silent, not answering. This teenager's clothes were tattered, his hair dusty, his face bruised, utterly miserable beyond reproach. Hearing him speak such impassioned and ambitious words truly made one not know whether to laugh or cry, unsure what to feel. As if afraid his voice could not reach the other party's ears, he cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting loudly towards the painting on the altar, "Your Highness, have you heard? In my heart you are a god. You are the only god, you are the true god. Have you heard?" He shouted himself hoarse, so much so that the entire Mount Tidesong echoed with the sound, "Have you heard?" Ta Lin suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was too sudden. Both Fong Tin and Mu Tin started. Ta Lin laughed while shaking his head. Of course the teenager did not hear, yet he still seemed to sense something, his eyes sparkling, looking around restlessly. Unexpectedly, a drop of icy cold water suddenly fell onto his cheek. The youth's eyes suddenly flew open, and in that instant they reflect a snow-white inverse image. Alas, after a single blink, that reflection had dissipated. Seeing Xie Lian appear again for a moment, Fong Xie said, "Your Highness, earlier you..." Xie Lian vaguely replied, "Earlier? My spiritual power is unstable now, I just couldn't control it for a moment." The youth straightened himself, rubbing his eyes, as if trying to grasp the fleeting image that had just appeared and then vanished. Xie Lian closed his eyes tightly, and after a long while, he finally spoke, "Forget it." At last a reply came, yet it was these two words. Initially, the youth's eyes flashed with light, the corners of his mouth curving upwards, but then he stiffened, and the curve at his lips slowly fell. He asked, "What? Forget what?" Xie Lian sighed and gently said to him, "Forget it." The youth froze, not replying. Xie Lian mumbled again, "Let it be. Anyway, very soon no one will remember it anymore." Hearing these words, the youth's eyes flew open, and a silent stream of tears flowed down from the corner of his eye, smudging into a pale white streak on his face. The Adam's apple in his throat subtly bobbed and he choked out, Fong Xie looked reluctant. "Your Highness, don't speak anymore. You've broken the taboo again." Xie Lian replied, "I won't say anything more. But then again, I've already violated the prohibition so many times. What are these few words in comparison?" These words, he did not let the youth hear anymore. The three of them descended from the altar, walking out of the dilapidated great hall. The night wind bit into them and Xie Lian shook his head. At present, he is still a heavenly official. Logically speaking, he should not be able to feel cold anymore. Yet at this moment he truly felt a bone-chilling cold. Unexpectedly, the youth they had left behind suddenly murmured from within the great hall, "No." He clearly couldn't see the three of them, yet he found the precise direction, eventually darting out, saying to their retreating backs, "It won't be so." The three of them turned their heads, only to see, amidst the night, the youth's eyes shining with a captivating brilliance, his face riddled with wounds, expressing anger, sorrow, frenzy, and joy all at once. Amidst the torrent of tears he said, "I will not forget. I will never ever forget." End of Volume 2. Crown Prince Pleases Gods. Volume 3 Chapter 89 All Taboos Banished. Mid-Autumn Night. Watching the Lantern Festival Banquet. Clang! Sparks flew up. The sword blade plunged deep into the earth and stone. Xie Lian gripped the sword with both hands, bowing his head, pressing his forehead against the sword's hilt, his teeth feeling as though they would be crushed in his own mouth. "Useless thing." Shi Rong let out a cackling laugh. "You useless thing. I knew you wouldn't dare kill me. No matter how I insult you, how I torment you to death, as long as I press a blade against someone else's throat, you won't be able to do anything to me. You useless coward. What's the..." Point of living as a god like you. But then, Xie Lian had completely regained his senses. He raised his head, his gaze icy cold. Don't rejoice too soon. I can't do anything to you, but someone else will naturally be able to. Tick-dung snorted. Are you again planning to hug the emperor's thigh to beg him to arbitrate for you? Stop dreaming already. Did he even pay attention to you that year? Huh. Now you still shamelessly approach him. You're stupid enough already. Xie Lian stripped the solemn and magnificent Yu Jun attire from Tick-dung's body, called Rui to tie Tick-dung up and throw him aside, saying, You'd best shut your mouth and speak less. Tick-dung asked, I'm not afraid of you at all. What will you use to threaten me? Xie Lian said, Then are you afraid of Hua Cheng? Finally, Tick-dung's smile also froze for a moment. In that moment, Xie Lian said softly, I'm telling you this beforehand. What if someday my mood isn't good? Who knows, I might hand you over to Hua Cheng and ask him to help me think of a way to deal with you. So you better be careful for me, understood? Hearing that, Tick-dung could no longer smile. He said in a panic, Damn it, you are truly vicious. It must have been tiresome for you to come up with this trick. In that case, just hand me over to Lang Qianqiu. Xie Lian knelt, beginning to pick up each rough, unevenly sized grain from the ground and from the bottom of the coffin with his hands. In truth, for now, he would not hand Tick-dung over to the upper heavenly court, the reason being Lang Qianqiu. If he handed him over, Lang Qianqiu, knowing Tick-dung's whereabouts, would surely draw his sword and charge forth to kill him. Should he let Lang Qianqiu kill him? A headache. What if he kills him? What will the next step be? Another headache. Therefore, for now, Tick-dung cannot be handed over to the upper heavenly court. So it seems going to seek Hua Cheng's help isn't a bad choice. But honestly speaking, Xie Lian only brought up Hua Cheng to scare Tick-dung. After all, he had already troubled Hua Cheng many times. Every time something happened, he would think of Hua Cheng first, and just felt himself becoming too familiar with that person. Just the act of bringing Hua Cheng out to scare Tick-dung now. Xie Lian already felt a bit awkward. Tick-dung turned his head, spitting a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood in another direction. That poor child reached out a hand to touch his forehead, asking, Father, are you all right? Were you hit very hard? Tick-dung seemed to very much enjoy this father-son game. He replied in a strange voice, Good son, father is fine, ha ha ha. With reddened eye sockets, Xie Lian picked up that pile of crumbs, carefully putting them into the Yu Jun attire. The child quietly crawled over, helping Xie Lian pick up a little. Seeing its small hands, Xie Lian looked up, and the child whispered, Big brother, please don't hit my father anymore. Let us go. We won't come to your house to steal things again. Xie Lian tried to suppress the heartache in his heart, asking, Little friend, what is your name? The child replied, My name is Xie. Xie Lian gathered all the ashes, wrapped them in clothes, neatly folded and placed them back into the coffin, closed the lid, and then gently said, Xie, that person is not your father. He is someone else. Your father has been possessed by a ghost. Now he is a bad person. The child did not understand his words, asking blankly, Someone else? No, it's not. I recognize him. That's my father. Tick-dung praised, Very good, so worthwhile. I picked up a bargain, son. Xie Lian kicked him once. Xie was still young, always living relying on his father, fully relying on the body that Tick-dung had possessed, and no matter what was said, he refused to separate. Xie Lian for a moment couldn't think of how to arrange things for him, could only carry the Feng Xian sword, solemnly kowtowed 3 times before the coffin, then with his left hand hoisted Tick-dung, with his right hand embraced Xie, left Mount Taizong, speeding back to Puqi village like a flash of lightning. Having traveled far for many days, upon returning, it was late at night. The door of Puqi shrine was wide open, incense smoke billowed. The censer on the altar was full of incense sticks, and on the table, offerings were also piled high. Xie Lian stepped through the door, casually looking around, conveniently taking 2 steamed buns from the altar. One he gave to Xie, one he roughly shoved into Tick-dung's mouth. After all, this body was still a living person, and before Xie Lian figured out a way to pull Tick-dung from this person's body, he absolutely had to feed him properly. Tick-dung spat out the bun, loudly complaining it was hard to swallow. Then he seemed uneasy again, asking, Tell me, you surely won't really hand me over to Hua Cheng, will you? Xie Lian gave a cold laugh. Are you very scared? Not wanting to listen to his nonsense, Xie Lian turned around to rummage through the pile of pickled vegetable jars on the ground. Tick Dung argued forcefully, "Why should I be afraid? You're the one who should be afraid, being a heavenly official yet colluding to do wrong with this kind of calamity, you—" While he was still speaking, his gaze suddenly locked onto a spot. It turned out that as Xie Lian bent down, an object slipped out from the front of his robe. That was a clear, shimmering ring. What Tick Dung was staring intently at was precisely it. Xie Lian did not notice his gaze. Tick Dung behind him, however, showed a suspicious expression. A moment later he asked, "Crown Prince cousin, what is that thing on your chest?" Xie Lian originally did not intend to pay attention to him, but the ring Tick Dung mentioned was an item he quite cared about, so he then turned around, used a finger to hook the long, thin silver thread and said, "This? Do you know what it is?" Tick Dung said, "Bring it her. Let me see it and I'll know right away." Xie Lian replied, "If you know, then speak, if not, then shut your mouth." Tick Dung grumbled, "You always act fierce with acquaintances. If you have the ability, go show off to outsiders." Xie Lian tucked the silver cord into his chest, wearing it close against his skin, and replied, "If you have the guts, then keep talking. For every sentence you speak I shall record a count, and for every additional count, you will draw one step closer to Hua Cheng's saber." Unconsciously, he again used Hua Cheng's name with practiced ease. Qi Rong sneered, "Brother, stop using Hua Cheng to scare me. Who knows, perhaps one day you yourself will die beneath someone's saber. Don't you want to know what that thing is? One of the 4 calamities will tell you that is a cursed object, an ill-omened thing. Why haven't you quickly thrown it away? Yet you dare to wear it on your person? Are you perhaps afraid you've lived too long?" Hearing this, Xie Lian suddenly understood, stood up and asked, "Really?" Qi Rong replied, "Nonsense. The one who gave you this object, whether ghost or human, certainly holds no good intentions." Xie Lian sat down again. "Oh, Qi Rong, oh what?" Xie Lian didn't even bother to turn his head, indifferently replying, "Oh means it would be strange indeed if your words could be trusted. I choose to trust the person who gave me this object. I have decided to always wear it on my person." Xie Lian was always gentle and composed with others, but with Qi Rong he was exceptionally harsh. Qi Rong was nearly dead with anger, cursing loudly and incessantly, while Xie Lian merely pretended as if he heard nothing at all. Discovering that after searching for a long time he still couldn't find the jar containing Banyu, he thought to himself, could it be that Feng Sure has come and taken her away? After listening for a while, Xie Lian suddenly vaguely realized something was amiss. It was indeed strange. Clearly, Qi Rong was scared to death of Hua Cheng, so why did he still dare to nag and provoke him? It was as if he was desperately trying to attract his attention. Thinking of this, Xie Lian suddenly caught him off guard, abruptly glancing over at Qi Rong, and indeed saw the man's eyes flickering, acting furtively. A strange intuition urged Xie Lian to look upwards. As soon as he raised his head, he saw on the rafters, which were not considered high, a person in black with their back pressed against the roof, hidden up there just like a giant bat. Xie Lian turned his hand and unleashed the sword Fang Xen. The person, with their back pressed against the rafters, gathered all their strength to spin and fall, avoiding the sword strike. Guzi was so scared that he dropped his bun and cried, "Oe oe!" Qi Rong was about to scream when Ruyi covered his mouth, dragged him to a corner and tied him tightly. At first, Xie Lian still thought this was an assistant Qi Rong had planted, but after quickly exchanging a few moves, he only felt that this person's strikes were both fast and strong, strangely familiar. He could certainly affirm that, given Qi Rong's character, he absolutely did not have the ability to command a subordinate with such skill. Suddenly he saw the other person's remaining hand holding something. Looking closely again, it turned out to be a pitch-black jar, and that jar was precisely the jar containing Banyu. Had Feng Sure still not taken Banyu away? Xie Lian instantly remembered who this person was and blurted out, "Little Pei." So Pei Su had come to steal Banyu, but unexpectedly, at that very moment, Xie Lian returned and caught him, forcing him to hide on the rafters. Because he was tied by Rui, Qi Rong, lying on the ground, immediately caught sight of Pei Su hiding above with a glance. He didn't know who it was, only believing that anyone who wished to disadvantage Xie Lian would be advantageous to himself. Afraid Xie Lian would discover someone ambushing from above, he intentionally spoke up, ceaselessly bothering him, but unexpectedly, Xie Lian still discovered it. Xie Lian wore 2 cursed shackles and Pei Su on the other hand was in exile. Both of them had no spiritual power, therefore they could only fight with their lives on the line. For the past 800 years, Xie Lian had entirely lived by fighting with his life on the line. How could Pei Su possibly withstand him? After more than 10 moves, Xie Lian had already seized Pei Su and yelled, "Ji! Eve back the jar!" Originally, he had just blurted out the command casually, not expecting Pei Su to actually throw the jar of pickled vegetables back to him. Xie Lian was stunned, thinking to himself, why would he give it back so readily just because he was told to? General Little Pei is truly decisive normally. Wouldn't one rather die than submit, clinging on to the very end? Suddenly he heard Pei Su yell in a low voice right as he threw the jar over, "Go quickly." Hearing his tone, it was indeed very urgent. The jar in midair had not yet fallen, and Xie Lian was about to reach out to catch it, when it suddenly changed its trajectory, flying out the window. The next second they heard a male voice echoing from afar. "You truly disappoint me." Pei Su's expression suddenly changed and he called, "General!" Xie Lian and Pei Su rushed out of Puqi Shrine. Indeed, the man standing on a distant house was none other than Pei Ming. He wasn't wearing armor, his body clad in civilian clothes, tall in stature, with bright features and radiating charisma. The jar slowly flew to Pei Ming's side and then hovered motionless. Pei Ming raised the sword at his hip and spoke to Pei Su below. A man of great stature must prioritize the big picture, putting his career first. You are someone destined for great things. What is this today? Acting so recklessly for a little girl? Do you think you're still a young brat whose hair isn't fully grown? Pei Su bowed his head and did not reply. Pei Ming Contin. You've only taken 200 years to climb to this position. Do you think it was easy? I have already paved the way for you. Going down is easy, but going up is hard. The saying goes, high places are unendurably cold, implying that the higher the status, the lonelier one becomes. Whenever immortals descend to the mortal realm, they usually like to choose high places to stand, the higher the better, for conveniently looking down upon the mortals below. Previously, Xie Lian also had that bad habit. Of course, after falling once, now whenever he stood in a high place, his legs would ache faintly, so he completely abandoned this habit. However, the tallest building in Puqi village was precisely the village chief's house, and the village chief's house was just a simple, small tiled house. Therefore, for General Pei to be standing there, one must say, he was quite disadvantaged. But this was not the main point. The main point was, as soon as Xie Lian saw the situation, he immediately knew what was happening. Last time, Pei Ming had intended to pull Ban Yu out to bear the blame for Pei Su, hoping to bring Pei Su back. However, out of apprehension for Jun Wu, on the surface Pei Ming seemed to have let it go. But in truth, he had never given up. This time, Xie Lian's scandal at the Golden Banquet was exposed, and he hadn't even finished worrying about his own person. His reputation would surely plummet greatly. Perhaps General Pei thought this was the opportune moment to bring up the old matter again. Therefore, he came to find Pei Su, intending to take Pei Su and Ban Yu together up to the upper heaven court for a trip, to find a way to overturn the verdict. One must say, he would not bend even if broken 100 times. Even so, Pei Su did not seem very enthusiastic. He sighed and spoke up, "General, this matter should still be dropped." You? Pei Ming appeared to silently question the blue sky, regretting that iron could not be forged into steel. Also, because he was too vexed, he didn't notice Xie Lian was right in front of him, and just kept scolding Pei Su. A long while later, Pei Ming suddenly spoke up. "I want to see what kind of extraordinary woman she is. After all, to make the person I wholeheartedly promoted abandon worldly affairs." Finishing his words, Pei Ming extended his hand, seemingly wanting to smash the jar. This method of opening the jar was originally not an issue, but the problem was not knowing if Ban Yu's wounds had healed yet. Should they not be healed and it was smashed, it would be disastrous. Xie Lian's expression changed. He sprang forward, intending to rush over, and yelled, "Don't throw it!" Unexpectedly, before Pei Ming's hand had even touched it, the jar made a clang sound and automatically exploded. In the blink of an eye, the suffocating scent of pickled vegetables permeated the very air. Bui Min, who stood nearest the jar, unfortunately bore the full brunt of the pickled vegetables, standing frozen amidst a storm of salty brine and greens. Immediately after, a clear female voice rose from the air. General Buimin is truly splendidly illustrious, isn't he? A white-robed figure rolled out from the small jar, initially no larger than a fist, and with each roll it grew, becoming larger and larger. Xie Lian focused his gaze, unable to help but exclaim, "Wind Master, my lord." The one hidden within the pickled vegetable jar, to their surprise, was not Banyu but Xie. She burst forth from the jar, suddenly exploding, splattering Buimin all over with the fermented greens. Yet she herself remained in fluttering white robes, unstained by worldly dust, landing safely. Waving her whisk, she declared, "How fortunate, how fortunate! Good thing I brought that little lass to someone else a step ahead. Otherwise, I fear she wouldn't have escaped General Buimin's long arm." Buimin had always prided himself on his dashing, romantic flair, always insisting on maintaining a dignified bearing, no matter the circumstance. Now, finding himself saturated with the smell of pickled vegetables, even when confronting Xie in her female guise, no matter how much grace he attempted to summon, it was difficult to conceal his vexation. "Xie, why must you always be at odds with me like this?" Had it been anyone else, Buimin would likely have long since thrashed them to a pulp. Regrettably, considering the formidable background of Xie elder brother, he could only brush off the pickle. Ed vegetables, smooth down his hair, grind his teeth for a spell, then shake his head and declare, "Listen to me, it would be best if you never let me know where you've hidden that little lass. Otherwise, I will most certainly personally pay a visit to inquire at your very doorstep." Buimin's words were no less than a direct declaration. Anyone who harbored Banyu would be considered his adversary, and he would most certainly make things difficult for them. Xie, however, clapped her hands and retorted, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I can tell you exactly where she was taken. I merely fear you won't dare to come inquire yourself. Listen closely now. That little lass is currently at the Rainmaster's grotto on Mount Wulong, where the Rainmaster, my lord, presides. Do you dare to come?" Upon hearing this, Buimin's expression subtly shifted, his earlier brazenness gone. Masking his true countenance, he suddenly spoke with a solemnity to the Wind Master. "Xie, you are still so young, and thus prone to intervening and offering aid in every matter. I only pray that in time, when you are older, reflecting upon your actions today, you won't come to regret it." With those words, Buimin leaped from the rooftop, his form vanishing as he departed in a swift haste. Xie Lian was subtly surprised, sensing a deeper implication within Buimin's final words, and thus he inquired, "Wind Master, my lord, his last remark?" Xie responded with an indifferent shrug. "Mere bluster. Nothing more." Buisu watched Buimin's retreating figure vanish from sight, only then turning to bow respectfully to the two. "Wind Master, my lord, Crown Prince, your highness." Xie clapped him on the shoulder. "Ah, little Buisu, for coming forth to restrain your general this time, you have shown considerable benevolence. Remain below and sincerely repent and amend your past wrongs, and should the opportunity arise, I shall speak favorably of you in the upper heaven court. Rest assured." After a brief moment of silence, Buisu finally spoke, "Thank you, my lord. Yet, I always sense that perhaps your excellency has misunderstood something. In truth, General Buimin is not typically like this. It is merely due to past events that he worries for me a little excessively. Furthermore, you also know the Rainmaster, my lord." In the end, as if realizing he had perhaps spoken too much, Buisu shook his head, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, and simply said, "Farewell." The two watched him depart. Xie Lian then inquired, "Wind Master, my lord, the Rainmaster you spoke of just knowest that Rainmaster H so?" Xie turned to him and replied, "Indeed. The Rainmaster has remained unchanged for several hundred years now. What is it? Are you acquainted? Do you share some old connection?" Xie Lian shook his head, gently replying, "Though I have not yet had the fortune to meet them in person, this esteemed Rainmaster once bestowed a great kindness upon me, for which I am exceedingly appreciative." Xie smiled and said, "Then that certainly explains it. While those acquainted with the Rainmaster, my lord, are indeed few, I have never once heard a single ill word spoken of them by anyone who actually knows them." Except for Buimin, of course." Xie Lian inquired, "Is there some old animosity between those two revered figures?" Xie replied, "Of course there is animosity. For those who have navigated the intricate currents of the upper heaven court for many years, Who amongst them hasn't accumulated a small grudge or some complex entanglement? Let me tell you, the Rain Master, my lord, is none other than Bui Min's most profound haunting. Xie Lian murmured, a haunting? In his heart, he had always perceived the Rain Master, my lord, to be a simple farmer. Shi Qingxian explained, you are already aware of Bui Min's nature. His progeny are innumerable. His descendants spread far and wide. Before little Bui Su, the palace of Mingguang had another deputy god, also a descendant personally selected and elevated by Bui Min, who subsequently ascended. Xie Lian exclaimed in astonishment, General Bui Min's descendants truly possess an endless succession of talents. It's not every family, after all, that can transform ascension into such a profound family legacy, is it? Shi Qingxian opened her fan with a snap and said, talents, they may well be considered talents, but their virtues are precisely those of Bui Min, great capability matc. Head by equally significant flaws. That particular deputy god frequently committed offenses within the territories of others, yet, relying on Bui Min's immense influence, no one dared to utter a word. As a result, one day, he brazenly encroached upon the ancient territory of the former Rain Master's nation. Normally, Lord Yushur almost never went out, only farmed deep in the mountains, thus earning the nickname the Deep Mountain Old Farmer Yushur Huang. Who would have thought that as soon as he went out, he directly beat up a descendant of Pei Ming, and finally lifted him to the heavens, threw him before the heavenly emperor, and sentenced him to exile. Xie Lian thought to himself, why does this story sound so familiar? Shi Qingxian continued, initially, Pei Ming thought, exile is exile, it wouldn't matter if he was brought back after 100 years. But, how many things can happen in 100 years in the mortal realm? Every year, even every day, new extraordinary talents would appear. Like a revolving lantern, dazzling the eyes, the waves behind pushing the waves before, one after another. After just 10 years, the original devotees had all successively switched to worshipping other heavenly officials. After 50 years, that deputy heavenly official was completely forgotten. After 100 years, he eventually couldn't rise again. The young heavenly official with boundless prospects from before simply withered away, ceasing to exist. It wasn't until Xiao Pei appeared that Pei Ming finally found a suitable assistant again. No wonder General Pei would resort to any means to bring Xiao Pei up. It turned out there was a precedent, fearing Xiao Pei would wither away, though the method wasn't quite proper. Xie Lian seemed to be pondering something, heaved a sigh and said, the mortal realm. Shi Qingxian also said, indeed, staying too long in the mortal realm will wear away all spiritual energy and fighting spirit. Both nodded, but the difference was Xie Lian nodded unconsciously, not of his own volition, while Shi Qingxian consciously nodded in an exaggerated manner. After nodding for a moment, Xie Lian suddenly remembered an extremely important person. Lang Ying. That boy. The series of events had unfolded too quickly, the stimulation too great, he unexpectedly forgot about that child. Shi Qingxian spoke up. Are you talking about the boy you brought back from Paradise Manor? The heavenly emperor has already met him. He's with me now. I'll bring him down for you later. Xie Lian thought to himself, in the Puqi shrine, there were still Qi Rong and another child imprisoned. They couldn't be seen by others, so he said, then I'm afraid that's too much trouble. It'd be better if I went up myself. Shi Qingxian nodded cheerfully. It's all the same. It just so happens that in a few days it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. It only happens once a year, you really shouldn't miss it. This year my elder brother will also be returning for a visit. I'll intro you to him then. Shi Qingchuan's tone was full of pride for his elder brother. Xie Lian couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing it, thinking to himself, the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Every year on the Mid-Autumn Festival, all heavenly officials and immortals would surely hold a celebratory Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, taking joy in the jubilation of the hundreds of mortal households. Additionally, at the banquet there was an extremely important game, which could be said to be the main event of the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, the Lantern Contest. A prayer lantern was not something ordinary people could offer. The hundreds of gods competing in the Lantern Contest at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, what they were competing for was, on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, how many prayer lanterns the main temple of each heavenly official could receive from their devotees. Although everyone verbally said, it's just a game, don't take it seriously, I'm just playing a little, I don't mind it at all, in reality how many truly didn't care? Most secretly accumulated strength, eagerly anticipating that this year their devotees would strive to bring them honor. If there truly was any deity who didn't strive, then it could only be the Heavenly Emperor, because naturally every year the Divine Martial Temple won completely, and moreover the next year was always higher than the year before. Therefore Junwu was the only heavenly official who truly regarded this Xie Me as just a game. As for the other heavenly officials, even if they weren't competing for first place but only for second, the situation was still extremely fierce. During the most prosperous era of incense and offerings, the Xianle Palace also stood out incomparably at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, surpassing and leading alongside the Divine Martial Temple, leaving other heavenly officials far behind. Only today it would surely be very disgraceful. Xie Lian didn't even need to guess how many prayer lanterns he would have this year. Certainly not even one. Book 3 Chapter 90 Mid-Autumn Night. Watching the lantern contest too. However, even if it was disgraceful, it was best to still make an appearance. Xie Lian did not follow the reclusive path for hundreds of years like Yu Shi, nor did he bear a secret heavy responsibility like Di Shi, and even less could he do as he pleased, acting like what can you do to me like Shui Shi. If he was nobody, yet always became a special case, wanting to not attend something and simply not attending it. At this rate, outsiders would be discontent and gossip. Even if Xie Lian himself felt nothing, Junwu would also be in a difficult position. Therefore, he immediately accepted Shi Qingquan's invitation. Alright, I will definitely be there at that time. Over the past few days, Xie Lian had tried many methods, but still couldn't successfully separate Qirong's soul from that man's body. Qirong became even more smug. Thankfully Guzi didn't mind feeding his father, otherwise Xie Lian truly wouldn't have wanted to put anything into that fellow's mouth again. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xie Lian set up a spiritual array outside the Puqi shrine, then locked the door from the inside, leaving Rui to continue binding Qirong tightly, and finally ascended to the heavenly capital to make his appearance. The poem goes, above the white jade capital 12 towers and 5 cities. Immortals touch my crown, tie my hair for eternal life. The white jade capital mentioned here was precisely the heavenly capital. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the entire heavenly capital's scenery was completely renewed. Moreover, near the main roads, corridors and pavilions, Xie Lian saw many guards. Guessing that after Hua Cheng's intrusion, security had been doubled. The banquet was held outdoors beneath the full moon, floral scents wafted, auspicious clouds blessed, flowers drifted like snow, while joyfully feasting and admiring the moonlit night. In the mortal realm, when gazing at the moon, one would join thumb and forefinger to form a circle, and the moonlight would at most just fit the round frame. But gazing at the moon in the heavenly capital, the full, bright, clear moon was like a giant jade screen erected not far away, as if one could catch up to it in a few more steps. Truly a beautiful sight that mortals could never behold. The highest position at the banquet, of course, belonged to Junwu without saying. However, how others were seated concealed profound mysteries. The order and position were highly emphasized. Sitting high was naturally impossible for most, while sitting low, generally, the heavenly officials themselves would not be content. Xie Lian, on the other hand, thought this matter was of no concern. However, attending the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet required proper attire. In other words, it was best to wear to the banquet whatever one's divine statue wore in the mortal realm. Currently, Xie Lian had no divine statue, so he still wore his white Taoist robes with a bamboo hat on his back, which was inevitably somewhat simple, but he truly had no better attire. Nevertheless, this attire was also quite eye-catching, so Xie Lian felt it would be better to sit somewhere inconspicuous. Who would have thought that he had casually found a corner to sit down? When he looked up, he saw Feng Xian walking towards him. Both sides paused for a moment, then gave a slight nod to each other, considering it a greeting. Feng Xian walked a few steps forward, then suddenly turned back and asked, "Why are you sitting here?" Xie Lian thought he was sitting in the wrong place, so he stood up and said, "I thought it was fine to sit anywhere." Feng Tin was about to open his mouth when Xie Lian already saw Shi Qingquan standing far away in front, waving at him. Shi Qingquan at this moment bore the form of a maiden. Feng Tin turned his head to look and was startled, his expression changing as if seeing so me haunting terror. Abandoning Xie Lian and then quickly hurrying away, Shi Qingquan called out again, "His Highness the Crown Prince, over here." The Wind Master was truly a great favorite in the upper heavenly court. Naturally her seat was exceptionally good, quite close to Junwu. Hearing this inviting call, many heavenly officials cast their eyes over Junwu, who was originally resting his chin silently, also saw Xie Lian, gently nodded to him. Xie Lian thus had to go over. Along the way, as expected, there was no trace of Lang Qianqiu. It was said that he, due to tracing the whereabouts of Qi Rong, had long ago declined the mid-autumn banquet. Shi Qingxian found Xie Lian a seat right next to her, the feng shui excellent. Xie Lian felt it was not quite appropriate, but the Windmaster was too enthusiastic to refuse. Before anything else, she already pressed him to sit down, saying, "Wait until the banquet ends later, it'll take brother to find that kid. He's a bit ugly truly, but he's very obedient." Having reached this point, Xie Lian could do nothing more than utter words of thanks. Turning his head, sitting near the two was Ming Yi, silently enjoying a jade cup. The hand holding the cup was even whiter than the jade. Seeing that Ming Yi's complexion showed nothing to worry about, it seemed the previous injuries from Ghost City had healed. Xie Lian spoke up, "Your Excellency the Earth Master? Are you still well?" Ming Yi nodded, seeming not to want to talk much. Shi Qingxian on the other hand was completely opposite to him, knowing everyone, people in front, people behind, people to the left, people to the right, even those tens of thousands of miles away. She could still exchange a few words. Xie Lian immensely admired Shi Qingxian for remembering the names of so many heavenly officials, both great and small. Sitting next to Xie Lian was a youth of 18 or 19, with a high nose and deep-set eyes, slightly curly black hair. Xie Lian did not know him, nor did he know Xie Lian. The two looked at each other for a while, both sides completely bewildered, finally ending with Xie Lian offering a perfunctory greeting. Looking around in all four directions, Fong Tin and Mu Qing were sitting incredibly far away, while the people sitting opposite him, conversing with great familiarity, were three heavenly officials. Sitting on the left was a civil official dressed in black robes, with a dignified countenance, composed and at ease as he spoke. His 5 fingers gently tapped rhythmically on the table, his expression calm as usual, seemingly familiar in a strange way. The person in the middle was naturally Pei Ming, who couldn't be more familiar, and on the right was a white-robed young master, his paper fan in hand fluttering. The front of the fan bore the character water, the back depicted 3 rippling lines, his appearance vaguely 6 parts similar to Shi Qingxian, only when glancing, a clear streak of arrogance and haughtiness was revealed. Outwardly he seemed refined, but his eyes clearly wrote that he disdained all. Apart from that Lord Shui Hengtian, who else could it be? In his heart Xie Lian understood the 3 tumors. This black-robed civil official surely was Ling Wen's male form bearing the strongest spiritual power. His demeanor was indeed majestic and spirited. The 3 people chatted about matters above heaven and on earth, exchanging all sorts of praises and flattery with one another. Shi Qingxian listened and continuously grumbled, "Fake. Utterly fake." Xie Lian, however, found it quite interesting. At this moment, seeing a small magnificent pavilion erected before the banquet table, with all 4 sides covered by red curtains, he then asked, "What is that?" Shi Qingxian smiled and replied, "Oh, brother doesn't know. That's a very popular game in the upper heavenly court. Come, let me take brother to see. It's starting now." As soon as she finished speaking, several rumbles of thunder came from outside. Junwu looked at the sky, poured a cup of wine and passed it down. Thus, amidst the rumbling thunder, the heavenly officials at the banquet table began to both laugh and shout as they passed that cup of wine, clamoring, "Don't give it to me! Don't give it to me! Give it to him!" Just by watching others play, Xie Lian also grasped the basic rules, thinking to himself, so it's a game of drumming and passing the flower. Everyone passed the cup of wine that Junwu had passed down. Without spilling it, they ult pass it to anyone but could not pass it back. When the thunder stopped, whoever held the cup of wine would be pulled out to be made fun of. Only they didn't know what kind of prank would be played. This game, it could be said, Xie Lian was not very interested in. Whoever you passed the cup of wine to meant you wanted to tease that person, so normally, it would be passed to those with whom one had good relations. Unfortunately, he was not close with most of the heavenly officials sitting here. How could he shamelessly tease others to his heart's content? At most, he could only pass it to the Windmaster. But who knew if the Windmaster would be the one to pass the wine to him? Xie Lian thought to himself, it's best if no one passes it to me. But then again, perhaps I'm just flattering myself. He had not yet opened his mouth, and the first round had already ended. The cup of wine, which everyone had aimed at, stopped in Pei Ming's hand. It seemed Pei Ming was already used to it. He drank the cup of wine in one breath amidst exclamations of praise. The heavenly officials clapped their hands, jesting, "Go! Go!" Amidst the cheers and shouts, the magnificent pavilion slowly drew back its four-sided curtains. Only then was seen a tall, burly general standing on the stage, lifting his head and striding forward, immensely majestic. It seemed he did not see the heavenly officials below, nor did he see the unusually beautiful sky outside the pavilion. He took a few steps and then began to sing clear and resounding. It turned out that whoever the cup of wine was passed to, the pavilion would present a play related to that heavenly official from the mortal realm, to be performed for everyone to watch. Because mortals like to concoct nonsense, how could one know what kind of earth-shattering performance they would compose? Nor did one know if one would accidentally get caught. It could be said this game was extremely ominous and dangerous. However, the interesting point also lay there. One must know that plays about General Pei were extremely distinctive, because the female role each time was different, sometimes a celestial maiden, sometimes a demoness, sometimes a young lady from a noble family. Each successive female role was more beautiful than the last, and each successive plot was more outrageous than the last. The heavenly officials watched with endless delight, eagerly anticipating the female role appearing on stage. As expected, not long after, a young lady in black robes appeared on stage, her voice clear and melodious like a nightingale. The two sang in a duet for a while, the lyrics exceedingly frivolous and audacious. The heavenly officials, the more they watched these two perform, the more uneasy they felt, scrambling to ask each other, what is this play called? This time, who is the girl General Pei is seducing? Just at that moment, General Pei on stage spoke Jieqing. Below the stage, General Pei and Ling Wen simultaneously spat out a mouth full of wine. Who else could Jieqing be? Ling Wen's true name was Nangong Jia. The heavenly officials were aghast. How could these two have an illicit affair? Ling Wen used a cloth to wipe the corner of his mouth, saying nonchalantly, "No need to think. Just fabrication." Although both parties involved were slightly displeased, fortunately, both had thick enough skin on stage. The performance was clamorous and lively, while they below the stage pretended not to see. Shi Wudu, however, did not let them off. Fanning himself, he asked with a laugh, "This play is truly remarkable. What are your thoughts?" Ling Wen replied, "No thoughts at all. This play is old. My divine statue back then was not like it is now. It's just folk legends, brother. Think carefully. In folk legends, among all women, how many have never been seduced by old Pei?" Everyone agreed. Pei Ming said, Hey, you can't say that. Other folk legends, I did indeed seduce almost all of them, but this one I truly did not. Don't wrongly accuse good people. Ling Wen said, according to your way of speaking, the number of male heavenly officials I have seduced in folk legends is even greater. Yet I have never seduced anyone at all. Wouldn't that be like sitting on a bed of nails? Ever since Ling Wen was singled out and chosen, folk legends have circulated that she ascended by seducing a certain heavenly official. This was also one of the initial reasons why Ling Wen Temple was desolate with incense and candles, and no one worshipped her. It is said that during fierce protests, she was reviled and insulted, and people frequently threw undergarments and menstrual cloths into her merit box. In contrast, if a male heavenly official were embroiled in rumors of this kind, he would gain the reputation of being a philanderer, and might even find it amusing. Thus, it is clear that despite similar circumstances, there is still a difference between men and women, and the results are poles apart. No sooner had he thought this than the next round began. Just now Su Wudu was still smiling. This time it was his turn, and the two singular ones next to him simultaneously raised their hands in a congratulatory gesture. Immediate retribution. Be prepared to receive it. Su Wudu raised an eyebrow and then drank his wine. The curtain slowly rose again. Before it had reached the very top, two long cries echoed from within. My lady! My lord! Flirtatious glances, intricate climaxes, gracefully lingering. Immediately after, Xie Lian, sitting below, witnessed with his own eyes Su Wudu and Su Qingxian breaking out in goosebumps all over half their bodies. Su Qingxian sprang up. Brother! Cut it short! Su Wudu hastily roared, Lower it! Lower it quickly for me! No need to even look. It was certain this time they had drawn the folk legend of the husband and wife of the Water Master Lord and the Wind Master Lady. Love, hatred, and vendettas were eternally everyone's most beloved topics when telling stories. It was best if it didn't. It was even better, allowing for free fabrication. Logically speaking, the deeds performed by the heavenly officials themselves were the orthodox myths, but sometimes, upon seeing what people attributed to them, one could not help but admire that this was what truly constituted myth. No sooner had Su Wudu given the order than the curtain indeed fell with a rustle. The heavenly officials wanted to laugh but dared not, enduring their discomfort. Xie Lian, however, smiled and asked Windmaster Lord, "So it is permissible to ask for the curtain to be lowered?" Su Qingxian shivered at the thought, replying, "Of course, it's a small matter. Just donate 100,000 merit points." As Xie Lian was at a loss for words to reply, the third round had already begun. This time, not long after the rumble of thunder reverberated, the wine cup had already been passed to the youth sitting next to Xie Lian. Seeing this result, the reactions of the heavenly officials were somewhat peculiar. Not overly enthusiastic, yet not entirely indifferent. They seemed interested in watching the play, but did not wish to show it too obviously. The youth seemed to have no interest in this game, but still raised the cup and drank the wine. No sooner had he set the cup down than the curtain rose again. Only 2 people were seen standing on the stage. One was a young minor general, his head adorned with curly hair like the mane of a stone lion, though indeed outlandish. It still conveyed a heroic aura. He was clearly playing the role of this young heavenly official. The other was a scoundrel with sunken cheeks and a pointed mouth, completely playing the part of a contemptible clown, jumping back and forth on the stage. When the youth faced him, the scoundrel pretended to be proper, yet his antics were irreproachable in their vulgarity, making people feel revulsion when the youth turned away. He immediately grinned thinly, drew a sword, and stabbed him in the back. It was clearly the role of a despicable villain, one way to your face, another behind your back. The clown's performance was extremely exaggerated, just like a farce, and the reactions of the heavenly officials watching also varied. Xie Lian noticed that the heavenly officials sitting lower down were all guffawing with laughter, while those sitting higher up like Su Qingxian and Su Wudu mostly remained silent, frowning, not finding it amusing at all. At the same time, he also discovered that the back of the youth's hand next to him suddenly showed bulging blue veins, and a sense of alarm instantly arose in his heart. Although he did not understand what was being performed on stage, he could roughly guess that it was humiliating another person. Moreover, even if he did not know who was who, he also felt that this kind of setup was utterly discomforting. Seeing that the youth seemed about to lose his temper, Xie Lian took a chopstick from the table and threw it towards the curtain. String. The chopstick, not sharp at all, grazed the string yet still managed to cut it. The curtain rustled down. The heavenly officials were startled, clamoring, "How could this be? What are you doing?" Then, one after another, they looked towards Xie Lian. Some even sprang to their feet. Xie Lian was about to open his mouth when, the next second, a shattering sound reached his ears. Unexpectedly, the youth had crushed the white jade wine cup. Seemingly provoked to a furious rage by this play, the youth threw the fragments of the jade cup from his hand, jumped onto the tabletop, stomped his foot, and his body shot up into the gallery like an arrow, soaring into the curtain. Several heavenly officials rushed forward to pull aside the red curtain, but there was no one inside. Everyone cried out in alarm, "This is not good. This is not good. His Highness Qing has gone down to beat people again." Xie Lian thought to himself, "Qing? His Highness Qing? The Western martial god, Quan Yi Zhan?" He hastily asked Su Qingxian, "Windmaster Lord, what's going on? What does it mean that His Highness Qing beats people?" Su Qingxian recovered his senses and replied, "Beating people means beating people. Cough, you probably won't believe it, but Qing frequently beats his own devotees." This was truly the first time Xie Lian had heard of a heavenly official daring to beat their own devotees. Such an act would surely cause the heavenly official to plummet uncontrollably in the hearts of their devotees. Xie Lian still wanted to ask further, when he suddenly heard a heavenly official below expressing dissatisfaction that Quan something truly doesn't understand anything. Everyone was having fun, yet he doesn't know how to cooperate even a little. Who here hasn't been mocked? Hasn't General Pei, hasn't Ling Wen True Monarch been mocked? Moreover, the one being mocked wasn't even him. Why get so angry? Exactly, this fellow seems to think too highly of himself. Even if he's angry inside, how can he erupt at this very moment? The wine banquet was peaceful. Who came here to observe his temper? Truly, Alright, that's just how those young rascals with downy hair are. He has also left already. It's more enjoyable to play without him. Hearing this, Xie Lian seemed to have something to ponder. At the banquet table, there was only a slight disturbance. It seemed Ling Wen had dispatched people to resolve Quan Yizhan's matter. After a few heavenly officials stepped forward to pacify the situation for a while, the wine banquet and games continued once more. And so, amidst the booming thunder, the fourth round of the drum-beating flower-passing game began. Xie Lian had originally only watched others play, not joining in, and was also glad that others did not seek him out. He was about to speak with Shi Xian when unexpectedly, at that very moment, an arm suddenly reached over, offering that white jade wine cup to him. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.